Welcome to day 2 of the RotoWire Super Bowl Marathon, where we will have 50 guest analysts on to go over the season in review, talk about the Super Bowl, talk about some prop bets. It is going to be one fun day. Hopefully, everybody's ready to enjoy some great guests. We started out yesterday. If you missed yesterday's show, you can always catch up with that where you're watching this now when the show's over. Just rewind back. It'll be on RotoWire YouTube and also RotoWire Twitter. You'll see it there. And if you're really into getting some good research for the Super Bowl, I have 13 pages of notes for the Super Bowl. You'll find those on my X at Jim Coventry NFL. Check them out. Detailed breakdowns and analysis for all 22 positions on the field. Get that keys to the game, prop betting advice. If you like that, check it out because I have to put the marathon pinned. The notes aren't pinned until tomorrow, but you just scroll down a bit and you'll definitely find those there. And remember, regardless of which fantasy sports you play, why leave your fantasy season the chance? RotoWire.com gives you the tools you may need, like waiver wire advice, projections, customizable rankings. I say we have the best baseball coverage on the planet. We got every sport covered for you. You don't even need a credit card to check us out. You can go to rotowire.com/pod, get free access to the site. We'll have a guest coming in a couple of minutes, but I am, like everybody else, very excited about the Super Bowl. The matchups, the styles make fights are always something we look at. I look at the Chiefs offense against the Eagles defense. Vic Fangio's done a wonderful job with the Philly defense. We know the whole idea of what Fangio wants to do. He wants to play the two high safeties. He wants to limit explosive plays. And in the meantime, he'll give you underneath. He'll give you flat passes, short passes, and then they rally and tackle. So I'm interested to see how the Chiefs come into this one and if they're going to take those and try to get 14, 15 play drives and see how that goes. I think they'd be a little bit foolish to run the ball against this defense. I think they're going to be at a disadvantage there. They'll have to run some, maybe some trick runs to Worthy. I think the screen game should be an extension of the run for them. Other side of the ball will be interesting because the Philly, obviously, Saquon Barkley, good luck stopping him, right? But I really think that Kansas City realizes if you can get Jalen Hurts out of the pocket, he struggles throwing out of the pocket. He struggles with zone, and Kansas City is a 31% man coverage team, which is a higher rate. Normally 23 to 25% is normal. But I think, look, if we know Steve Spagnuolo is a genius and he knows from the film that Hurts struggles with zone. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of zone. I would really expect that to happen. So it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. Another thing I'm very interested is when the Chiefs are back on offense, if Andy Reid is going to keep going with Joe Thuney at tackle. I think the interior three and the 3-4 defense for the Eagles, I think it's way more dangerous than the edge of Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat. So I think that realistically, if you move Thuney back inside, you got to deal with that great trio of especially with, we got the Jalen Carter wrecking games. I'll be interested to see what happens with that. But styles make fights. We're going to be very interested to see how this all shakes out. Again, we're excited to have a whole lot of great guests on today. And we're going to have like four straight hours. And it's at the end. Actually, James White, who is with the New England Patriots Super Bowl teams. James White's coming on. So we'll be interested to see what James White has to say about games. Certainly we'll ask him some questions about the 28-3 game. That'll be a great one to see there as well. But very, very exciting day here. I'm waiting for Adam Thompson to come. Actually, I'm going to message him and see if we get Adam in here right now, and we'll get that going. And all right. But anyway, another thing with RotoWire, I told you earlier about the baseball coverage we have. We have so many great analysts. We have like a Super Bowl team there in the baseball side. So again, just check RotoWire out. Adam Thompson, bookies.com. Adam and I are on the Bookies Plus show, which that will actually record Wednesday. Depending when you're watching this, that would be tomorrow. And we'll do some deep dives on the Super Bowl there. But Adam, we're going to get some good thoughts from you right now. Welcome to the show. What's a takeaway from the season you have?
Home field advantage. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear me good? All right. Yeah, home field advantage just didn't mean as much as it used to. It felt like that number, it used to be 3 back in the day. It's kind of gone down to 2.5. Now it's closer to 2, if not less than that. These teams just, they travel so much easier, than they used to, and it just doesn't mean a whole lot anymore.
No, it doesn't. And if you don't know Adam, and you should know Adam, but Adam, you find him at Bookies Adam on the X. He's the senior handicapper at bookies.com. Over 60%, regardless of the sport, really, it was NFL, MLB, NBA, documented year after year. Adam, they call him the ATM, rightfully so, because he does print money for you. So if you are not following Adam and you're a gambler, you definitely need to be doing that. And like we said, the Bookies Plus shows that'll be on, it's on Bookies YouTube. Again, look that up as well, but we'll have a show out tomorrow. So, yeah, that's a good takeaway from the season. So, Adam, what are your thoughts on the Super Bowl as you're breaking this game down?
Well, the game itself, Eagles Chiefs, it's a heck of a game. It's two teams that definitely belong there. A rematch from 2 years ago, and it's very tough to pick a side. You're talking about just a 1.5-point spread. This game really could go either way. I have 25 props that I did up for this game. I like them all more than I like the game pick that I also made, but I am going Eagles. I think you're going against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, and that is often a mistake, especially in the Super Bowl. But in every other way, I like Philly in this game. KC, they're 12-0 in games decided by one score or less. Eventually, somebody has to figure that out, and I think the experience factor that the Chiefs usually hold over most opponents, especially in this Super Bowl, they don't have as much because of that game 2 years ago, a game that Philly probably should have won. A lot of the guys return. The big difference is Saquon Barkley and Jalen Carter are now part of this team. I think that puts them over the edge. So I like the Eagles to cover and to win the Super Bowl.
That's been the prevailing thought on the show from yesterday and now moving in today, Adam. The majority of the analysts are going with the Eagles here. And I totally get it. I mean, from a roster perspective, they are definitely the better team. I know you mentioned that Super Bowl 2 years ago. I want to tell the audience, I really believe the Eagles had a cheat code that year. And the cheat code was this: they didn't call an eligible man downfield back then. And what happened was they call it like religiously now. And what happened that year, the Eagles had a great advantage because their linemen would get 3-4 yards downfield. And when Hurts went read option, that blocker downfield would give him options that would either get a receiver open in the middle of the field or they could run. It was like a huge advantage, a cheat code they used all that year. And obviously they took that away. Hurts hasn't been quite the same guy. I'll be interested to see how the Chiefs deal with it this time around. Adam, I know you love some props here. Why don't you talk about some props?
Yeah, speaking of cheat codes, Saquon Barkley has been a nice cheat code, and anybody who plays fantasy sports and has Barkley on their team was happy about that. 2,000 yards.
Yes.
There's one I like there. 10 plus rushing yards each quarter. Minus 150, which it's semi steep, but doesn't seem that steep for a guy who averaged well over 100 yards a game. He averaged 24.6 yards per first quarter, 22.9 second quarter, third quarter 41.7. Fourth quarter, 36.1. So it would need to take less than half of his usual output in each of the four quarters to not hit this number. The Chiefs' D is allowing 41 rush yards per quarter over their last four games. That's been a weak point. I think Philly is gonna win. They're gonna give Saquon the Barkley heavy and often. Kansas City is going to hold the ball as much as they can. They're gonna do those sustained drives, maybe more, but 10 plus yards each quarter. I really like that one.
That prop is gold. Where did you find that one? Which book are you looking at? Do you remember?
DraftKings. That was DraftKings Sportsbook. Yeah.
Wow.
So I was a big fan of that. And speaking of rushing yards, there's another big one I really like is Mahomes and Hurts each have a rush attempt that goes over 20 yards plus 1,000. That one was bet MGM. This is probably my favorite long shot. Jalen Hurts, he had 20 plus yard runs in 8 games this season. Mahomes had one. He had two. He had 2 all season, but he had double-digit scampers in 8 of them. And in the last 2 Super Bowls, he has had 20-plus yard runs. In fact, in over 45% of his playoff games, he's had runs of over 20 yards. So he saves his energy for those big run moments when they count the most.
And he uses those sneaky runs. When he gets near the sideline, if the defender isn't angled right, he'll stay in bounds for an extra 5 or 6 yards. It's very sneaky how he gets those little runs that turn from 15 to 20. Exactly. And he's just the guy to be able to do that. I love that call. Anything else?
Most receiving yards is the other one I was going to bring up. You can pick any player, and Travis Kelce's plus 290. He led the Super Bowl in receiving yards rather. Kelce plus 290. He led the Super Bowl last year in receiving yards. The year before, Devonta Smith, A.J. Brown, both there. They both beat him out. He was still the leading chief. This year, the Eagles have Saquon Barkley back there. So I think that opens the door again for Travis Kelce, plus 290 to lead the Super Bowl in receiving yards. Also, tight end, Super Bowl MVP, tight ends plus 1,500. You get Kelce and you get Dallas Goedert in that.
Really? Oh, that's, we know how these Super Bowls go, but the narrative is kind of out there. This could be Kelce's last game. And if Kelce has if it's a media award, the media votes on it. And if there's any inclination that it could be his last game and he scores touchdown, gets 100 yards, there's definitely a chance they could pick him on one of those like oddities. Exactly. Could totally see that happening. Exactly. Man, these are phenomenal. Adam, you have all these props going. Where can people find those props?
The easiest way right now is go to x.com. I have it pinned on the top of my profile at Bookies Adam. They'll be there all week.
So good question here. Jamie asks us if Kelce leads in yards, thoughts on going 100 plus. Like for A.J. Brown last week, Adam, I bumped him up. Luckily, I stopped at 90. He had 96. I didn't go to 100. Cross my fingers on that one. But is 100 a dangerous number here?
It's high. Even for a tight end, even for the number one target on the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs aren't going to, they're not going to go for 500 plus yards here. No. Xavier Worthy is a very worthy competitor. 4 touches as well. I think they're going to do a lot of passes out of the backfield too, to kind of give extra space for those guys and kind of avoid that front for the Eagles. So plus 100 is high, but I think he has 7 for 85 and and a touchdown or 2. I think that'll be enough for him. And the Eagles have so many weapons. I don't know if anybody's going to get to 100 yards for them either.
You're right. And that number for Kelce, I mean, it's going to change. I saw a 63.5, or maybe I went to 64.5, and you're looking to bump that up. You're looking like 36 yards. Could it happen? Certainly. But that would be way over the posted total. 70, you get a little bump for that. Maybe get an ambitious 80. I mean, again, anything can hit. But like you're saying, 100 possible, but it seems really ambitious. And you want to cash a ticket. You love it when the odds are better. But like Brent Musburger says, all that matters is cashing the ticket, Adam, right?
That's absolutely true. 75. I like I like the thought in my head of 75, 7 for 75, 6 for 75. That sounds. I think the Chiefs almost need that to be successful here.
And we have one more. I like this question. So I'm going to ask. Normally, I don't want to ask questions during this one, but Jamie also says if Kelce gets 3 touchdowns, he'll pass Jerry Rice all-time postseason touchdown record. Is it possible?
It is possible. Especially, I've heard that Taylor Swift says he wants Kelce to keep playing after this year. Whatever she gets, she wants, she's probably going to get. But if it's Kelce's final game, Mahomes, if there's one person that knows that, it's probably Patrick Mahomes. And if that is the case, they're going out with a bang here, or he's going to send Travis Kelce out with a bang.
Adam Thompson, I know you said it a minute ago. I want you to tell them one more time, remind people where to find you before they get out, because those props that you have are just pure gold. You're going to print some cash for people.
Yep, go to x.com at Bookies Adam is the name. My top 25 props are posted right on the top of there. Follow if you like, because there will be more coming, more Super Bowl stuff coming, as well as NBA stuff coming all week long.
Yes. And beyond. And I will see you on the Bookies Plus show tomorrow, which everybody will be recording that live. And it'll be at noon Eastern. I'll tweet that out from my account at Jim Coventry NFL. Adam will probably tweet it out as well. So if you don't find the Bookies YouTube page, you can catch that show there. We'll do a deep dive at the Super Bowl. Adam, always appreciate you, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Colby Conway's in the house. He's got that fantasy spin hat on. Love that fantasy spin app. You had the little bit. I'm not a casino gambler, but you kind of get that idea of fantasy, and you get a little bit of that in there. Anyway, you find Colby at Colby R. Conway. Colby writes at Fantasy Alarm, Fantasy and Frames, Big Guy Fantasy Sports with Bob Lung. Colby, what are you thinking about the season when you're looking back on it?
Oh, I mean, it's easy to go with the Homer mentality and just kind of think what went wrong in Houston. But, I went somewhere else, and it's kind of interesting. I'm going to talk this guy up, but I'm also going to hedge myself a little bit. I think I'm ready to get hurt by Bryce Young next year, Jim. I think that's where I'm at. I think I'm setting myself up to really buy in. I can look at all these numbers and everything looks really good. Carolina's got a top 10 pick. They're going to have a chance at a top receiver. I think I'm just setting myself up to be disappointed by Bryce Young in 2025. It's ultimately what I keep coming back to. I'm like, look at the numbers, from week 8 on, third most rushing touchdowns, had more yards than Bo Nix and Pat Mahomes on the ground. Week 13 on, he was the QB 6 overall. I'm going to look at ADP and the price is going to look so good and I'm going to get disappointed. I already know it.
Oh, I'm glad you brought up Bryce Young, though, because I think the important point, regardless of what anybody thinks the takeaway is, the whole point of fantasy is if you get stuck on a take lock, you're doomed in this game. And early in the season, he got benched, obviously. And it was even before then. I'm like, this guy does not belong on an NFL roster. And that statement was 100% accurate at the time I gave it. And then when he played and he came back after the benching, he was not the same player. And like you said, you're to the point where you'll actually pick him in a draft. And that's how much things change. Now, a lot of people will never change their mind because they went in with that mindset of what they saw early. What have you learned about that idea in addition to the Bryce Young in general about this idea of take lock or avoiding take lock?
There's an element of you have to be stubborn in a sense that, a player can't stink for 9 weeks, have one pop off week. And you're like, this is it. This is the beginning of stardom for player A. And at the same point, like the kid is, only a couple years past being able to drink, getting NFL action, comes into arguably one of the most rough organizations that there is from like an organizational and systemic standpoint, to come in and basically come into a bad team and basically be viewed as the savior of that team. There's going to be insurmountable expectations. What did they put around him? Borderline nothing, even down the stretch when he was good. Think about what he had. He has Adam Thielen, who old,
34,
slow. Exactly. He had the oft injured Xavier Legette. He had oh my gosh, Jalen Coker, the flash in the pan that was for fantasy for about 2 weeks there. And then just a big old question mark at tight end. Like, Jatavion Sanders, so be it. Like, it's that defense. They don't have enough cap space to overhaul the defense in the offseason. I'd assume that they'd want to get a receiver or a pass catcher in the first round to help Bryce Young, because at this point, you might as well just make sure he's set up good for success versus taking a defensive player at 8. They're not going to fix that defense. They're still going to be in shootouts. And Dave Canales is just awesome. I don't know how else to say it. Like what he's done in Tampa Bay, then coming to Carolina, you could argue that the work he's done with Bryce Young is far more impressive than what he did in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield and that supporting cast. So I don't think you can get take lock. You do have to have some sort of stubbornness to not overreact or underreact, but to write somebody off after a little bit, it kind of falls with that same viewpoint that everyone thinks the NFL has a developmental issue with these players. And like for fantasy, like we have to kind of view it out. And at the end of the day, Bryce Young may not be the most successful or accomplished thrower of the football, but if he's going to run like he did down the stretch, we've seen that the lower half for quarterbacks can make up for a lot of inefficiencies up top.
Yeah, the scoring system is really always make sure if you run, you're valuable. Before we get to the Super Bowl real quick, you love the Texans. We both love Nico Collins. Look, we both are invested in him every year. He misses significant time every year. Are we worried about that?
I think you have to be to an extent. And it's one of those things too, where back a couple years back when we had Keenan Allen, it was like, he's injury prone. And it's like the guy had a lacerated kidney or spleen or whatever it was. It's not like he's at risk walking from the fridge to the bedroom to like, have some sort of like soft tissue injury. But with Nico Collins, that's kind of what it's been. It was the hamstring this year. There was a hamstring. I believe it was his rookie year. Stuff has just popped up. That's been a little soft tissue with him. Hopefully now that he got his money, some extra of that cash can go towards, little taking care of himself in the offseason. But I mean, here's the thing. Despite the receivers that Houston had this year, if there were any questions any longer of who the top dog in that offense is, it's Nico Collins. And I'm telling you, heading into 2025, he's going to be a first round pick or early second round pick at probably the latest. I think you have to invest at that point because stop me if you heard this before, but I'm wheels up on the Houston offense this upcoming year with Nick Caley as the offensive coordinator. There's going to be a lot to like. So yeah, Nico, you have to understand he's going to miss a couple games, but he's flat out dominant, one of the best in the league when healthy.
Yeah, it was interesting because when they first acquired Stephon Diggs, the fantasy community put Diggs ahead of Collins. And I'm thinking to myself saying, well, you guys nuts? I go, Collins is like not just a legitimate alpha, an incredible alpha, and Diggs is an aging player. And I just found that crazy. And then the market adjusted. I can't believe it took the market like 6 weeks to adjust. Anyway, thoughts on the Super Bowl?
I'll be honest, it's probably one of the ones I'm not as excited to see compared to years past. I think it's going to be a slow game. I think I'm leaning towards the under. I know these two had a high scoring affair the last time they played, but I like the Eagles to win, but I think it's going to be a slower, slightly more boring Super Bowl compared to years past. So slow game, Eagles win, and I'm leading the under right now.
And the under. It started out at 49.5. I think it went down to 48.5. So yeah, that's the way the market's leaning. And Colby, like you, most of the analysts who have come on are going Eagles in this one. It's been, and I haven't done the math on or counted them, but it's probably a good 65-70% have gone Eagles on this. So people are seeing that one team is better than the other. Do we worry, like last year, the 49ers were the better team and 49ers didn't get it done. Are we worried about that?
No, I don't think so. Believe it or not, when it comes to betting this game, I'm actually staying away from like the full game for the most part in terms of like unders and stuff. The one I've actually come around on the most is I'm really liking Eagles first quarter money line. That's the one I'm coming on. Just give me the first 15 minutes. Let me know right away before Kendrick Lamar comes out. I want to know if I got a little jingle in the old DraftKings or FanDuel account balance there, depending on where I'm playing. But if you look here in the postseason, I mean, the Eagles are just coming out red hot. I think they've scored points on all but 2 first quarter drives thus far, and actually outscoring opponents 37-10 in the first quarter of playoffs. So the one I'm actually going to have the most invested in is going to be that Eagles first quarter money line. It was plus 102 earlier this morning. I believe now it's closer to minus 102, minus 105 in that range. But give me the first 15 minutes. I don't need to stress for an hour, Jim.
I love that. Cash the money and call it a day. Were there any other props that you thought about, or is that the one you wanted to target on?
That's the main one I'm looking at, but I won't fault anybody for looking at Dallas Goedert. Tight ends against Kansas City. That's been the recipe all year. I don't see it changing here in the final week of the year.
I prefer over on his receptions. I don't like messing with the yardage so much. The reception number, I think it was 5.5 at one point. I'll check my sheet here. It was, it was over 4.5. I don't know what it is now. The juice is probably, I bet last week before everything gets juiced up. But yeah, either way, Dallas Goedert's a good bet. Colby, remind people where they can find you and what you got cooking.
Yep, absolutely. Over on the old X machine at Colby R. Conway. Writings over at Fantasy Alarm, Fantasy Frames, Big Guy Fantasy Sports. And then we'll also be pumping out some fantasy spin contests this week for the big game. So check it out there. And once again, at Colby R. Conway over on X.
Colby, always appreciate you hanging out with me. Enjoy the game. Cash that early bet. Enjoy it and sleep like a baby then. All right, talk to you soon, man.
All right, thanks, Jim.
Thanks. All right, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the RotoWire Super Bowl Marathon. We have got a great day of programming coming. We're going till a little after 3 Eastern because we're going to stop it at 3 Eastern. But James White, formerly of the New England Patriots, will be coming in to join us at the end of the day. That'll be a nice little addition to the show. But with that said, Theo Greminger has a show at the bottom of the hour, so we're going to get Theo jumping here right away. If you don't know Theo, you should. First of all, you follow him on the X at the OG Fantasy, and he's a player profiler, director of content. I've had the pleasure doing many shows with Theo. Theo, excited to have you here. What's a takeaway from the 2024 season?
I think that the age apex was blown up. I think that's one, Jim, that we talked about it together before on my shows about how like the way we approach older running backs has to shift slightly. And the pushback that it's all these class of 2017 guys that are doing the work, I think is a little bit overblown. We're seeing not only are we seeing these players perform well, a little bit older than we're used to, we're seeing teams stay committed to them. Look at what Arizona did with James Conner this year. James Conner gets extended. They're going into next season with a 30-plus-year-old running back, despite drafting a running back last year in round 3. New Orleans extends Alvin Kamara. Baltimore with Derrick Henry. And certainly Saquon Barkley, who's not quite as old as those guys, but he's still older than we're used to seeing an RB1 overall finish. So for me, that's the big takeaway. This is the year where we need to slightly adjust the way we view the age apex in fantasy football.
It was interesting too, Theo, because I was fortunate. I mean, I was in on Mixon, Aaron Jones, who kind of fell off at the end, and I was in on Connor, so that certainly was helpful. I wonder if durability for running backs might get better because what's happened is, so first we had the transition to the more too high zone defenses, but over the years, the defenses are becoming lighter and lighter because they need people to be able to rally. They don't need these massive linebackers anymore. But what that means is the beating might be less the running backs are taking. And I wonder, is there any possibility that the changing of the league as the defense always is trying to catch up with the offense? Is there any chance that that could be extending the shelf lives of some running backs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely in football. We're always looking for the counter punch. We heard for multiple years about like too high. Well, how do you defeat too high with a running game can defeat pretty much any defense. So for me, I think that's a great point, Jim. And we'll see it because now defenses are looking at some of the success of the running games. Do front sevens get larger? Do you think that becomes in vogue over the next year or so if we continue to see this running back production? But it's also we're just in a great period of time for the running back, and we have Ashton Genty on the way. So I think the talent level is very, very high at the running back position. The Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Devon Achane class came in, made a sensational impact, and those guys are having their impact at the same time that guys are staying younger. And it's not just in football. You're seeing, NBA players like LeBron James, who's certainly a freak athlete, but the things that athletes have access to these days and the amount of money that they're spending on their own, regardless of the team, the amount of money a guy like Derrick Henry spends on his own to keep that longevity from the food he takes in to the hyperbaric chambers and all these stuff these guys are sleeping in, it's sort of next level. So guys might be buying themselves another year and a half of productivity, another 2 years of productivity. And in the NFL, that's a massive, massive impact.
They're still learning from Tom Brady. Brady was just so many ways to take care of your body. What a genius he was. Terrell Owens was pretty smart with that too as well back in the day. It's been a little while since Terrell Owens has been a thing. Theo, as we transition to the Super Bowl, what are your thoughts as you look at this game?
I think it's Philly's year, and I think it's hard to go against Kansas City. Kansas City won that game against Buffalo, which was a massive test, but Philadelphia completely steamrolled Washington. The running game is just unbelievable there. And the last time these two teams met, Philadelphia's really reshaped the defensive side of the ball and added Saquon Barkley. So for me, I think that Philadelphia, there's just a whole lot to like there. They were so close the last time they played Kansas City. Kansas City's only a 1-point favorite, and you're talking about the back-to-back Super Bowl champions. So Vegas is sort of telling you that this is basically a pick'em game. They had to make Kansas City the favorite. But for me, I think it's Philly. I think Philly gets it done. Jalen Hurts gets his first Super Bowl ring. Nick Sirianni buys himself a ton of time as Philadelphia head coach. And I think that they're there. The front seven is full of dudes. The secondary's gotten a lot better. And Saquon Barkley, I really feel like this is his year. The guy's been such a talented player. He had this unbelievable season, had the massive NFC Championship game. It's sort of poetic for him to finish with a Super Bowl ring and for Philly to get it again.
Yeah, Theo, as I said, as the last guest was in, predominantly the guests are going Philly with this one. And in a way, to me, and I get the logic, I don't have any disagreement with any of it that anybody's given. And it's the higher percent. I didn't expect that high of a percentage of analysts to be on one team in this game. I see it as close. And really, I think it's at this point over 70% people are going Eagles. So I think that's very interesting. I think the viewers are learning a lot here, and I think that's exciting. People are getting ready to bet this game. Do you have any prop ideas that you like for this contest?
I like all the Saquon Barkley props. I like Saquon Barkley MVP. I know this has been a quarterback award. It seems like it would be a Jalen Hurts award. If Philly wins, that would be the chalk. But for me, Saquon could just put his stamp on this game. He's just running so effectively. There's a chance that they utilize him a little bit more as a pass catcher this game, just to challenge that Kansas City defense. Jalen Hurts, I like all the props there as well. Sort of if I'm missing on Saquon, I think I'll get it with Hurts. And I like the over. I think that this is a game, I think 28-24. Last two times these guys played, they both scored more than 30 points in that Super Bowl. So for me, I do like the over. I know 48.5 is a pretty high one for a Super Bowl. Teams have more time to prepare, but I think the offenses show up. For Kansas City, I think Xavier Worthy has a game. I think the way that they've been utilizing him on those high-value touches, high-value looks, you'll see that. You'll see some wrinkles. One thing I do think Kansas City will be is prepared for this game, and I think that you'll see maybe a new look for Xavier Worthy that they've been holding in their back pocket. He's been very dynamic. It's been sort of a changing narrative with him where he looked like a rookie where, hey, Kansas City maybe didn't get a great one earlier in the year, but I think people have really kind of bought into what he is. You're starting to see it in the early 2025 ADP, like on Underdog over on FFPC, that people are enthusiastic about Xavier Worthy. I think they'll be even more enthusiastic after the Super Bowl.
If Rashee Rice comes back healthy, because Xavier Worthy had a very high target rate, probably the last 6 weeks of the season, roughly. Do you think that gets dinged if we get a healthy Rashee Rice back?
That's just such I don't know. It's hard to say how they'll coexist, but I do think that they don't have overlapping skill sets. And
Correct.
I think Travis Kelce's also getting older. So for me, I think that they can coexist. And I think that was sort of the design, that they were going to have multiple wide receivers this year thriving. So for me, it's like, I don't know, Jim. That one for me is sort of up in the air. You don't know when a guy missed this much time. The sample size was very short with the two playing together, but they're both really good players.
Jamie has a question for you. He asks you, does Barkley get the first TD at plus 450? What say you, Theo?
I mean, I love it. I think Barkley getting the first touchdown, and I think he could score twice. So I'm into that one. I think that's decent odds. It's not massive for a first touchdown, but it's good enough. You're getting plus 400 on that one. I like that a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Theo, remind everybody what you got cooking and where people can find you.
Yeah, you can find me at Player Profiler. A lot of podcasts over there. I'm also doing School of Scott with Fantasy Points. You can find my written content at Player Profiler and at Fantasy Points as well. It's rookie season for us, Jim. So we're pretty much nonstop. I'm podcasting all week long. And big congratulations to you for doing this. Jim, you crush it over here at RotoWire. Tons of respect for you and that Alan Seslowski guy.
Goes both ways, and I know we'll be on shows together. So, Theo, enjoy the Super Bowl. Enjoy the rookie prep, and I know we'll work together. So enjoy it, man.
Enjoy. Take care, Jim.
All right, thanks. All right, everybody, thanks for tuning in today. If you're enjoying the content and looking for more insights and exclusive updates, make sure you connect with RotoWire on our social media platforms. You pretty much can find us at RotoWire just about everywhere, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Twitter. We even have a RotoWire NFL on Twitter as well, if you just want to narrow it to that. On YouTube, you may be watching on the main RotoWire channel, but we also have a fantasy football only channel, and that's where I'll have most of my off-season work. So if you want to keep up with that, love if you subscribe to the RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube channel. That would be awesome. Our goal is to have 3,000. I think we're about 10 people short of that. That was our one season goal. Help, please. That'd be awesome. Anyway, this has just been a great time having all these guests and analysts in. Again, we're going very heavy Eagles with the people who are predicting. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. We have a lot of people looking at Barkley props, Kelce props, Goddard props. Those have been hot. A lot of people love the Xavier Worthy rushing props. So again, we'll learn more throughout the show. We still have quite a bit to go. And with that, bring in my friend Stacy Perez, who I haven't seen in a while. It's been too long, Stacy.
What a minute, Jim. How are you doing?
Doing well, excited to have this marathon going and that you're a part of this. Everybody, you find Stacy at Stacy_Perez 83. Stacy, you can find her with Fantasy and Frames, Player Profiler. You know, during the season, the waiver show, the Sunday tailgate, obviously the off season now, so maybe not so much of that. But Stacy, as you look back on 2024, what's a takeaway you have?
Oh my goodness, Jim. So I was looking back through it at all my teams, and I was like, all right, what went wrong? What went right? And the biggest takeaway I had, I was so big on Kirk Cousins coming into Atlanta this year. I so overweight on my exposure there. And so my big takeaway is don't draft a quarterback born in the same decade I was born in, and also coming off of a knee injury. That for me, I just got to keep that in my head next time. That's not happening for me next year. But I mean, I think we all had so much hope that he would come in and just kind of really reinvigorate Kyle Pitts, and just had so much connection with TJ Hawkinson in Minnesota. And so I just thought, oh, for sure, he's going to come in, loves throwing to his tight end. This will be great for Kyle Pitts. And it just, unfortunately, it was not meant to be. So that, for me, I think that's the biggest lesson that I learned this year.
Cousins was playing well for a while. He had a couple of really, really big games. The Tampa game comes to mind. And then the league is cruel, Stacy, because when they realize you have a weakness, the league is relentless in attacking it. And what happened was the league realized when the film study came out that Cousins can't move. And when they realized he couldn't move, whether it was a first down, second, third, they blitzed. Mm-hmm. They just blitzed. Right. And if they ran, they had people in the gaps. So that was making it a little more difficult for Bijan. And then, of course, Cousins had to get rid of the ball immediately, and he couldn't. He just had no ability to do that. So he still has talent and skills, but the league realized what he couldn't do. And it was very sad watching that. Now, as we talk about that,
Right.
Aaron Rodgers also had an Achilles. And
Yeah.
Rodgers, he was all right. That Buffalo game late in the season, he was awful, but he did look overall in the last 4 or 5 weeks. He looked a little better. Was
He
it
did.
possible that for like both Rodgers and Cousins, they're both older quarterbacks? Is it possible both are more healed from their Achilles and could be functional next year, or is that ship sailed?
Well, I think next year, I mean, you always like guys the year after they come back from a major injury like that, especially one that affects their mobility. So, what I might be willing to take a flyer on them is like maybe in a 2 quarterback league, something like that. I'm not taking them as my starter at all,
No.
but I could definitely see a situation where you're playing in a super flex, something like that. You feel a little bit more comfortable taking those guys the year off their injury. I mean, who knows where Rodgers is going to play this year? I mean, even same for Cousins at this point. But depending on their landing spot, I definitely wouldn't be completely opposed to it. But definitely not as one of my starting guys.
When we mentioned the Jets, Brees Hall, what a rough season he had. And is he bouncing back next year?
He's just so incredibly talented. Like, I don't think that you can completely count him out. I don't know that you're taking him quite as high as you were this year, right? He's going to fall a little bit, and maybe that's to your advantage, if you wait a little bit on running back. So, I mean, he might be one of those guys that you're kind of looking at, okay, like I'm not willing to spend maybe a first round, second round price. Maybe I can get him a little bit lower in a third or fourth round situation.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hope he drops. I just some real early drafts. Obviously, a sickos like me are drafting already. He
I'm
went at the
drafting on
end.
Saturday, Jim.
Yes,
I'm drafting
exactly.
on Saturday. Yeah.
So I saw him go like 212 in one
Okay.
draft. And so
Okay.
that's around that borderline area. So we'll have to see what we're gonna be willing to invest in him. But after last year, I know there'll be a lot of people that are gonna be a little bit nervous pushing
Yeah.
that button to draft. But I'm a Brees Hall guy, so I hope he bounces back.
Absolutely.
Stacey, as you looked over and prepared for the Super Bowl, what are your thoughts about this game?
Oh man, I think the Eagles are probably the better team, but you just cannot count out the Chiefs. Mahomes, Kelsey, they've just got that flip that gets switched when the playoffs hit. And, there's just something to be said for that. They've been here so many times. They know how to play in Super Bowls. So the Eagles, but not, obviously as many as the Chiefs. My heart wants to say Eagles, but I think I gotta go Chiefs here. I think it's going to be a tight game, Jim. I think it's going to be a 1-score game. I saw the stat yesterday when I was writing out my notes, and it kind of blew my mind. But the Chiefs had, I think it was at least 16, maybe 17 1-score victories this season.
Yes.
So that was crazy to me. And I thought, okay, this is going to be a tight game. Maybe I'm predicting a 23-20 or 27 Chiefs, 23 Eagles kind of score. I think, Hurts gets in the end zone. I think Barkley gets in the end zone. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, I think Mahomes and Kelsey come away with it.
Yeah, we're the same on that. I have them 30-24. That both puts us on the over, though, like 48 and a half. We were both on the over, not by a ton, obviously, but we're both on that. We're both with the Chiefs. The majority on this show, and I keep repeating it, have been going Eagles. It's been heavy.
Yeah.
You and I are on this side. It was funny. The last Theo was on a minute ago, and I know he had a show, so I got him out a little bit quicker. But he made a point saying that Andy Reid probably didn't show everything with Xavier Worthy. And I believe that with Andy Reid. They can be arrogant enough to think we're going to go to the Super Bowl. We don't have to show everything in every game. I think they purposely in that Texans game didn't show stuff. So what do you think about the coaching advantage potentially that Kansas City has, both with Reid running the offense and Spagnuolo running the defense against, and I know Fangio is great, but what do you think about the coaching advantage the Chiefs have?
Oh, I mean, I don't even think it's really a question. I mean, Andy Reid, Spagnuolo, I think those guys are, obviously heads and tails above, what Philly has. And I do kind of think that they are probably going to get out coached. These guys have been around for so long. They've got so many tricks up their sleeve. They know how to, coach in these situations. And I think you're right. I mean, I don't think they're not in a situation where they have to show everything. They don't have to put all their cards on the table, for every single game. And they've got players that are experienced enough that they can do that, and they know how to react in those situations. You've got some young guys too that are just, kind of getting their first taste of the Super Bowl, but you've got enough vets, back there that I really think that they're going to be able to come out. They're going to pull some stuff out of the hat that really hasn't been, part of their normal game plan.
It'll be fun to see. Stacey, did you think of any props for this game?
Yeah, I have a couple. I mean, you got all the ones where you want Barkley in the end zone. Of course, he's getting there. I want to do something a little bit more fun. So I took a look at what are we talking about with Patrick Mahomes here? And I looked at his rushing yards. He's got right now it's set at 31 and a half. So I'm going to take the over on that. And I'll tell you why, because obviously the last game they played in the AFC Championship, he rushed 6 times for 41 yards. And this season he had, I found this stat on Next Gen Stats, 78.3% success rate, which is the highest among quarterbacks who have scrambled at least 25 times this season. So he's a little bit more historically willing to, scramble and get back there and run a little bit during the playoffs. And I think you see it this year or this week.
Love that. So, Stacy, where can people continue to find you? I know we talked about it earlier. And what do you have cooking in the offseason?
Yeah, so you guys can find me on Fantasy and Frames. I do the waiver show in the season, and then in the off season, I do the draft show. Getting ready to start back. We did a women's basketball tournament in March for Women's History Month. We're going to be doing that again this year. So, ladies, if you're out there listening and you want to play, hit me up. I'm at Stacy_Perez83 on X. For Player Profiler, do the Sunday tailgate over there. That's a lot of fun. Going to be coming out with something a little bit later this week for Super Bowl week. And so that is what I have got going on. There's no off season, Jim. It's football all year round.
Nope, 365, and we will have it no other way. Stacy Perez, always appreciate seeing you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Enjoy the continued work that you'll be doing, grinding it out 365. Thanks again, Stacy.
Thanks, Jim. See you later.
Thanks. All right. Keith Irizarry, my friend, welcome to the show. Excited to see you in here. Keith, we get to talk a little bit, which is at least better than none because you're a busy, busy man. If you don't know Keith, you follow him at Keith Irizarry on the X, host MLB Network, NHL Network, ESPN Radio. My goodness, you have really done amazing things, and I love your work, Keith. Keith, when you look back at the NFL season 2024, what do you take away from it?
I think there's a few things. By the way, me following Stacy there, I think you did this on purpose, right? You wanted another. You're like, all right, we had. She has hair. Now let's go to another bald man and get someone more like me in there. I get it. I see what you did there. I think the Chiefs were a big storyline all year, right? Because there were the people using the word luck, like they were lucky to be winning these games. I don't know. I don't think you luckily win 15 games. Nope. I think they are really good, really well coached, and they have Michael Jordan of this generation and Patrick Mahomes, right? I think another storyline this year, I know I'm in New York, but it was the Jets. It was following along with what was going on with Aaron Rodgers, how, Robert Saleh gets fired and how everything was going on there, and Devontae Adams gets brought in. And was it going to be an epic failure? Yes, it all was. Another story I would give you would be the Pittsburgh Steelers switching from Fields to Russell Wilson. Tomlin looked like a genius for a little bit, and then it kind of flamed out towards the end. And the final story I'll give you is Jaden Daniels, because I got to end on a good one. The fact that this kid, after winning a Heisman, comes in and probably had the greatest rookie season offensively we have ever seen. Yeah. A year after we all were saying that about C.J. Stroud, pretty darn cool.
Yeah, that was one heck of a story. And to think, all right, Terry McLaurin's a star. He didn't really have much in the way of weapons. Zach Ertz hasn't been able to run in like 3 years, and yet Zach Ertz is doing good things. And you got De'Ami Brown out there, which marginal prospect, and Olamide Zaccheaus. And yet he was still getting it done. So, yes, it was a masterclass in how to dominate as a rookie. You mentioned the Chiefs earlier, and I liked what you said about you don't luck into 15 wins and, say the 2 losses, they only lost 1. I don't count that last game. Right, exactly. Play anybody. But all that said, you're right, because I think some people, they see the close games. When you have a level of greatness like the Chiefs do, it doesn't have to look flashy. You don't have to go out and do the bells and whistles every week. And I think people were looking for that. I think they were looking for some of the old school Chiefs, the Tyreek Hill days. Those days are long gone. This team has transformed into something very different. And they know, and their coaching staff knows, that if a game is close late, they count that their offense and defense are going to do enough to get them over the finish line. Any further follow-up on the fact that this was a boring, or some people thought an overrated, great team?
You use the word transform, so transformation. I'll use the word mature or maturation, right? Because the Kansas City Chiefs, that's exactly what we've seen during this stretch of Mahomes. At the beginning, it was we're outscoring you. Now, and I know that Mahomes, he didn't get voted for the Pro Bowl and he didn't have an all-time all-world season, and Travis Kelce kind of looked like either he's getting old or he slept walk through the regular season. I think it's more the latter than he's getting old. I think the guy still has some tread on the tires. Yeah. I think they just matured. Even Andy Reid. Like, actually, let's make a direct correlation. How about in hockey when the Tampa Bay Lightning won the Cups? After they won the President's Trophy, they get swept by the Columbus Blue Jackets in the opening round. It was absolutely surprising. The following year they win. The next year they win. And I think they learned you don't need to burn yourself out during the regular season to win in the postseason. And I think that's what this Chiefs team did. You watch, they slow played getting Hollywood Brown back into this lineup. There were times that I think they called me and asked if I wanted to play running back for them just to kind of, bridge some gaps and things like that. It's a really smart and well-run organization.
Yeah, I mean, we can't understate that. In the fact that they have Steve Spagnuolo coaching the defense.
Sure, yes.
Coordinators don't make the Hall of Fame. If there ever is one, there's a case to be made because the impact that he has had on this Chiefs dynasty can never be understated. The game plans, the big stops when they're needed. Some people say, oh yeah, well, when they played the Bills a few years ago, he gave up all those points, but he won the game. And then when it came down at points, he, like we saw in the last game, at the right time, calling that exact blitz and putting Allen under that duress. And it was, the players executed it, but it was Spagnuolo. So, yeah, you're right with the Chiefs. You said maturation, and I like that word actually better than transformative because they really have done that. So as you're looking at the Super Bowl, Keith, what are you thinking about the game?
All right. I think this is one of those Super Bowls where you flip a coin and you really don't know, right? And here's why. We saw it 2 Super Bowls ago, and it was I thought an all-time classic, right? We've seen these two teams go through the regular season and for the most part be dominant most of the year. And for the most part throughout the year, I would assume that if anyone was making a hierarchy of the top 3 or 4 or 5 teams, these two were always in it. So I think we're going to see a very competitive game. I think there's going to be coaching staffs that seem very intelligent, trying to outsmart the other one. And conventional wisdom would tell you don't bet against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. There's something about this Eagles team that screams to me they can do it this year. And gun to head, I think I'm picking the Eagles to win this one. I'll ask you really quickly. You've had 197,000 guests over the last day and a half. Are most people picking the Chiefs probably?
No, we're really? Literally close to 70% Eagles. Stacy was just on. It was the first one today in 5 guests. Yesterday, It was a long string of Eagles. And the common thread has been the Eagles have a better team. That's what the prevailing, logic was. And that makes sense. And I asked
they're better at defense. I mean, they've got the better running back. They've got the better offensive line. You could go piece by piece. But then there's that Mahomes guy and that Andy Reid guy that scares me. Because, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if, let's say the Eagles go up by 2 and there's 2 minutes left in the game and the Chiefs get the ball, the Chiefs are winning, right? That's happening. So let's say the Eagles are up by 6 with 2 minutes left. You're 95% sure that the Chiefs are going to find a way to score a touchdown and win that game. So realistically, this probably comes down to the Eagles just can't let Mahomes and the Chiefs have a chance to win at the end of the game. I actually think it's actually as simple as that, which is kind of scary because I don't want to use the word simple, but I think it's simple as that.
Keith, somebody on yesterday's show mentioned that Pittsburgh game where Philly had an 11-minute drive to close the game out. That was insane. But I think that's what you're talking about. I think if Philly gets the ball early to mid-4th quarter and they have a lead, they're capable of running that type of drive where it's 3rd down, move the chains, 3rd down, move, and just keep going. So that is the antidote because they're capable with that line of that type of ending. So I love the way you broke that down, but it's going to be probably a nail biter either way. Any props you like?
Yeah, I have a laundry list of them. I'll give you some of my favorite ones. So I think that Jalen Hurts will be able to throw the ball against the Chiefs because I think they're going to focus so much on Saquon Barkley, although I think Barkley's still going to have a good day. So let's go with A.J. Brown. The best I found was -125 for the over 69.5 receiving yards. I think he can hit this. He's one of the, I can't remember if it was number 1 or number 2 against man defense, A.J. Brown. And that's pretty much what Kansas City will play against him. So I think he can eat there. I like Kareem Hunt to score a touchdown, anytime touchdown at +140. We've seen him score a lot of touchdowns lately. I think this is a sexy pick for people. So if you want to get a little bit juicier, pick him for the first touchdown. That's at 9-1 odds. Ooh. Dallas Goedert should have a nice day. The Chiefs, if there's one bugaboo for them, they've struggled against tight ends, and Goddard has been pretty good as of late. So the number I saw was 52.5 receiving yards. I saw it at -110 on DraftKings. I know, again, shop your books and find the best one. And then I'm going to give you a crazy one that you can parlay together with something and get even wackier. How about Jalen Hurts to score 2 touchdowns? I'll throw 2 touchdowns. So run for, I guess catching would count too, but run for 2 touchdowns, essentially. He had 3 rushing touchdowns in the NFC Championship, had 2 or more rushing touchdowns 4 times this season. That gets you at +550. That one's on FanDuel, I saw. If you believe that Kareem Hunt will score a touchdown, put the 2 Hurts touchdowns with the 1 Hunt touchdown, and you get to +1289. It's a fun one.
Man, I love that. See, this is why people come to the show. You get all these different insights and you get like great ideas from everybody. I love that prop. If you're out there, make sure you're writing that one down. Now, one quick thing, Dallas Goedert. I loved Goddard as well. I chose to go with the receptions instead of the yards, over 4.5 receptions. I like the yardage as well. If you were given the 2 as one better than the other, they both kind of equal.
No, I like yours better, actually. I think the receptions, now that you say it, the receptions are probably safer because he could get 6 catches and then maybe they're all underneath and suddenly, my 52.5, he only gets 6 catches for 48 yards. That could happen. Yeah. By the way, if you love Dallas Goedert, I don't know if it won't happen, but Super Bowl is the time where everyone loves to bet on everything. What is he, 100 to 1 to win the Super Bowl MVP? It won't happen. Right. But if you're just sprinkling everywhere, why not?
Throw $1 on it, right? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Keith, remind people where they can find you.
I'm a little bit of everywhere. So you're at MLB Network, NHL Network, ESPN. I'm at SNY for all my tri-state, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut people. And I've actually got a few new gigs I'm starting up as well. I'm going to be working with VSiN now. That starts up the middle to end of this month. And I'm going to be doing some work with John Boy Media coming up towards the end of February as well. I'll release all of that when I have a little bit more information, but they've contacted me. We're going to be working together.
Remember, you follow me at Keith Irizarry on the X. Keith, always enjoy talking with you. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Keep doing great things.
Thank you, bro. This is awesome what you do. This is fantastic.
Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, everybody. The off-season RotoWire has fantasy football podcasts. We're going to start those off-season podcasts in the first week of March. Catch all your favorite RotoWire football personalities all off-season. Usually, it's a schedule 6 of last year's. I would be on Mondays with Anthony Servino. We'll see how that one goes. But make sure you subscribe to the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast on your favorite podcast platform. Also, if you need an edge in your fantasy league, regardless of the sport, baseball, basketball, obviously football, but it's kind of season over there, but RotoWire.com delivers breaking news, advanced stats, and expert analysis to help you win. You just visit RotoWire.com/pod for free access to all our premium features. You don't need a credit card for the trial. Again, it's RotoWire.com/pod. Check us out. If you like it, join the team. If not, we are just glad that you took a look to see what we are all about. And with that, we have Aaron Rodgers in the house. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. You're insulting me a little bit, Jim. You're insulting me.
I know. Oh, Joe Namath. You're too young.
Okay. You know what? I wasn't around for Joe Namath, but I can respect anyone that led this team to a Super Bowl because this interview is about as close as the Jets are going to get to a Super Bowl in the next decade.
Oh my gosh, I love it. No offense. I was just having fun. I saw that Jets jersey and the talk's been Aaron Rodgers, although it shouldn't be. Anyway, you find Fensty at Fensty Sports, Fensty's fantasy guru site, lead NBA analyst, NFL, just a great sports mind, great sports personality. If you're not following Fensty, you definitely need to do that. Fensty, when we look back on this 2024 season, and we'll stop talking about Aaron Rodgers now, what are your thoughts as you look back on the season?
So my biggest takeaway, and I thought about this from the fantasy standpoint, Jim, I've been playing fantasy football since about, I want to say 2002. I have never had a miss as big that I was invested in as big as Zamir White, man. Zamir White, I thought was going to be my grand slam 7th round back towards the end of the 2023 season. I was buying in to what we were seeing. His draft value was so appealing. And out of my 7 leagues, I had 4 shares of the guy, and he did absolutely nothing. And one of the things, Jim, that I've struggled with in fantasy football, I'd say maybe one of my biggest weaknesses, I hang on to these guys that I drafted in the first 7 to 8 rounds too long, not only potentially starting them, but keeping them on my roster. And this year I tried to be better with that, and Zamir White made it very easy for me.
You know, when you mention that, it's tough, though, because we get these players and we look back, like, let's go to 2023. We had 2 running backs that were in potential line for big work. That year, it was Alexander Mattison with the Vikings, and it was Rachaad White with the Buccaneers. Well, we saw how that worked out. Mattison didn't do much of anything with them, and then, obviously that's not this year's Mattison with the Raiders, but then Rachaad White was like a league winner for people. So investing in these later round running backs, there is always a potential to have that huge season, but then we always have to wonder what the reality ends up being. But you're right. When we draft these players, we do feel connected to hang on, because what if things change? And it's very difficult to know when to cut bait on those players. So you bring up a great point, and there is no one size fits all answer for it. And then realistically, if you invest in that player, your season was largely tied to that, because if you picked that player there, it was probably like a later running back approach. And if you didn't get lucky and hit on someone later, it was a real problem. So next year, do you have a generic plan? Are you going to target running backs early? Are you going to go like hero running back? Any early thoughts on how you might be looking at that?
I don't think for the most part we have to focus on targeting running backs early. I think the focus has become who's going to get you the points, and more positions have become acceptable because of that. And especially wide receivers. I mean, look at drafts in 2024, the age of the get the bell cow. There aren't too many of those left. No. So if you essentially don't have what, Jim, a top 8 pick, a top 9 pick in a 12-team league, well, you're already out of that market. So now at that point, I feel like, well, I want to get a wide receiver that I think is just the best at what he does. And there are enough of those to go around in the first 2 rounds. And that's where the focus is. So I don't think I have to pressure myself. It really depends on draft position there. And look, Jim, we can try to figure it out. I remember you were actually doing a show for our host league at SiriusXM. You were hosting that show. And I specifically remember you talking about when I handcuffed J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, and I didn't know which way I was going to go. And you talked about that, and one of the things you said is piecemealing, and that's more what we're doing with the running back position now, because that's what the market is. There aren't 10, 12 bell cow backs anymore.
Exactly. So you're exactly right. Just keep finding the perceived value and get enough pieces and get enough to hit and get your big point earners where you know you can get them, but you got to cobble out the rest of the roster. So that is some very solid advice. Fancy thoughts about Super Bowl 40. I shouldn't forget that. I made myself 10 years younger. Yes.
Dude, you know, with the shape you keep yourself in, I totally understand why you just did that. I'm so pumped for this Super Bowl. I'm really excited. I like a good story that goes along with it. We've seen these teams lock up before. I think it's great. I think it's going to be a close game. I think with the Eagles, though, when I'm thinking about it from an over-under standpoint, as much as I personally, as a fan, want to see fireworks, I want to see this be essentially like what I would think a Lions-Commanders game would be like, which happened. But at the same time, I'm thinking because these defenses are so disciplined, it's going to be more on the lower scoring side, just hitting that under right there. But I do think that overall, Jim, with what we're going to see, I think we're going to see the Chiefs three-peat here, 28-23. I'm stuck on that score. I'm trying to force myself to think there's going to be more offense. But the one thing about the Eagles is that they can take a drive and turn it into, 7-8 minutes, eats up a lot of clock just like that. If they're going to keep that pace and game flow slow, we're not getting that over. So really what I'm settling on is that it's probably just going to hit the under right there. I've got, like I said, 28-23 with the Chiefs winning once again.
Now, that number goes to the over slightly, though. 27, 23, 28 because it's 48.5. So you'd be slightly to the over on that.
Well, that's my bad. I can't do math there. There you go.
So you're right. So you're right
I'm
there,
right
though.
there. I'm right there. I can't do math then. I'm right there.
No, but the point is that it's going to be close. I think that's what you're saying,
Yes.
that it's going to be very, very close. And it'd be one little score that could push you in or out on that. So,
Right.
yeah. So almost if you're going to do like a same game parlay, just maybe manipulate the line a little bit, move it,
Right.
the over under your direction. And that definitely would work out. Are there any props you're looking at for this one, Fensty?
All right, let's see if I can get my math right and seeing things right with this. I'm going to go 1 for 2 here. So there are 2 props that I'm looking at for this, that I'm thinking that we're going to see some quarterbacks run here. I think both these guys are going to have to use their legs. With what I was talking about with the defense, I actually like both of the overs, especially for Jalen Hurts, over 36.5 rushing yards, which is what it is on FanDuel right there. Patrick Mahomes over 29.5. I like that too if I'm going to pick between the two because of what we know that Hurts can do. And I feel like he's going to need to move the Eagles down the field a little bit more, utilizing his legs. He's going to be able to do that. The Chiefs do give up rushing yardage to quarterbacks. And with that, I'm thinking that Hurts is going to go over.
Love that. Fancy, remind people where they can find you in the offseason and what kind of stuff you got cooking.
I've got a lot cooking when it comes to basketball at fantasyguru.com. You can catch me there. You can catch me all over SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio as well on X and Instagram, FENSTY Sports, Fantasy Sports. Confirmation that my math might not be as strong, Jim, but my verbal, my English, my spelling, it is a little bit above par.
I noticed the football show, but the big trade with the Lakers, quick thoughts on the trade?
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe the biggest trade in NBA history, and nobody saw it coming. The reactions have been absolutely crazy. And the more that you're seeing, Dallas was really concerned with putting $345 million into Luka Doncic. So their version of thinking they're in win now mode, that's completely BS. They're not going to win a title now that they traded Luka away, depending on Anthony Davis, who's essentially Mr. Glass because of his health issues. That's going to really put them down a peg or two. But at the end of the day, they weren't impressed with Luka Doncic and his conditioning. He's been hurt a little bit as well. And because of that, they didn't want to make the commitment. And if they waited until the summertime, it would have made matters worse. And now Luka Doncic isn't even eligible for the $345 million Supermax.
Wow. And I saw this stat as I was in the gym on the elliptical and I was looking up. Doncic had a 44.6% blow by rate, meaning that when somebody dribbles toward him, almost half of the time they walk past him.
Yeah,
that was interesting, Fensty.
It's interesting because a few years ago, his defense was bad, and then it drastically improved in part thanks to Jason Kidd. He became one of the most shut down guards out there. It was absolutely great to see. We couldn't attack him in DFS props or anything. He would just essentially stifle his opponent, whoever his matchup is, and we'd see it. But then he got lazy, and I think that's where the conditioning comes in a little bit. Again, Luka Doncic, 25 years old, room for improvement, still so young. But at the same time, if Luka wasn't willing to put what Dallas thought was his 1,000%, including staying in shape when he's hurt and just staying in shape in general with a good health regimen, then Dallas didn't feel like they should be putting $345 million into
a lot of coin.
But they've thought about this, Jim, because they fired in the organization a lot of Luka Doncic's close associates over the last couple of years. So it makes me wonder if they were preparing for this maybe a year ago.
They were laying the groundwork. Justin Fensterman, you find him at Fensty Sports Fensty. Always appreciate hanging out with you. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Enjoy the NBA season. Keep doing the great work, my friend.
You're the man, Jim. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Hey, everybody, if you're betting on the Super Bowl, there's no better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick 'em tickets across the leading sports books and fantasy sites. You just check out rotowire.com/mybets. You monitor all your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more in one secure location. Again, that's rotowire.com/mybets. Check it out. And with that, we bring in my friend Iggy Gilbert. It's been a little bit of a while, but I'm glad you're here today. You find him at IDP_Iggy, the co-founder of the sports affiliation. And Iggy is one of the best IDP minds out there in the industry. Iggy, as you look back at the 2024 NFL season, what's a takeaway you have? Iggy, can you hear me or no?
Hey, Jim, I don't know if you can hear me, but I lost the volume on you.
Gotcha.
But I just want to say thanks for having me on here. And it's an honor to always join these marathons that you're a part of. Everybody does such great work over there, and I really appreciate you having me back.
Thank you. Nice hat. Appreciate that. Excited your hair. Love the hat. Iggy will be back in a minute, I'm sure. So as we're looking at the Super Bowl, I'm sure we'll get Iggy right back here. Hopefully I'll be quick here. But that said, and here he comes. Good.
Yeah,
We are in business.
Yeah, it wasn't going to work with me not hearing you, so I'm glad to be here, Jim. Like I said, thanks for having me. Always great to hear Justin as well. You know, a knowledgeable person right in front of me. Kind of hard to follow that act.
But what's a takeaway, Iggy, you have from the 2024 season?
The uncertainty of the first drafts. I feel like, everybody that was chosen with the first 4 or 5 picks, they didn't perform as well. Where you got Barkley coming on, Henry coming on, Sam Darnold, having a great year, Jared Goff having a great fantasy season year. So, outside of Josh Allen, I don't know if there's anybody that maybe was going in the top 5 or 6 picks. I took Bijan everywhere I could. I wouldn't say he was a disappointment, but when you have all these other players that do so much better than him at his own position, makes it a little difficult to be like, yeah, I'm going to go back with him for sure next year. So
it was the weirdest first round when we looked back at the end of the season. And Iggy, what I noticed is I was looking back through especially the wide receiver production this year. Garrett Wilson was the wide receiver 9 in PPR leagues. He didn't have a good season. And it was like Jamar Chase had the season. Then you had people missing games. Amon-Ra St. Brown was the wide receiver 3, and he fell over 250 yards from last season. So it really was a season that was not dominant by the wide receivers at all. Heck, T. Higgins missed a third of the season, and he was a wide receiver 17. What was going on with that?
I don't know if it's like you said, the zone, being an IDP guy, people are starting to drop those 2 safeties, copycat league. And if that's preventing some of the big play minus Jamar Chase, and that's what people are limiting. I just don't know if it's offensive coordinators as well, just getting the ball out of the quarterback's hand quicker, just instant 1-2 reads, shallower passes for the quarterback. Very reminiscent of when Tom Brady was later in his career. So I think it's a little bit of that, people adapting, people going with basically what Vic Fangio created with this kind of 2 safety look, and keeping athletic linebackers and great defensive linemen out on the field. I think we're going to see a lot more of that. So, we'll see how it goes. Fantasy football is always a mixed bag. We got to put our hands in there and hope the person we pick comes out with the success we want. But, always account for unaccountable variables, Jim, as much as possible.
100% on that. Iggy, when you're looking at the Super Bowl, what are some thoughts you have?
Man, I just, I don't get the negativity. The Super Bowl's so great. Let's just be positive. It's the same old, but that's how NFL works. There's dynasties, that's just the way this thing's gone. In my 40 years of being alive, there's always a couple teams that are excel above the rest due to the draft selection, management, and player performance. So I'm excited to see it. I really don't know who's going to win. I'm tilting Kansas City. I think they're just difficult to stop. But, man, just Steve Spagnuolo, Vic Fangio, what a honor we get to have as 2 defensive guys. I like the under in play here. You never know. The Super Bowl, the rhythm of it it's so slow, and there's so much time for the offenses to game plan after looking at some quick film. Or back in the day, you remember we had the 3-ring binders looking at the photos, but they can process that information so much quicker. So I'm still looking forward to this battle. Vic Fangio, I believe 0-8 versus Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Does that script get flipped, or is it more of the same? I'm tilting Kansas City.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I like how you brought up the fact that Mahomes 8-0 against Fangio's defenses. Now, Mahomes' numbers haven't always been great, but the fact is he's won. And there is something to that at least, if nothing else, Fangio probably won't be able to throw a whole lot at Mahomes that Mahomes has not seen. So there's that. And then obviously the film from this year altogether. So there is a little bit of a quiet advantage for Mahomes in that capacity. Iggy, any prop bets you're looking at here?
Of course, I'm looking at the defensive side of the ball here, man. And let's give the guys that deserve more credit. Chris Jones, you saw how emotional he was after that AFC game, and he knows what it is. He doesn't get the praise necessarily that Travis Kelce or Andy Reid or Patrick Mahomes gets, but man, he's an integral part of this team. And in fact, whenever he held out on his contract, that's where their only losses for quite some time after that when he came back into the lineup. So his sack is at 13 or plus 135. He has 6 on the season. He's got 80.5 over his career. believe I was just looking 4.5, only 3.5 sacks. I'm sorry, throughout the playoffs, which is hard to believe. But I think he's got a good chance to get it. But I'm really, really on Jalen Carter. If you're going to hold me to put one on one of those two guys, people forget how good he was. People forget that he fell in the draft, and of course, Howie Roseman being Howie Roseman was like, that's my guy, So he went and picked him up, and he has 6.5 sacks this season, an improvement on his 4 from last year. And his sack total's at plus 125. So if you want to combine those, if you like to live risky on the edge, being at the last game, you can do it at plus 425. So, those are my guys. So I think we're going to see interior rush, and we're going to see them, take over a lineman on anticipate a snap count or something and get out there and get themselves a couple sacks.
Iggy, is there is this myth or is it true? Chris Jones will show up more as a run defender in the playoffs than he will during the regular season.
I think he's just such a great player. He just does what he's never needed. Jim, they'll line him all the way out in the 7 or the 8 gap out there. Now, he's not strictly into the defensive tackle, nose tackle, but nope. I think, you're running at Chris Jones has proved to be unsuccessful. And anytime you have a defensive lineman that can take up 2 guys at one time, Jim, I mean, they're doing their battle. They're doing their job no matter if it's a tight end tackle, guard tackle, center guard, or in sometimes his cases, guard, center guard. I mean, Aaron Donald got a lot of praise, but Chris Jones has led his team to a dynasty. So I think he deserves a little bit more on there. So
100%. Iggy, remind people what you got going on and where they can find you.
Yeah, I've got right now a fantasy alarm. I write all my IDP articles there and doing the NBA just like Justin Fentress as well. So Luka still feeling the shockwaves of that trade over there. But writing daily, got a wager alarm article over there for free. If you want to go check it out, talking about the TNT game tonight. And then, of course, the sports affiliation, still over there producing and pumping out content with JC and all the rest of the people.
Iggy, always good when I get to talk some football with you. I'm sure we'll be able to do so in the offseason. Enjoy the game and keep doing the great work, my friend.
All right. God bless, Jim. Thanks for having me, man. Have a great day.
Thank you. My RotoWire teammate, Joe Bartle. Joe, before we get you started, can you talk about the weekly show we do when we break down the games and then a little about the RotoWire trial while I take a quick restroom stop?
Yeah, absolutely. So
and then I'll throw you right in.
That'll be tomorrow for everyone who's not aware of the calendar, like I seem to be. Jim and I go through every game match preview. We've done this all season long, week 1 through 18. Obviously, with one game left to go, Eagles, Chiefs, will be a lot more betting prospects, talking about the individual matchups. You had Iggy mentioning Chris Jones and what the Chiefs defense could do and vice versa with Jalen Carter. I think Jim and I do the ins and outs as best we can, getting you prepared for whatever game it might be. And in this case, Eagles, Chiefs to end this season. So we've been doing that all year long. It's one of our big pushes to give more content to our RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube channel, which I think we could use a few more subscribers yet. I'm not sure if we've hit that number quite yet, but if you are watching this right now live, if not for me, at least for the guy that we all care about, that we're all watching right now for Jim, if we could hit that subscribe button to the RotoWire Fantasy Football channel, that'd be great. It will be content. It feels like nonstop for the offseason. If you thought there was content nonstop during the season, the offseason is going to be even more insane. I know Jim's done a lot of different videos already. We'll be doing plenty more. Alan Sazowski is the Dynasty guru at RotoWire. And while I think most of his takes are bad, I know that Alan might be listening right now, so I can say that to his face, sort of. He will be fantastic when it comes to the Dynasty aspect of things. And I'll be doing a lot of NFL draft coverage too. Hopefully we have some presence at the NFL draft, given it's in Green Bay too. So the RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube channel will have, if not more, equally same amount of content, which was an insane amount this year. So please, if you can subscribe to the channel, that'd be great.
Yeah, Joe, it's been great working with you all season. Like you mentioned, I had my earbud on the whole time, so I heard everything you said. And so, yeah, but working with Joe, breaking down games. Joe is an outstanding football analyst. Make sure you're giving a follow at JB Fantasy Sports. Joe definitely deserves your following him because, like I said, you can learn from Joe Bartle, and he's among the most unheralded people you know. Joe needs a lot more pub than he gets, and he is on the RotoWire now. The football show, the RotoWire and SiriusXM Fantasy, that'll end this week, but next season Joe will be in there roaring again, probably Friday night. So you do want to catch that. Joe, as you look back at the season, we've talked it over every single week. What's a takeaway or two that you have from this 2024 NFL season?
Yeah, so I guess I'll already pointed to 2025 since I feel like I've just kind of started running right with that coverage. Nick Whalen, one of our many different NFL experts, but does the SiriusXM show with Jeff Erickson Monday through Thursday throughout the week. Nick is on site right now in New Orleans. So if you want to follow Nick, at least on Twitter, and go see what his escapades are up to, at WHA1EN, Nick Whalen on Twitter. Again, Nick put together a compilation of our rankings, top 10 quarterbacks, top 10 tight ends, top 15 running backs and receivers, which was an early look ahead. I thought it was a great exercise. I know, Jim, you're a part of that as well, too, because for me, it's all right. We'll get to the best ball part of things in February and March. Mario Puig, my co-host on Friday, does a really good job, I think, getting a lot of folks ready for that. But it was one of those, all right, what am I looking for? What is the takeaway? What's one thing I can make my fantasy lineups for better next year? And I thought, looking at the quarterback rankings, I'm going to have one of the top six guys. So in this case, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels in there too. Now, a lot of people might differ with me. I think I had Jaden Daniels ranked 5 of the 6 right now. Allen had either 1 or 2 because his dynasty brain is always working. You had him somewhere in the middle, for example. You could find this article, I think, right now on Nick's either Nick's Twitter or realistically more, just Google fantasy football rankings for 2025 RotoWire. We go over that. I'm going to have one of those 6 because the fall off after that is dramatic. You think about, again, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow in that conversation. After that, it's Baker Mayfield, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love. If you are as unenamored with those quarterbacks as I am, it's going to end up being a premium for you to draft one of those 6. And I think that played out this past year as well, too, other than CJ Stroud, who was one of the guys I liked and also was the last of that group, or second or third tier of quarterbacks. Other than Stroud, you more or less made your money's worth if you drafted a quarterback high. Mahomes was a failure, and really towards the latter half of the season, he did okay enough, but you probably didn't do well with Mahomes and CJ Stroud, but otherwise, the rushing quarterbacks made a big deal. I don't know who ends up becoming the Baker Mayfield of this year. Jared Goff was value. Baker Mayfield was value. I would assume one of Caleb Williams or Drake May will likely be in that spot given the rushing upside. But realistically, I don't want to bet as to if I'm going to get it correct. I was all in at Kirk Cousins as my quarterback too, and that went up
same.
ferociously wrong, right? So, like, if I can just avoid doing that and pay a 4th or 5th round pick to get one of those quarterbacks, that's my biggest takeaway. I think one of those 6, again, Mahomes, maybe not in that conversation, but Burrow, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Jaden Daniels, they will win you fantasy leagues. I cannot guarantee Baker Mayfield or Jared Goff, whatever that version is going to be next year, will do the same. So I'm going to have to draft one of those top 6.
You know, when you talk through some of that, you got me thinking about the mobile quarterback, and I didn't have any shares of Jaden Daniels, and it was a mistake because anybody who can run, they're dangerous for fantasy. And I want to flip that to Anthony Richardson. We know he can run, but is he a quarterback that's at risk of benching again next year? Is he that bad of a thrower that if we draft Richardson, are we worried that he may not have a job after week 6?
Yeah, I mean, I would be. I think he's been not very good quarterback now for what feels like a good enough stretch to determine if he can get better. Now, to be fair, we'll see what Shane Steichen and the Colts offense do. I think they're going to invest heavily in the running back and just overall making that position better. And you're like, well, wait, why does that matter for Anthony Richardson? I think Anthony Richardson would thrive if he just did the Jalen Hurts stuff, where maybe he throws 24 times in the game. And if Anthony Richardson's 50% completion rate, like he has been in his career, fine, because he's going to hit at least 2 bombs, one to Alec Pierce, somebody else, and the Colts have scored 14 points. And then Jonathan Taylor plus the O-line. Plus, I think they're going to invest in a backup running back, whether it be Zach Moss or when they draft one of these other guys, they're going to get another backup running back that's actually good. That will help make the Colts offense better. And if they just get league average production from their defense, that's a winning formula in an AFC South division that I still think isn't very good. So the best part about this Anthony Richardson thing is if it flames out again, and it very well could, Jim, it certainly could, you're not losing a whole lot. Whereas that was a 4th, 5th, 6th round selection in a lot of different leagues, given what everyone was expecting he could do. He will likely be drafted as quarterback 14 or 15 in that range. And you can bet on upside. He's a quarterback 2 in that scenario. So yeah, I think you can talk yourself into that, but you're not doing it at a significantly deteriorated cost if it ends up blowing up in our face.
You're right. I mean, quarterback 2 is an upside play. It most likely is the case. So I like that line of logic. So Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the game?
Well, you've been listening to me be pessimistic all year long, and I will be pessimistic once again. I don't have the optimism that Iggy does. I'm annoyed. I hate it. That the Chiefs and Eagles is once again what we're going to happen. I figured the Eagles were going to get here, especially after week 2 and everything that transpired. But I was desperately hoping the Chiefs weren't going to get there. Unfortunately, the Chiefs refs are going to be there and we'll be deciding things. I think the Chiefs win. The NFL wants that, so that's what's going to happen. I do think Travis Kelce proposes to Taylor Swift, and I think that he retires. I'm saying this with matter of factness because it's just going to happen, Jim. It feels so manufactured and contrived. This whole run this year has felt like that for the Chiefs. Of course, the Chiefs win because the Broncos double doinked a field goal. Of course, a team did something stupid like the Raiders. That's just what's going to happen. So the Chiefs are going to win. Taylor Swift is going to get that ring, and that's going to be the next story for the next 3 months.
Oh my gosh, Joe, as you're saying that, for years I used to say, I don't like TV because it's all scripted, it's all written, but I love sports because anything can happen. And now you're telling me it's scripted. Thanks, Joe. Just what I needed.
I mean, if you have to watch Mahomes flounder around on the ground because somebody tickled him a little bit, again, you tell me that it's not contrived and it's already predetermined. So no, I think the Chiefs are going to win. They're going to give that three-peat and that dynasty crown to the Chiefs, and we're just going to have to be fine with it because that's what we've had all year.
Oh my God, I love it, Joe. Joe, any props on this game?
Yeah, I actually had 4 written down because I'm a psycho. And they vary from guaranteed to happen to probably not going to happen at all. So the first one, and this has been correct now the past 3 years, really since the kickoff rule has been changed on FanDuel right now, -220. Either the opening kickoff is a fair catch or touchback, -220. Last 3 years, the last time that has been returned was 2021 Bengals, and it was the Bengals and Rams. So I think -220. Just assume it's going to be a touchback. Butker during this run has had 3 of his 4 be touchbacks. I'm just assuming it's going to be that. Same line, Barkley to have the longest run of any player is at -196. If you look at the longest rush odds, just like is a player going to go over X, Barkley is near double Kareem Hunt or Isaiah Pacheco or Mahomes, who all have between 10 or 12. Over under a 25.5-yard run is set up right now for Barkley. I would rather just say I think Barkley's going to be the guy that gets the longest run out of anyone at -196. I like that a lot. And then if I believe it's all predestined that it's going to be the Chiefs because and Taylor Swift will get her ring, then let's make some money on it, Jim. Chiefs to win and Mahomes to throw for 220 yards or more is +145 on FanDuel right now. He's won over that 8 of the past 12 games, and I do think the Chiefs will have to pass the ball because Pacheco and Kareem Hunt can't run. And then if you're throwing a little bit of the gamble in there, if we're just trying to get some fun action, a non-quarterback to throw a passing touchdown on FanDuel +2,000. The Chiefs never do this. The last 5 years, it was the Rams, Bengals, and then I have it pulled up. Juwan Jennings last year against the Chiefs threw a passing touchdown. Why not finally have a scenario where somebody besides Mahomes throw a touchdown? Why not Travis Kelce, the guy that's going to get the Taylor Swift honor at the end of the game because the Chiefs will win. The refs will make sure of that. So +2,000 for a non-quarterback to throw a passing touchdown. That's either team. Well, let's just have some fun with that bet.
Joe, great. So, I mean, like I told you, make sure you're following Joe at JB Fantasy Sports. More people need to know you're out there, Joe Barlow, and we're going to make sure that happens. So just keep doing the great work. I'm so proud of a teammate of yours. Tomorrow, like you told the audience earlier, we'll be breaking down the Super Bowl on RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube. So head on over there tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing that show, but it'll be whenever you want to watch it. Joe, any final words?
No, it's been a pleasure working with you so long, Jim. And honestly, you've been the catalyst for all of what we've been doing on RotoWire. You don't get enough praise, I think, and I can support you however I can, but I think the audience needs to as well. So thank you for doing all these marathons and getting all of us experts together. But thank you for being a voice of positivity, because I certainly can't be throughout most of the football season.
Little yin and yang. Joe, take care. We'll talk tomorrow.
See ya.
Thanks. You know, we're not wasting time here. We're bringing the Coop in. You find him at Coop A Fiasco. You know Coop. You Coop from the Fantasy Alarm, host on Sirius XM. Coop, you've just been doing great things for so long. The tight end whisperer is the understatement of the year because you do so many things so well. So happy you're on the show. Coop, when you're looking back at this past season, what's a takeaway or two you have?
Honestly, man, I've had the same one for the last couple years, man. And it's that we know the outcomes, right? It's so funny sitting back looking at the stats and being like, okay, this all makes sense. How do we get back here, right? So my focus this year, once again, is going to be on just making sure that people understand the bets they're making, right? Like, let's talk about the top 2 targets on teams, which Jim, you and I always we get to that, right? And we talk about it. And then every time we get into a show, when the season's coming around, we hit the questions, and that's always the problem. Who are going to be the guys? If you take every team, right? Take every team this year and put all the tight ends and wide receivers into one bucket, right? The team that had the highest scoring guy that finished 3rd on his team in targets was the Ravens, Rashad Bateman. And we're talking wide receiver 40. All these guys that are fantasy relevant are either number 1 or number 2 on their team. So once again, that's the case, man. So that's the easy part, is saying that. The hard part is getting through those battles, man. And once again, I'm gonna have fun year with you going back and forth on these type things, dude. So it's gonna be great. And I will say, I got to give you kudos for one that you and I went back and forth on. Will the Texans use a fullback again? I thought they would. You said they wouldn't. Now Bobby Slowick is out, and here we are.
Right. Yeah. And that was a big talk that Coop and I are X's and O's guys. We do fantasy. We know the numbers like everybody else, but we both try to get to the end. What's going on in the NFL, because realistically, this game's played by human beings, it's coached by people, and there's variables that change week to week. And I think that's the beauty of following Coop. You're going to get more of that. Get your people that do the numbers. They're very, very important. They're vital. But you got to have somebody like Coop in your corner, because if the context of those numbers doesn't make sense, people like Coop are there to make sense of that for you. That's why you catch them on Fantasy Alarm and you follow them at Coop A Fiasco. Coop, when you're looking at the Super Bowl, what are some thoughts you have?
Yeah, so I mean, that's the real problem, is that the X's and O's for this one is kind of a nightmare, because you've got the team that is on offense the best at running bunches and running pick plays and using motion in the Chiefs, going against the team that's best at stopping that, right? With the, they do all, they use all, whenever you hear people talk about like palms and all these like if then this then that defenses, like this is one of the best ones. And the fact that they got Cooper DeJean up to speed to be able to handle that so quickly is incredible, right? So it's like there's going to be so many battles at the line of scrimmage. And you look at Patrick Mahomes has figured out what guys like Tom Brady and Drew Brees knew years ago, which is that the more plays you can win before the ball is even snapped, the better for you. Like Brady got to the point where he was seeing through the matrix. Like it was all ones and zeros to him, to the point where sometimes he would snap the ball and immediately just spike it in the ground. And you would think to yourself, why did he just do that? It's because he's already calculated everything before the snap, and he knew if they do this, they have me. And there's no sense in running this out. There's no sense in potentially throwing a pick or getting sacked. Let's just move on to the next play. And you'll see that in Mahomes. And that's what the Eagles have the impossible task of doing here, which is stopping that. But they're the best team at it, right? Like they've been the best team at it. If they can at least stop the early stuff, they can stay in this. But I don't know. I'm having a hard time betting on this one because everything on paper says Eagles. I know a lot of guys on the show have been tuning in, have been picking the Eagles. But then it all just boils back to this guy is the best at doing what he does. And he has those shades of Brady where it's like, how can you bet against him? So I can pick the Eagles to win, but I'm not going to bet on them to win.
Coop, when the Eagles have the ball, I'm very interested to see how the Chiefs end up handling this. So first of all, Jalen Hurts. And if I didn't say the Eagles have the ball, the Eagles have the ball. Jalen Hurts struggles against zone. He struggles when he has to roll out of the pocket. Those are weaknesses. Barkley has been an insanely great running back all year, but it's really been a lot of big runs. It's down to down, not always 4 yards, not always 5, not always moving the chains. They have their share of punts. When he doesn't break a long run, Hurts is going to have to make something happen. And the Chiefs have played about 31% man coverage this year, which is the league average about 23-ish. So they're well above that. Spagnuolo's a genius. He's seen Hurts before. Do they come in and play a lot more zone and they try to flush him and maybe even send some blitzes knowing we'll clog run lanes if they run? Otherwise, we're going to push Hurts outside. Is that something that the Chiefs can expose?
Yeah, I think people are surprised to hear how little man-to-man teams play now. It's like crazy. Only did any other team even come close to 50% besides the Lions this year?
No, and they were about 43, I think, if I remember right. Yeah, no, nobody else was really close.
So you can't really even do that. So when people say, "Oh, just throw Trent McDuffie on AJ Brown and just do that," it's like that's not really how it works, right? Like
Nope.
they could have him follow as much as possible, but again, just like the Chiefs, they're going to have these guys moving all over the place, man. So I think both these teams need to lean into what they're good at. I think one thing that the Eagles, I think they'd be better off playing more man, to be honest. I think they should lean into it and try and do that. And the problem you run into is that who covers Kelsey, right? Because like Zach Bond is the best cover linebacker, arguably one of the best cover linebacker, probably Fred Warner. But he's up. I mean, like,
oh yeah,
he's graded out like with the best, right?
Yep.
But like even the best linebacker, he just can't cover Travis Kelsey one-on-one all day.
No.
Like Reed Blankenship, fine. But like Zach Ertz caught a ton underneath on him. And the one thing you don't want to let Mahomes do is get the ball out of his hands quickly, because there's been stats like Mike Sando put a stat out on The Atlantic that like when Mahomes does have to hold on to the ball, that's when he loses. That's when you get like 8 of his losses, which in his career is a lot of them. He doesn't have a ton of them, but like they come when he has to hold on to the ball. So it's like, I almost think maybe you should go more man against the Chiefs, and then the Eagles should probably lean into, they should probably just lean into what they're good at, I think. Because again, you always have time. I think you got to install it and have it available at halftime. But like you would hate to come out and do something that you're not comfortable with and let up a bunch of points and then go back and say, okay, let's just go back to what we know. Because it's just like, I'd rather start with what I know and then pull that lever if you have to, right?
Do you think the Chiefs come in and say, you know what? We are N'Kobe Dean, we lost him in the wild card round. Oren Burks has been decent, and he can't cover. Do they get him isolated on players consistently? Do they make 6-7 times where they go at Oren Burks?
That's the chess battle, man. That's what it's going to be, is that Mahomes moving guys around until they get that matchup. But the Eagles have been so good at it. And they've been so good at stopping it. Like when you watch the Rams and the Eagles play, I mean, how many times did the Rams send a wide receiver across the play, and then 2 seconds later, there goes another wide receiver? Like, let's get another look at it. Like, that was the fake one. Well, they really were. They were like, they were doing all the exotic motions, and you couldn't fool them. And you can't fool them because everybody knows the rules, right? Everybody knows if this, then that, and everybody can cover everybody. Like, so Cooper DeJean in the slot, he can cover everybody, and you can go outside and you can go deep. So that's why it's like this one. The more I think about it, the less I want to bet on those things, and the more I want to potentially take some. I'm more of a guy that bets for fun anyway. But like sitting here and saying who's going to win that battle, that's not a one that I can definitively say. I can say that's going to be fun to watch, but in terms of like what to bet on, it makes it tough.
That all said, you got a couple props for us?
I do. So I do think the Chiefs. I like the over at Fantasy Line, we call it the long boy. I like the Xavier Worthy long boy over 20 yards. I think they are going to be able to get them. So I think the Eagles are going to be smart and try and limit the short area stuff. I think at some point Mahomes is going to get Worthy for a 20+ yard play at any point. Just because I mean, like that's kind of how he operates. So I do like that one. Do you see where they set Saquon Barkley? I think it's like 20 to bet on him to have his longest rush. It's like you have to bet on him to break an over 25-yard rush. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if they said it at 60, it's the same bet. It's like you know what I mean? So like
there's no middle ground.
Yeah, I'm not taking that one. I'm doing Worthy. And the thing is, the rest of the props that I like are so juiced up that they're boring, right? Like betting on Mahomes to not throw a pick. I mean, he hasn't thrown a pick in like 8 games. He's not interested in taking risks, but like you got to pay out the nose. You got to almost parlay it. And then once you parlay it, then it's not a real, it's not the same thing, right? It's not a bet like that. I mean, and again, you look at like the Mahomes MVP bets, right? And it's like you can take, like I saw one at DraftKings, Mahomes to be MVP at, minus 105, or you could take the field at minus 125. And your brain says, "Oh, I could have every player but Mahomes minus 125," and then you're like, but he'll probably be the MVP.
Coop, and if you're gonna bet on Mahomes MVP, don't just do that. do a same game parlay and take the Chiefs, because if Mahomes wins, the Chiefs win. So if you just add a second leg on, whether it's -1.5 or it's the money line, you're going to get better odds because Mahomes is only winning the MVP if they win. Anything quick on that before I let you go?
Yeah, that's it. You know, instead of betting the field at -125, just bet the Eagles to win at +100. Because like if the Chiefs win, Mahomes the MVP. If he's not the MVP, that means the Eagles won. There you go.
Exactly. So lop it on, take advantage of the book, and take some of their money because they always get ours. Cooper, remind people where they can find you and your work.
You can find me over at Fantasy Alarm. All my articles are up there. I'm doing starting today. Actually, I'm going to post it right after this show. I'm doing one article every single day from now until free agency opens, each team. Okay. 32 straight days. We'll be done the Friday before the legal tampering period opens on March 10th. Imagine that, dude. So I'm telling you right now, from the Super Bowl to the opening of free agency legal tampering period, less than 30 days. Football never sleeps, baby. Let's go.
Never sleeps. This is Andrew Cooper. Always appreciate you, Coop. Look forward to working with you soon. Enjoy the Super Bowl, my friend.
You the man, Jim.
Thank you. Dave Kluge's in the house. Dave, good to see you. You find Dave at Dave Kluge on the X with football guys. We have a good football guys presence on the marathon. We probably got 5 of your teammates on here. I'm friends with a bunch of you guys and just love your work. So just glad you're on here, Dave. Dave, what's a takeaway from the season you got for us?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. This is always a good time. And yeah, big football guys presence here. You know, we got the legends that have been doing it for 20 plus years, and Joe's done a really good job of hiring some new guys over the last few years. So yeah, really excited about the team we have there. But I think my biggest takeaway from this year is that aging running backs don't just die at 27 years old like people have told us they have for so many years. I mean, all of the guys that we found reasons to fade this year, you know, aging running backs going to new teams, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Joe Mixon, all smashed with their new teams. So I'm not sure how much drafters are going to change their strategy going into the 2025 season, but these guys were, you know, radioactive in years past. You never wanted to get that aging running back on a new team. We saw Christian McCaffrey do it a couple of years ago with the San Francisco 49ers. We saw all the aforementioned guys do it this year. So I think that's kind of the takeaway going into next year is don't be so scared off by these talented guys going to new teams.
It was a weird year. The running backs didn't get hurt as much as usual. The wide receivers did get hurt more than usual. Do you think there's going to be fallout in drafts?
I don't, because even the people who went with hero running back or zero running back approaches still did well. I think what happened is that fall off that you see late in the year did come a little bit later this year, but a lot of guys who were looking like potential league winners, Joe Mixon, for instance, you know, the guy was putting up 100 yards and a touchdown almost every single week. And then in the final month of the season, just completely disappeared. Now, Saquon Barkley was able to stay healthy and Derrick Henry was able to stay healthy. Josh Jacobs not only stayed healthy, but kind of became the identity of the Packers offense down the stretch. But there still were some guys that we were banking on that kind of fell off. You also had the Travis Etiennes and the other early round picks who kind of lost their jobs. So it was a tough year for injuries, of course. You know, AJ Brown with the early season injury, Nico Collins got hampered by that hamstring injury, never really came back. Chris Godwin, Rashee Rice, there were a lot of big wide receiver injuries, but still the guys that you drafted early that stayed healthy at the wide receiver position gave you the production you had expected.
You threw those names out. You sound like the Grim Reaper, Dave.
Oh,
that was
a rough
year, man. Hey, Travis Etienne, he picks up Liam Cohen as a coach now. Do you think that changes his fate?
You know, I think a lot of times with these ambiguous backfields, JJ Zacharyson, who I knew was coming on the show in a little bit here, he's done some research on it and says that we as in the market, get it right in that the guy being drafted first is the better value. I oftentimes, though, look at it on a case-by-case basis, and I think looking at the Jacksonville Jaguars, I am going to opt for Tank Bigsby, the guy who's probably going to become a little bit cheaper in drafts. You know, did almost nothing his rookie season, but really came on strong last year. You know, you look at his efficiency metrics, he's just popping off the charts on just about everything he did on a per touch basis. So what we saw from Liam Cohen isn't that they are going to have one guy that they're going to ride for 17 weeks. They're going to take the hot hand approach. And, you know, whoever is running better is going to get more work, like we saw Bucky Irving kind of steal the role from Rachaad White last year. I think Tank Bigsby is a better running back than Travis Etienne. So if Etienne starts getting steamed up a little bit in drafts, I'm going to opt for the much cheaper Tank Bigsby, hoping that he could potentially take over that backfield himself.
I love that take, Dave. Dave, Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the game?
Well, I think the Eagles are better on both sides of the ball. They've got a great running back. They've got a great wide receiver core. They've got a quarterback that can run the offense perfectly. They've got one of the best defenses in the league, but I'm going with the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, I've bet against Mahomes enough in my life. I'm not making the same mistake again. I mean, you look at it on paper, and the Chiefs are just not as good of a team, but they've got Andy Reid and they've got Patrick Mahomes, and that's the winning formula. Jim, I'm sure you've had a lot of people kind of parroting similar takes. I mean, the Eagles look like the better team, but I can't bet
But they're
against
picking the
Mahomes.
Eagles. But now it's probably about 65% are
Right.
taking the Eagles, though. So yeah, you and me and a few others were going Chiefs kind of for that same reason. But a lot of people are just sticking on that. And I remember last year with the 49ers. 49ers are the
thing.
better team.
Yeah.
And you know, Dave, I love DraftKings. And I don't know if all the sites do this, but you could like cash out on a bet. And I remember I bet the 49ers, and there was a point late in that game. I don't remember exactly how it happened. I think the 49ers got a lead at some point, and whatever happened, I cashed out and I made a decent profit on the bet. And then they ended up, because I knew there was a point where I knew, oh, Mahomes is going to score and they're going to lose. And so it cashed out and that worked. I'm not going through that this time. I'm just taking the Chiefs and calling it a day. So, there's that. Any props you like, Dave?
One prop that I have been cashing consistently, and I don't know why the market hasn't caught up, but for the last month straight, I have been taking Isaiah Pacheco unders. He is just not the same guy right now. I don't know if it's that the return from the injury, he just isn't 100%. But right now, when you compare what he's doing on the field to what Kareem Hunt is doing, Kareem Hunt looks rejuvenated. He looks fresh, and he might not have the explosiveness or the fun running style of Isaiah Pacheco, but he is just such a mature and patient runner, and his ability behind that offensive line, he's the clear RB1 right now. And for whatever reason, the markets haven't picked up to it. So his line last I checked was at 21.5. I took the under. That is a mark that he has not hit in 5 consecutive games. His per game rushing output has gone down in 6 consecutive weeks. Kareem Hunt has usurped the RB1 role. Now, maybe I could be wrong here. I mean, maybe this is just them, hey, let's keep Isaiah Pacheco on the shelf so he's nice and fresh for the Super Bowl. And I could be wrong, but I keep taking Pacheco unders and they keep cashing.
Yeah, and look, you hit it, you intimated on it, but that leg injury was grisly. And a lot of times, ask Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews showed up for the AFC Championship last year. He wasn't right through the preseason, and I know he had the car accident as well, but I still think he was in the stages of recovery from the hip drop tackle in week 11 of 2023, I think it was. And so I think it's the same deal. Pacheco, next year, hopefully he's better, but I like you're kind of intimating, I just don't think he is physically ready to perform at his typical level. Dave, remind people where they can find you and your work.
Real simple. You can find everything over at footballguys.com. Want to actually plug the day after the Super Bowl. If you're looking to get a head start on your rookie content, we have a rookie draft guide coming out Monday after the Super Bowl. We've been working super hard on this. We're going to have over 100 rookies in version 1. We'll have updates coming out after the combine and after the draft, but version 1 is free at footballguys.com.
Oh, that's fabulous. Great value there. Free is good. And football guys, you're always getting quality content there. Dave, always appreciate you. Look forward to working with you soon and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Take care.
All right. Thank you. I'm not waiting to 2 minutes. I'm bringing Marcus Brand in now. I got a couple extra minutes of Marcus. Is a good day for me. If you don't know Marcus, you find him on the X at Marcus G, MarCasG, NFL Media, MB Fantasy Life, Sirius XM Fantasy. Marcus, another fun season. Something you take away from the season, or maybe a couple things?
One is it seems like running backs are sort of coming back a little bit. And I think the way we're watching teams sort of change offensively. I mean, look, we're still going to see a lot of committees, a lot of two-headed, even sometimes three-headed backfield situations. But now that teams are starting to really look at stopping the pass, right? We're seeing a lot more two-high safeties, a lot more cloud coverages. We're starting to see some of the smart offensive teams sort of pivot a little bit, which means running the football a little bit more effectively. Now, obviously, it's great having a guy like Saquon Barkley land in Philadelphia and do what he did. It's great having Derrick Henry in Baltimore, but I think we're starting to see more running backs start to make an impact. And now I'm curious whether that means next year we're drafting running backs a little bit earlier. I don't know that necessarily is going to be the case. I don't think we're going to start seeing a ton of first-round running backs, but I do think some of these guys that we're going to take in the second, third, even fourth round are going to start to be a little bit more impactful. The other thing I would say is tight end is still tight end. We all want to believe that it's getting better, that it's getting deeper. I think we still have maybe 5 guys that we can count on regularly. It's just that, we've shuffled out a couple names and we've shuffled in a couple more names. So, I don't know how much longer we're going to have Travis Kelce to kick around, in pro football. I don't know if we start to see the decline of Mark Andrews, but thank goodness we got Brock Bowers. So
Right?
that sort of fills in the gap there.
Marcus, I've been playing this game 30 years, and the tight end story has been the same for 30 years. It's incredible. And like you're intimating, there's always the new guy coming in. Oh my gosh, look at this crop of players. And like you said, it ends up just being a small number. Real quick before we move on, Trey McBride had a phenomenal season, played one fewer game than Brock Bowers. Their numbers were very similar. I know Bowers will be drafted a little bit sooner, maybe a half a round or so. Which one do you like better?
Yes. I think I like McBride a little bit better just because I at least understand the quarterback situation in Arizona right now. I think at this point, we sort of know who Kyler Murray is. I think we've already seen Kyler hit his ceiling, but we also know that he can deliver the ball. He can get it there. The Raiders are still very much a work in progress. They're going through a coaching change. They're rebuilding their coaching staff. The quarterback of the future is not currently on the roster. I don't think anybody believes it's Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell or Desmond Ridder or whomever it may be. In fact, I was joking with some of my friends who are Raider fans that the best quarterback on the team's roster is the owner. It's Tom Brady right now.
And it's not close.
It's not even close, right? So I guess because of that, I would say that my way too early prediction is that for me, Trey McBride will finish the year as the tight end 1 next year. So I guess that means I got to take him over Bowers.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that one. I agree with that 100%. And if you're going to get, obviously you have 1 pick in each round, but a half a round value, there's something to be said if you have a late, if you're picking them really early, you probably are going to have, do you think you're going to need to spend a late second or an early third to get McBride, or is he going to slip earlier than that in your opinion?
No, I think that's about right.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to have a first round tight end this year. I don't think Brock Bowers is going to rise to that level just because when we talked about, Travis Kelce in the first round, when we talked about Gronk back in the day in the first round, those guys were so much further ahead of everybody else at the position group that it was just a major strategic advantage to have them. That wasn't the case. Brock Bowers was the tight end 1, but it was like a handful of points that separated him and Trey McBride. So I don't think either of those guys rise to the level of first round.
There were a lot of injuries at wide receiver this year, but look, Drake London, who I was invested in heavily, he was the wide receiver 5. He did not have a wide receiver 5 season. I told a guest a few segments back, Garrett Wilson PPR was the wide receiver 9. It was insanity because those are not the seasons you get from a strong wide receiver 1. Aside from the injuries, is there anything else?
I don't know. It's weird that you mentioned that too, because, you go back and you look, and I think Jamar Chase is easily the wide receiver 1. He's probably going to be the first overall pick, I think, in a lot of leagues this season. Justin Jefferson, who I will admit, I will own this. I discounted him a little bit just because I looked around. I was like, Sam Darnold, I don't know. So I knocked him down. I didn't knock him out of the first round, but I knocked him down a few spots. And, I sit here with egg on my face here at the end of the season. I think you can, even with the coaching change, even with no Ben Johnson in Detroit, I think you can lock in Amon-Ra St. Brown as a strong wide receiver 3, or the wide receiver 3, I should say, option across fantasy leagues. But then you start to look around, right? Brian Thomas, what he did was great. I'm skeptical he can be a top 5 wide receiver again. You mentioned Drake London. Malik Neighbors, they still have quarterback issues there in New York. Maybe we're popping up Terry McLaurin or somebody like that, but I don't know that after the top 3 guys that you are looking at any real lock solid gotta have it wide receivers in fantasy next year.
Can't wait for draft season, which for some people has already started, but I'll need another couple days. I think we have the Sirius XM draft Friday, but then a little bit. Anyway, Marcus, Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the game?
I think it's going to be interesting, right? Obviously, the Chiefs just keep building. I know at the start of the season we watched them every week, and it was the Aaron Paul Breaking Bad. They can't keep getting away with this meme like every single week. But as we got deeper into the season, the machine just kept picking up steam. They kept adding pieces back, right? I mean, they get DeAndre Hopkins, they get Juju healthy. They're bringing back this guy and that guy. I don't know that we're going to see Sky Moore necessarily have an impact in the Super Bowl, but the point is they keep getting better and stronger. And I know I'm not the first person to say this, but it's like they use the first 6 weeks or so of the season sort of as their preseason because they're good enough to do that. And now they're at a point where they have self-scouted throughout the year. And I think Mina Kimes actually brought this up recently that, the Bills said afterwards that the Chiefs were doing things that they hadn't seen on tape because at that point of the season, they're starting to pull tricks out of their bag. And so I think for the Eagles, that is sort of going to have to be the issue is what do you pay attention to? What do you watch for? What magic trick is Andy Reid have up his sleeve for them because it's coming? Meanwhile, for the Eagles, it really is just about everybody doing their job. Saquon being Saquon, Jalen Hurts being safe with the football and understanding when he can take shots and make plays, and for that defense to continue to be as good as it has been all year long. But, I know America's sort of tired of the Chiefs, and I think they're sort of tired of the Eagles a little bit, but I do think if you just look at the matchup, it should be a really good one.
Excited for it, definitely. Any props you're identifying in this game, Marcus?
You know what? I would take I think I'm going to take the under on the Saquon rushing yards. He's been great. He's been amazing all season long. He's been amazing all throughout the postseason. This Chiefs defense is a different animal. I think the Eagles have had sort of the benefit of, look, you only play who's in front of you, but the schedule certainly did them some advantages, right? They did them a little bit of favors. That's not going to be the case with this Kansas City defense. So I think Saquon's going to have to earn everything he gets, but I would not expect a huge number from him in this one.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I would love to see it. And Saquon Barkley has been so wonderful for the game this year. It's an electric feeling watching him play, but I'm kind of with you on that one. Yeah, I think then those numbers are set so high for him because of the bar that he set. You don't see numbers like that on over and unders for running backs. Those do not happen. So it's been an incredible thing that we've been seeing. Marcus, remind people where they can find you and your work.
Obviously you see me on NFL Media, the NFL Fantasy Football Show, myself along with Michael F. Florio and Laquan Jones. We're still serving that up to you a couple of times a week. And at least for the next couple of weeks, I'm still doing Sirius XM. You can find me on Saturdays with Chris Manzo. That show airs from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time. Other than that, just kind of floating around social media, whether it's X or Blue Sky, Marcus G, MARCASG is the best place to find me.
My friend, I appreciate you. Look forward to talking to you soon. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Hey, same to you, Jim. Take care.
Bye, Marcus. Hey, everybody, if you need an advantage in your fantasy league, and that's any sport, baseball, I really believe RotoWire is the best baseball coverage on the planet. RotoWire.com delivers breaking news, advanced stats, and expert analysis to help you win. Visit RotoWire.com/pod for free access to all our premium features. You don't need a credit card. Again, it's RotoWire.com/pod. Check us out. If you like it, join the team. If not, we're just glad that you took a look. And also, our guests have been giving you some great prop bets, and definitely want to be looking at those if you're making bets for the Super Bowl. But if you're also looking for an edge on NBA, college basketball, soccer props, and more, go to RotoWire.com/picks. RotoWire's picks and props tool uses multiple prediction factors to help you decide if you're better off choosing more or less on sites like Prize Picks and DraftKings Pick 6. Visit RotoWire.com/picks today. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the show. Super Bowl Marathon. 50 guests. You're getting a lot of great takes on the season, great takes on the Super Bowl, prop betting advice. We have, again, 50 people. We still got a few more hours today. I think maybe 2.5 to go. If you're enjoying the show, that's great. RotoWire has a fantasy football only YouTube channel. That's where most of my work will be in the off season. If you could consider subscribing to that, we'd be very grateful for that. If you're watching on YouTube now, it's the RotoWire main channel, which will mostly become baseball, basketball, and other sport oriented, but not a whole lot of football on this channel in the off season. So again, RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube would be the place to go for that. And without further ado, we bring in our next guest, Nate Polvogt. Nate, good to see you. You find him on the X at Nate Polvogt, Polvogt. You know how to spell Nate, everybody. Co-founder of Optimus Fantasy, which concluded your first season with that. How did it go?
It was great. We actually just got back from the Senior Bowl. Always a phenomenal experience. Gleaned a lot of really interesting rookie stuff, which we'll be talking about on Thursday. Bringing back the Dynasty Show with John Arrington and hopefully the one and only Herms. Yeah, it was a good season. We're looking to do even more this offseason and head into next season just rolling.
Absolutely, 100%. So I'm glad Optimus Fantasy is going extremely well. I'm very excited for you and the undertaking you've taken on. You're doing great work in the industry, and we continue to see more of it as we move along. Nate, as you look back on 2024, what's either a takeaway or takeaways you have from this great season we had?
So one of my biggest takeaways is looking at PPR scoring this year, looking at fantasy data and kind of scrubbing through that. Outside of the top 3 or 4 wide receivers, it's not that valuable of a position in PPR even at this point. Not to say that it's not valuable, but next season, even in PPR, outside of guys like Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, I'm pushing back on wide receiver. I might be looking at a 0 wide receiver draft season just because of that in PPR. I mean, you had guys like Baker Mayfield, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jaden Daniels, Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson, Derrick Henry, all finishing ahead of Justin Jefferson. Bo Nix was ahead of every wide receiver except Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. After that, you had Amon-Ra, but then it kind of thins out. You have to get all the way back to, I think, it's 17 or 18 to find Brian Thomas Jr. there in PPR scoring for the season. So a little rough for wide receivers. I don't know if that trend continues, but I'll tell you one takeaway from the Senior Bowl. If you're looking for some relief with this draft class in wide receiver, you're not going to get
it. For people who are doing really early drafts, like the next few days, Genty, where do you see Ashton Genty going maybe in drafts that before we know where he's landing, before we know anything else, in earliest drafts, where do you think he'll go?
Well, it's interesting because a lot of people are kind of down on Jonty just simply because of the Boise State connection in the Mountain West Conference. Oh, he didn't face a ton of competition. Look at the guys he was up against. However, those of us who are savvy enough, I think, know that Jonty's going to end up in a good situation. Running backs really aren't going to come off the board until the second round in this draft. We don't believe it's going to be a really defensively heavy first round this year. A lot of really good edge rushers and corners and defensive linemen and linebackers. So, I mean, Jonty is I pick him as a mid-second rounder in the NFL draft. I think if you're drafting now, you're going to see him going late second round, which is a steal for a dude who he could be a top 5 running back in fantasy this season.
Yeah, got all excited there. And so then we move on to the Super Bowl. Nate, what are your thoughts on this game? What do you expect to see?
Oh man, I think it's going to be a sludge fest, really, when it gets down to it. Philly didn't even throw for 3,000 yards this season. They relied on Saquon Barkley, over 2,000 yards rushing. And I don't know what Kansas City did well. Kareem Hunt was their leading rusher, 728 yards. Mahomes threw for 3,900 yards. He had 26 touchdowns. Their leading receiver was Travis Kelce, who started the season so incredibly slow. This is going to be an interesting one. My expectations is probably a low-scoring slugfest.
It's funny you say that. What did the Chiefs do well? Won. That's exactly what they won.
And nobody knows how.
It's Novocaine. You don't just Novocaine. You just put the needle in, and guess what? All of a sudden, your teeth are numb, and it works every time like clockwork. It's pretty amazing. That's the point we're at with the Chiefs. What does that say about them organizationally? That's where we're at with them. Where it's almost like it was a boring. I call it a one-loss season. I know they lost 2 that last week. So what?
Yeah. No, that last week didn't count against Denver. They played all their backups. I think what we can glean from Kansas City, it's a lot like some of those early 2000s Patriot teams, if you're old enough to remember them. They didn't have a lot of especially good players. They just got it done. They out-schemed teams. And that's when Bill Belichick was at his best because he had to out-scheme teams. They were running Troy Brown out at cornerback in the Super Bowl. The dude was a wide receiver. So Andy Reid out coaches, and that's what it comes down to. He's the best coach on the field at any given time, and Patrick Mahomes is probably the best quarterback on the field at any given time, whether he's putting up the numbers or not from a pure athletic standpoint and just the way that he leads his team. That's how Kansas City wins. And that's how I think they win this weekend.
Nothing to do with our conversation. I heard Bill Barnwell from ESPN back to the Bills and the Chiefs talking about what could the Bills do to get past the Chiefs next year. And Barnwell said, easy. Hire Steve Spagnuolo as their head coach. Oh my God. It was the funniest thing. And Barnwell was like spot on. But imagine if they did that. If they hired Spagnuolo, took him from the Chiefs, and then just got him out of there. I wonder what that would. I think that's just a great. Any comment on that?
That might be the only way to stop Kansas City right now, is to get their defensive coordinator out there who knows how to stop them. But, at this point with Andy Reid, they'd probably change their whole offense up into something Spagnuolo's never seen before. And then we'd be right back to Super Bowl 4 in a row.
Oh my gosh. Good stuff. Any props in this game that you're looking at?
I haven't really dug into it, but I'm going to ride with what Marcus said in that last segment. I'm taking the under on Saquon because this Kansas City defense is just so good. Big part of why they've won. Philly really hasn't had to face a defense like this. So I'm concerned for their running game, which concerns me for Philly in general.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I was with Marcus as well on that. Are there any players in this game besides Barkley that you think will have a particularly rough afternoon or maybe a improbable easy afternoon?
So I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a tough one. This defense again is going to get at him. He hasn't had to throw the ball a lot this year. Only 361 attempts. So, if they force him to throw the ball 40 times in this game, that's going to be a problem for him. He just simply hasn't had to do it. And really, he's got AJ Brown. Dallas Goedert really hasn't been a reliable target. Devontae Smith has been up and down, but he's been a ghost at times. So it really worries me. If they can shut down Saquon and they can force Jalen to throw the ball a lot, Kansas City has a pretty easy path to win.
I've noted this a couple times in the show, but it's pretty well noted that Jalen Hurts is a little worse against zone. And I know the Chiefs play a higher rate of man, but it's a 1-game sample here. And if Spagnuolo is coaching us up, they play zone 69% of the time anyway, bumping that up into the 80 range. And also Hurts has always struggled when he tries to throw from out of the pocket and to force him out. These are a couple of things that I think that Spagnuolo could push. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to do that. But Nate, all that said, great stuff. Can you tell people, remind them where to find you and your work and what kind of things you'll have in the offseason? I know you're already talking about draft prep.
Yeah, well, we're definitely gonna have a lot of mock drafts, a lot of draft content. We're gonna be talking a lot about what's going on as we lead up to the NFL draft. Probably roll out some first and second round mock drafts for the NFL draft. You can find all that on Optimus Fantasy Football on YouTube. Also check us out, optimusfantasy.com, and of course check us out on Blue Sky, optimusfantasy.bsky.social.
Nate, great to see you. Thanks for hanging out with me. Enjoyed the Super Bowl and the draft prep, and we'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim.
All right, thanks. All right, everybody. We're halfway through today's marathon. We're going till about 3 Eastern. We do have James White, who was of the New England Patriots, retired NFL running back, coming in at the end of the show today. That'll be a nice addition into the 50 fantasy football analysts to have former pro player on. That'll be kind of fun. We'll look forward to that. Also, remember that if you're looking for detailed notes on the Super Bowl, I have 13 pages of those. They're on my X at Jim Coventry NFL. You have to scroll up a bit because I've been promoting this show. After the show's over, I'll repin that, but definitely have that there. I'll have detailed breakdowns and narratives for each position on the field, defense, offense, keys to the game, prop betting advice. So again, feel free to check out my notes on the X at Jim Coventry NFL. And remember, regardless of the fantasy sports that you play, why leave your fantasy season a chance? RotoWire.com gives you the tools you need, like waiver wire advice, projections, customizable rankings. You don't need a credit card for our free trial. Check it out at RotoWire.com/pod. Get free access to the site. If you like it, join the team. If not, we're glad you took a look. But again, RotoWire.com/pod is a place to get your free couple-day trial and see what we're all about. Bringing in my friend Doug Orth right now as our Super Bowl marathon continues. You find him at Doug Orth. Nice and easy. I like those. Instead of all these complicated names where I have to screw those up. Doug not only works with FF Today, who he's been with for a long time, but also contributes at Fantasy Points this year. So I'm very happy that opened up for you as well, Doug. Doug, when you're looking back at the season, talk about some takeaways you have.
Okay, so this is an extended one, but okay. So I want one running back who I can count on for 300 touches. That's the case every year, right? Six of the top 7 fantasy scores of running back this season had at least 300 touches. Now, each of the last 3 seasons have played out in a similar way. However, I'm only kind of setting up my takeaway here. I will be grabbing that one workhorse, and all things being equal, probably ignoring that position until round 7 or so, unless I stumble upon a great value. Like this year for me, James Conner in the 5th was one of those great values. But At that point, I expect to take at least 4 shots at running back over the next 5 rounds, and I plan on doing so for 2 reasons, and I'll try to be quick with this. One, I'm tired of trying to make a 300 touch back happen in rounds in the 3rd through 5th round, when I should be trying to secure a 3rd potential alpha receiver, maybe an elite tight end. And I know we'd say what you will about Brock Bowers, Trey McBride, those guys, but they still give you a positional advantage. And I think we'll see about Bowers, in the Chip Kelly offense and with the quarterback situation being what it is, who knows? But I'd rather have those dependable guys I can plug in at tight end every week. Anyway, after the workhorses that most of us know will be workhorses before the season, I'm probably going to throw most of the running backs that are usually going in rounds 3 through 6 into the same bucket as the backs that'll be going rounds 7 through 10. And I say that in part because you look at not only we can go back a few drafts, but this year it was the Chuba Huppards, it was the Bucky Irvings, it was those guys, and that leads me to my second point here. And I think one of your recent guests were talking about this. This is supposed to be and should be a very good running back rookie class. Now, guys that are talking about Ashton Genty, he's not going to fall into our laps in the middle rounds. He's probably going to go in the first 20 picks, if not the first round of our fantasy drafts. But someone like Quinshon Judkins or Travion Henderson might be, if either one's drafted into it, to be a complimentary back in a committee. One thing that has become painful obvious to me in recent years is that about 6 or 7 teams believe in featuring a back, and the rest can open in some form of committee. I have little doubt in my mind that multiple rookie runners will emerge as clear lead backs in their backfield by October. And again, when I'm talking, I mentioned Henderson and Judkins. We got Caleb Johnson. We got Omarion Hampton from North Carolina. These are all good backs that are probably going to get 150 touches at worst. And that's, if you do well with your 150 touches, you can be an RB2 in this league. So,
as you mentioned those, Doug, and those are obviously great picks. I look back at this past season, and I was really expecting Blake Corum to get a lot more work. I know that people say, McVay is more likely to run a one-back system, but with the injury history that Kyron Williams had, missed 7 games a rookie, 5 in his second year, and then he broke his hand in the playoff game, which would have been more missed time if that game had been in any previous game. And then all of a sudden we see like all the work going to Kyron Williams and even Trey Benson to a degree. Look, love James Conner. He's always been my guy, but almost thought that, Conner gets hurt all the time, so maybe Benson neither had much of a role. I thought that was interesting. What's your mindset on those? It just happened to be situational, or was it a sign of things to come of running backs getting more lead work?
Each year is its own little thing, and I think what you're talking about here, I thought Jalen Wright was one of those guys. I thought Blake Corum and Jalen Wright were not about can't miss, but I thought easily second half season kind of guys. And it wasn't with Corum. I didn't think he was going to overtake Kyron Williams. I thought I would have been happy with 5 or 10 touches, but what I was eyeballing was Kyron Williams' injury history. And I wanted those 4 or 5 games that he was likely going to miss. Those are probably come next season. But my point being is that you take shots because it's A, good process, and B, it's just smart. It's because running backs, Kyron Williams will probably break down next year. And that's the nature of the beast. And it's not because he's fragile. And the one thing I like to say, I don't believe in injury prone. I believe in prone to injury. Do you run a certain way to open you up to more injuries? And Kyron Williams at his size, he runs in a manner that he's probably going to open himself up to more injuries. Just right.
Yeah, he'd need to be 20 pounds heavier to be running at the style of that he plays at. And at some point that comes, to roost. And then what was interesting was you have these running backs each year that, like Rachaad White, 2 years ago, he was the right answer. And then all of a sudden, he was always a guy that couldn't break tackles. So to me, it was just a matter of time until he was replaceable. It's just players like that in drafts. And you're talking about these middle rounds. You throw your darts. And now Rachaad White last year was a super high pick. And so that was a real problem. When you have these running backs that go high and they have significant flaws and there is some competition, is there anything that you would put into that thought process of saying, if a guy in my mind could be overtaken, fade him, or do you just kind of roll with it?
I don't know that I'm going to answer your question here, but I think it's say my shots. I've mentioned the backs that would have been my shots this year, and I nailed two of the four, and I missed on 2 of the 4. Chuba Hubbard, Bucky Irving. Those are to be obviously the 2 hits, and then we talked about Jalen Wright and Blake Corum. I'm going to go back to the Blake Corum well next year for the reasons I just mentioned 30 seconds ago or a minute ago. And Jalen Wright, we'll see what happens in that Miami backfield, but you want good offenses. I know one of the guests last night was talking about you want running backs from winning teams. It sounds simple, but that's a great formula, isn't it?
It is. So, Doug, Super Bowl. What are your thoughts on the game?
I am so torn on this, Jim. You've had multiple guests, and I'm with them. There's a little doubt in my mind that the Eagles have the better team, more talented team, top to bottom. But the Chiefs really hold the 3 most important advantages. So, and if we learned anything over the years, you better have a good reason to bet against Patrick Mahomes, Steve Spagnuolo, and Andy Reid coming off a bye. So, I know you've been asking some of your guests what your projected, what you think the score might be. I'm going to go right now, and I'm very open to change. I'm going on the over, and I'm going 31-27 Eagles. But
I like the over. I like the over as well on that. Yeah.
The score I'm pretty sure about, or in that general area, I'm torn. I'm torn on Chiefs, who I think the winner is going to be though.
Yeah, it's funny how you mentioned like the Chiefs had the advantage. It's like you're going into a card room and it's a fake, not a real like poker room, but somebody has like 12 cards, but they got a bunch of 7s, 8s, and 9s, and I got 3 cards, but they're all aces. And it's like, all right, well, these 15 cards look really nice. But these 3 aces probably beat them all. So
look at my big hand.
Oh my God, just fanning the cards out. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Doug, did you come up with any props for the Super Bowl?
I'm going to do you one better here. I don't know if there's any way to build an all tight end parlay, 4-leg parlay.
Easily.
I want pretty much all the overs on tight ends in this one. I noticed from your worksheet you had Kelsey on the.
That's it. Tight ends.
I would build something on a Kelsey anytime touchdown. 6.5 receptions. I think he's going to go shoot on the over on that. Plus on the 63.5 receiving yards, I think he's going to go well over that. And Dallas Goedert with 4.5 receptions, I think he's going to go fly right past that as well.
Oh my gosh!
So I don't know what a 4-leg parlay would return you, but
well, they pay decently. Kelsey's touchdowns plus 135. Now those numbers are going to change a little bit, but like I said, I got 6 props. Kelsey over a touchdown, Kelsey over the yards like you, Kelsey over the receptions, Goddard over the receptions. Like you said, tight ends, roll with them here because they both have great matchups. Real quick, before I get you out here, why do the tight ends have a good matchup here?
Well, on one side, you have I think the absence of Nakobe Dean has really contributed. And I did some homework on this last night. Tight ends against the Eagles in the playoffs to average 8 catches for 64 yards. And we're not talking about the all-stars here. We're talking about good tight ends: Tucker Kraft, Tyler Higbee, Zach Ertz. We're talking about good tight ends. We're not talking about great tight ends. Kelsey at 34, 35. He may not be what he was, but he's certainly on that level. But I think it's the absence of Nakobe Dean that's really hurting Philadelphia right now there. And Kansas City, I can't point to one specific reason why they struggle, but they've struggled against tight ends all season. And if they're going to play the meta zone that I think you and I both think they will, there's going to be a lot of 5 and 7 yard, 5 and 7, 8 yard passes there. So that would be my answer to your question there.
Yeah, I think that's the great way to go, and a great breakdown of that as always, Doug. Yeah, I've known Doug for years. Doug's on a lot of shows with me. Doug's one of my favorite football minds out there, understands the game extremely well. You want to make sure you're following him at Doug Orthen. Doug, tell anybody else what else they need to know to keep up with your work.
Yeah, so you mentioned before, I'll be doing FF today. I'll be doing my rookie draft profiles probably starting about a week or 2 after the Super Bowl. I'll do I'll hopefully do at least 20 that'll appear on the site, and I'll probably write up, 20 more for my own purposes, I guess you could say. hopefully more. If I start earlier, I should be able to do more. So anyway, that's FF today. I'm going to try to do some draft related content for fantasy points. We'll see. That's just kind of more in my brainchild right now than something I've discussed with them. And then that's pretty much how I'm going to stay in the fantasy game until I start my writing schedules sometime in June.
Doug, appreciate you. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Keep in touch and have a great rest of the day.
You do the same. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks. Ronnie Evans. Oh, you got the X's and O's behind you. I see that little route to the outside, inside the 40, a little run after the catch there. Kind of love that. Yes, Ronnie Evans, you find him at Ronnie A. Evans, Ronnie with an I-E, AI and fantasy football at Trophy Smack. Ronnie, I know we talked about a lot of AI stuff when I saw you at the Expo in Canton, and man, AI just keeps rolling and rolling. Before we get into takeaways from the season, give me a current update on your top thought about AI as it stands today.
I think that we're in like chapter 2 of like a 12-chapter book, and the first chapter took 2 years. Really, the prelude was 20 years, then 2 years for the first chapter, and I think the chapters are going to keep getting shorter. This year is the first year where I am pretty confident. If you came to me and said, "Hey, I have a business and I have a job, and I want to be more efficient," we can build an app or build a workflow or build an agent or a solution and handle that. And I actually tweeted the other day, it was like more people need to realize that like now they're like almost nobody has a job where they can't find part of it that they can just automate and take off their own plate. And I think that's a really cool thing and a good thing. Long-term, complicated, sure, but we don't need to get into all of that.
No, but honestly, and I know we're here for football, but regardless of what your walk of life is, if you are not going head first and making an attempt to just run with AI, what are you risking if you don't?
Yeah. And one last note on that, man. I actually had a long conversation last night with a colleague. We were talking about like how early it still is with this stuff. And what we realized for me, like I use AI and I work with it for a few hours a day, which puts me in like less than a percentage of all of humanity. And really like the exercise we came up with was like, how far removed do you have to go from any individual that's spending an hour or more a day with AI to find somebody that's spending a minute or less? And we realized it's like less than a person. For most people, it's like you walk out the door and the first person you see will be in that minute or less category. So dude, if you just spend 20 minutes a day with AI, like you're in the top 2%.
Yeah, I think it was important
go out there
to
and
share.
get into it.
Yeah, you're a pioneer for pushing this out, and especially in the fantasy football space. And I think it's an important message. But we are here for football, but I really want you to talk about that, Ronnie. So thank you for doing that for me.
Yeah.
Takeaway from the season.
I heard Dave Kluge talking about this a little bit, Marcus Grant, a couple other people. But for me, I want to be more specific about what we're seeing with running backs. Over the last 20 years, the pendulum has swung all the way to the left and all the way it's swinging back to the right. It's a running back league. The defensive have gotten smaller. They're running dime and nickel packages. The players are quicker. Everything's built to stop the pass and take away the deep plays. And what that's allowed, as many of us have identified over the last few years, it thought like, yeah, this should be better for running backs. And then last year in the playoffs, literally the 4 teams that made it to the divisional round were all led by running backs. This year, Chiefs are a little different, but for the most part, it's the same thing again. And my takeaway is not that running backs are just more valuable now for fantasy. You can still play the game. And I would argue still that once you get outside of like the top 7 guys preseason, it's kind of a crapshoot. But if there is an above average running back and they are going to just simply like an above average team, invest in them. This last year, we saw it with a handful of people. This year, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones, even Joe Mixon, which people don't think of now as a better situation. It was before the season started. So the trend for me and the biggest takeaway is like, I would much rather roll the dice with a handful of wide receivers and build my team next year with a dynamo at running back to start, because the NFL is telling us that's what we should be doing. And the best thing you can do as a fantasy player is listen to what the NFL is telling you.
And Ronnie, I like your point about the defenses, the players become smaller because they had to be faster to defend the pass. And you're right. And I was furious the first 2 weeks of the season with Todd Monken, because here he is with Patrick Ricard on the sidelines. And I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing? Get the 300-pound guy out there to lead for Henry and to go run over some people. And then in week 3, they figured it out. And all of a sudden, guess what? Derrick Henry's flirting with 2,000 yards. But you get those bigger bodies, you get the running backs, and you definitely punish defenses for having those small bodies. All right, you want to defend the pass? We're going to run down your throats. But that's a
Agreed.
fabulous specific takeaway on that, because I think it needed that refinement, because some of the other people had great points, but you really refined that quite well. So thank you for that. Super Bowl.
No worries.
What are your thoughts on the game?
Dude, so first of all, I'm a sicko. I don't have allegiance to either of these teams. I have more of an allegiance to Saquon Barkley than anyone playing in this game. However, I also like historical stuff. I think before the season started, I talked a little bit about like crazy things I've seen that I gravitate towards in football or in sports. I want to see a three-peat. I just don't think one's ever really going to happen, and we have a chance for one right now. So I'm not going to be upset if the Chiefs three-peat. Like it's an historical moment. And I also believe that if you are sick of the Chiefs, the best way to end their run is to give them the three-peat, because the NFL can't sustain them winning more after that. And not only that, but it's hard to win again and again and again. It is going to be impossible for them to win and keep this team together after this. If they pull this off, they already are losing multiple players. It's probably not great for us this year, but not only do I want the Chiefs to win, I think they are going to win. I think their run defense is set up perfectly to handle what the Eagles do. They've got better linebackers. We talked a little bit about Nakobe Dean being out, but Chenal, Tranquil, and Bolton is a monster trio right now. Defensive line pressure too, like the creativity of the stunts and blitzes that Spags runs it plays into Jalen Hurts' worst traits. And I actually disagree with a lot of the analysts that have been on here. Anything could happen. Both these teams are incredible. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Chiefs win by like 7 to 10 points, somewhere around there.
Could see that happening for sure. And, and I always say this, Ronnie, when I do my breakdowns of these playoff games, I say, if these teams play 10 times, because just to come out and say, this team's going to win, I get it. But in reality, look, and it's not a cop-out. I said that if these teams play 10 times, the Chiefs would win 7 of them. It's not just if they would play anytime. If they would play in the Super Bowl, if they were playing the regular season, I might say 5-5. But if they play in the Super Bowl,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and I think that's an important part of analysis. And I think we go on a limb too much for no reason. Just say, this team's going to win. Yeah, okay, we're going to make a prediction, and we should be held to something. And it's really all about the rationale and how we get there. And you gave some good reasons about linebackers and things. The one thing I'm anxious to see, I know Jalen Carter can wreck a game. They play a 3-4 defense. They really wreck the interior. And in the playoffs, the Chiefs moved Joe Thuney to tackle. And Mike Caliendo is a liability inside. I just can't wait to see if Andy Reid says, you know what? I'm not as worried about Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat. They're good, but they're not game wreckers. Do I move Thuney back to the inside? I really want to see if he's willing to do that. Any thoughts on what you think you would do?
I would game plan to move him around as the game dictates what's needed. Right now, when you're heading into big games, I think the biggest mistake I've seen from coaches of the years, because when it works and it's amazing, but getting cute in the Super Bowl, like I liked what Andrew Cooper said, like play into your strengths. And then if you need to pivot, have some stuff you've practiced that's a little cuter, or in this instance, it's not even cute, but you have 2 options for your offensive line. I would go into the game plan with both ready to go, roll with what I've been doing, and then adjust if I need to. It's kind of a cop-out answer, but that's honestly the way I would handle it.
Makes sense. What's your off season like? Where can people find you?
Off season, I'm at Trophy Smack doing a bunch of stuff. Good Guy AI project. I'm actually about to launch the interview series for that. We're going to be demoing and showcasing a bunch of AI projects. Got an actor from Hollywood who I can't say any more about. He's going to be the first one that I work with. Should be really cool. And then a final note for you, Jim. The Chiefs under Steve Spagnuolo have not allowed a 100-yard rusher in the playoffs.
Yeah,
So
2018, right? It's like it was 2019. 2019. Yeah.
I'm a little nervous about Barkley, but if I had to, I just want to give you my prop. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes.
I forgot to ask you for that. Yeah.
Over 5.5 rush attempts. I saw that one and I was like, oh, he rushes like 7 a pace in the playoffs anyway. His big game rush average is above that. And you just hit it. They got offensive line troubles. The Eagles are great at generating pressure. The way to get out of pressure for Patrick Mahomes most of the time is to run for 5 to 7 yards. So I wouldn't shock me if he has like 8 or 9 rushes this game.
Was there another prop that you had? Because I totally bonked and forgot to ask you. Go ahead if you have more. I got time.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'll give you one that AI gave me. I went and I messed around with a couple tools, and a really interesting one popped up. Shamari Connor, the Chiefs cornerback, over 4.5 tackles. He's hit over that in the playoffs so far. And with the way the Eagles, theoretically, if everything's equal, the Eagles are going to be forced to throw the ball more than they have because of how good the Chiefs' run defense is, which is going to lead to a lot more play opportunity for Shamari. I think Shamari Connor's a guy that most people who watch the NFL have no idea who he is. So that's a really fun prop if you want to go dive into it.
He plays in the slot. There's going to be a lot of plays that are designed in the middle of the field. There's going to be tackle, even if it's not his guy, with rally and tackle. So yeah, that's a great call. Ronnie Evans, appreciate you. Thanks for hanging with me. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Yes, sir. Have a good one, Jim.
All right. Thank you. We got Joe Dolan here. Joe, it's always good to see you. Find Joe at FG_Dolan, the owner and editor-chief at Fantasy Points. You hear him on Sirius XM Fantasy Football Morning. Joe Dolan, what are your takeaways from the 2024 season?
Well, Jim, it's funny. I just edited a piece by the great Ryan Heath up at fantasypoints.com, and he had some of his takeaways, and it was really just kind of an abnormal year. And the question now becomes, does it become more of the rule, or does it become just kind of an aberration? I've been in the fantasy industry full-time. Excuse me, this was my 16th year full-time in the fantasy industry, and I cannot recall a worse year for the waiver wire. There was really no true league-winning asset on the waiver wire, unless you're in a shallow bench league where Chase Brown or Bucky Irving was available at some point, and even with some of these teams where a wide receiver comes off, where these wide receivers are getting hurt. Well, AJ Brown missed 5 games. It's not like Jahan Dotson filled in and, you couldn't get, we know the wide receivers, the 1-to-1 for wide receivers is not the way it's been with running backs off the waiver wire. But it was the worst year ever for waiver wire. And I am really going to be hesitant to say that's going to be the case again next year. 2 years ago, we had the 2023 season. The quarterback injuries were atrocious. This year, not so much. The quarterbacks, they stayed relatively healthy. We had a higher level of play around the league, and running backs just stayed abnormally healthy.
Right.
I'm just not, and it's great. I hope that happens going forward. But I'm just not sure I can consider 1 year a trend in that regard. So it's going to be really interesting. My wide receiver heavy, I'm typically a hero RB guy that I know when you're doing all your best ball teams, you have to correlate and causate and all that stuff. But I'm typically a hero RB guy. That's been good to me in years past. I got my ass kicked this year in a lot of ways based on that strategy. So am I going to go with what I've had a lot of success doing for years, or am I going to overreact to getting my butt whipped 1 year? And I have to go through and analyze that, but that's going to be the big question of the offseason.
Because betting on anomalies is not good practice.
No, it's terrible practice.
Right. And so, we can't be reactionary. So I think you're 100% right. Joe, question for you. Running backs held up a little bit this season. What I've noticed, and you intimated this in some way, I'm going to expound on it a bit, that the defenses have been built to stop the pass, which means the second level players have gotten lighter and lighter. We don't have these big hulking linebackers like we used to have, not as many of them. And do you think because there are these less physically imposing linebackers, is there any possibility that running backs aren't taking as many mammoth hits as they did in the past? Or go ahead if you got anything on that.
Yeah, I'm sure. And also the one thing that I keep coming back to is something that I've learned through the years from just listening to coaches, listening to great analysts like Greg Cosell, obviously, who I've known for over a decade. Every single coach, it doesn't matter if you coach at a service academy or if you're Cliff Kingsbury at Texas Tech. Every coach, if they could get 4 yards every time they ran the football, would run the football almost exclusively. So that's something that keeps coming back to me. There are fewer moving parts. There's less of a transaction in a handoff than there is in a 15-yard pass. And yes, 15-yard passes, 20-yard passes create explosive plays. Well, in the run game, you see somebody like Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry and Jahmyr Gibbs. They're now creating explosive plays, and they're doing so in a quote-unquote safer manner than throwing the ball down the field. So that's one thing that I keep coming back to, is that every coach, if they could get 4 or 5 yards every time they ran the football, would run the football almost exclusively. And it's just the safest way to play offense. So that's the thing I'm wondering. Is the run game going to be in that regard back to being in vogue? And that also begs another question. Does that mean we're going to have more Saquon Barkleys and more Derrick Henrys and more, Kyron Williams, these true bell cows? Or are teams just going to apply that to, we're going to have a guy take 40% of the snaps and a guy take 45% and another guy take the rest of the 15, the way we have with these running back by committees. And I think that's going to be a really interesting discussion point this offseason. I'm hesitant to say that the old adage, the NFL is a passing league. I'm hesitant to say that has changed, but I do wonder if the defense is changing to limit Patrick Mahomes going down the field. Patrick Mahomes is close to the lowest ADOT in the NFL.
Yes.
Yes. the Chiefs are the kings of the methodical drive. And they're not the team here that's coming in with the number one run game in the NFL. That's the Eagles. But the Chiefs are the kings of the methodical drive. The Eagles in the Super Bowl are the ones that get explosive plays both in the run game and the passing game. So I think it's a really fascinating dichotomy and an interesting discussion of where the NFL is going right now.
I mean, the Patriots went through their own change like that. Sure. I mean, there was the Randy Moss year where they were airing it out, but then we saw so many of these dink and dunk where Brady just takes what you give him, and the great quarterbacks can do that. So great conversation on that, Joe. Joe, what are your thoughts on the Super Bowl?
I don't think I have a really unique thought, because I'm sure you've been doing this now, Jim, for 48 hours, over 24 hours, here. So you're getting in on this. I think the Eagles have the better team. I think the Eagles have the better team on both sides of the football. I think Patrick Mahomes is an all-time great, and I think you're an idiot if you don't think the Chiefs have a coaching and a quarterback advantage. That is baked into the betting line. The Chiefs are 1.5 favorites too. I got it at 2. I got the Eagles plus the 2. I think they have the better team. You could argue they should have won the last game, and I think that the key between the last game between these two teams and this year's game between these two teams, the Eagles have a better defense than they had 2 years ago. They were kind of a paper tiger with Jonathan Gannon as the defensive coordinator. Right. They beat up on bad quarterbacks all year. Mm-hmm. And then, the sod father and all that, they didn't sack Mahomes once in that Super Bowl. Also, go look at the Eagles rushing numbers in that Super Bowl. It was all Jalen Hurts and literally nothing else. Jalen Hurts had to be Superman in that game. And one mistake by Jalen Hurts ended up being the difference in that game. So I think the Eagles are better. I think Travis Kelce's a step slower, which, although the Eagles have been killed by tight ends in the playoffs so far, which is a big concern for them. I took the Eagles plus the 2. I think everybody's anticipating a close game. And I want to throw one little adage out there that my golf teacher, I was taking a golf lesson this past week. I just got new irons, carrying an 8-iron 170, which is great. But yes. I still don't know where it's going. That's the problem. He's like, dude, you're thinking about this all wrong. Everybody's talking about the refs and all this. And I don't believe the NFL is rigged. Do I believe Mahomes gets a friendly whistle? Yes. I don't think it's by league directive. I just think the refs are oh, this guy gets hurt under my watch. But he raised a really interesting point. He goes, you're thinking about the refs all wrong. And it was a discussion between two other guys, because I don't like getting into the ref talk, but it was a discussion between two other guys at Golf Tech, and he's like, I think the Eagles have the refs on their side in this game, because the last thing the NFL wants is a bad call in the Super Bowl going Mahomes' way again. And I thought that was a really wild way to think about this ref controversy. I wouldn't be surprised if the refs swallow their whistles in this game.
I hope they do. I don't like when the officials dominate games. Joe, give me a couple props if you've got them.
Oh, okay. So I already told you that the Eagles have the Eagles have the plus 2. That's not a prop. I'm actually going to spin this a different way for you, Jim. We have a prop contest up at fantasypoints.com where you can enter it and win subscriptions to the website. But also, in addition to that, it's free to enter. You can win subscription. We're giving away over $1,200 worth of subscriptions. We have a downloadable 36 multiple choice question PDF that you can print out and run it at your Super Bowl party. And it has all kinds of props. It has on-field props, like what's the result of the first coach's challenge? Is there a touchdown or a sack first? Things like that. There's also Kendrick Lamar props in there. So you can get everything in get everybody interested in it, and we assign different weighted score values based on the likelihood of the outcome. So go to fantasypoints.com. It's a 36 question multiple choice. It is, I mean, look, everybody plays squares. It's easy to throw your money into the Super Bowl squares, set it and forget it, the old Ron Popeil. But this contest gets people really interested in the game, and it's a fun way to play. I've been doing it for 10 years, and we brought it to the website this year.
Oh, man, that's so fun. Yeah, make sure everybody does that. You find him at FG_Dolan. Joe, anything else you need to pitch?
I don't need to pitch anything. Just keep tuned in to Jim. He does a wonderful job, everybody.
Joe, appreciate you. Enjoy the Super Bowl. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. We have Dustin Ludke next. You find him at the D Unit 13 on the X. He's the content director of Dynasty Pros FF. Dustin, take away from the season.
Jim, I want to go back to something I've been preaching for years, and let's stop making decisions based on draft capital. It doesn't matter. If you did that this year, you were taking Roma Dunze over Brian Thomas Jr. You were taking Xavier Legette over Ladd McConkey. You were taking Ben Sinnott over Jatavian Sanders. Now, Jatavian Sanders wasn't a league winner, but had more fantasy-relevant weeks. You were going to take Xavier Worthy over Jalen McMillan, who was better for you. Last year, Will Levis over Nader O'Connell, Tucker Kraft over Dalton Kincaid. I mean, Tank Dell was better than John Domingo. Those are all lower drafted guys that did better than guys drafted higher. But we go draft capital, and we're in rookie season, and people are going to go, the first quarterback taken has a higher hit percent than the third quarterback taken. Whip-de frickin' do. Like, at some point, you can go outlier. When you have so many outliers, it becomes a bad sample size. Let's face it, Caleb Williams was the first quarterback drafted. He was probably the fifth best quarterback this year out of the rookie class. You just can't go with draft capital. You have to start looking at situations. Let's look at a couple this year. Bucky Irvin versus Trey Benson. You wanted Bucky Irvin. Draft capital for Trey Benson was 66. Bucky Irvin was 125th pick. So we got to start looking at situations more than draft capital, more than athleticism and scores from the combine and speed. Look at the situation they're headed into, because that's going to predict how they do in the future. Correlation and causation don't exist in the NFL and in fantasy football. You can make inferences based on things. You knew whoever was going to Tampa Bay was going to be good because Rachaad White was so ineffective. And you're a big proponent of that. I was a big proponent of that. So we knew whoever was, whether that was Bucky Irvin, whether that could have been Trey Benson, whoever it was, landed there, had the best situation to succeed. We saw it with Sam Laporta 2 years ago. That Detroit was the situation you wanted a tight end, and he was like the third tight end off the board, had the best year. So I'm looking at situations, not draft capital. When people bring up draft capital in an argument, I just go, that's a worthless argument. It's just not worth it anymore. Once they get on the field, it doesn't matter.
So, yeah, no, I love it's fabulous take on that. But let me flash that forward. So Caleb Williams ended up being a horrible situation this year. And Ben Johnson's there. What are your initial thoughts on the pairing of Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson?
I think it's going to be okay. I think he can help Caleb get and be better. I still wonder about that offense, how long it's going to take Ben Johnson to build the pieces and the culture that he built in Detroit, right? He was brought in by Dan Campbell to help build that culture. It took them 2 or 3 years, to really get to the point where you're oh, they're contenders. The second year under Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson in Detroit, they were good. They were kind of that shocking team. I just don't know if the pieces they have can be a success in 2025. Maybe in 2026 they're there. So I think we'll see improvement. I just don't think we'll see them take this massive leap where all of a sudden they're NFC North contenders or they're Super Bowl favorites. I think it's just hey, maybe they'll be good, and Caleb for fantasy will be in that QB 10 to QB 15 range, where I think he was in that QB 12 to 17 range this year. So he'll move up a tier, but I don't think he's going to go also be a top 5 guy.
2 different quarterbacks completely, but CJ Stroud had the great rookie season, and then last year there were a lot of factors, and way too long, but especially getting into what those were, but there were factors, and he didn't have the same season. We have Jaden Daniels comes out and has an insanely great rookie season. What are your thoughts on Jaden Daniels as he enters year 2?
I think it's going to be similar to what we saw with CJ Stroud, unfortunately. It depends on what they do. If they surround him with another weapon, Terry McLaurin is good, not great. He's a solid receiver, but they need another guy. They don't have a playmaker on that offense. When I was looking at that NFC Championship game, I go, who do the Commanders have when it's crunch time? Who do they have that's going to just is the go-to guy to have it? They have Zach Ertz, but he's older. He was 1 or 2 plays. It wasn't like the Eagles who could just go Saquon Barkley, carry us home. Jalen Hurts, carry us home. Even A.J. Brown. They just didn't have that guy. So if they can get that guy, if they go get a T. Higgins, maybe a Cooper Kupp, if they can trade for him and he can show some flashes and they can kind of hodgepodge together. I also think there's tape on Jaden Daniels now, and you know what he is. And I think we get a lot of this. We see it. We don't know what it is. And then all of a sudden we see it. We see it in baseball where hitters are usually great to start the season, or pitchers are great. Then once the batters see them for a couple times, they get taped. They go, okay, now we know how to hit them. So I think we're going to see a little bit of Jaden Daniels. I'm still buying him for fantasy football. That rushing upside is such a huge plus.
Right.
You can't not, but I don't expect him to be Lamar. I expect him to be kind of what he was this year. I think he'll be in that top 10 range at the bottom end of that top 10.
Are we still a little bit concerned about Daniel's size? He got away with it. He had the rib injury in the one game. That could happen to anybody, but he still runs a lot, and he's still a slight guy. Do we have concerns about that?
I have only concerns, depends on what happens with their O-line. Sam Cosmi got hurt in the conference championship game. He's, I think, a free agent. They have another guy that's a free agent. When I see Jaden Daniels run, he runs a lot like Russell Wilson did, and even Patrick Mahomes, where they avoid hits. He's not running like Josh Allen, where he's like, I'm going to just hold it. Like, he avoids the hit. So that's, again, where we talk about, like, situations and styles matter. You can't just go, he's a rushing quarterback, he's more injured. Like, he runs in a way that I think is very safe. He's, gets to the outside, gets out of bounds, stretches the ball. You saw that with Russell Wilson, who has a ton of rushing upside, or used to back in his heyday, but never really took a lot of big hits. So I'm not super concerned about his size. Obviously, I'd like him to be a little bit bigger. He's still, young enough he can pack on a few pounds. I mean, let's face it, we all pack on a few pounds as we get older anyway. So I think he'll get on a few pounds. I think they'll design ways, and if they can bolster that offensive line and retain some guys, I think he'll be fine.
Thoughts on the Super Bowl, Dustin?
I don't want to say the Chiefs because I'm a Bills fan. I agree with, what Joe said before me and what Doug said before him. Like, I think the Chiefs win. I think they have the better team. Listen, I think they can handle Saquon Barkley. If you look at the top running backs against the Chiefs this year, Derrick Henry, week 1, 13 carries, 46 yards. Bijan, week 3, 16 carries, 31 yards. James Cook, week 11, 9 carries, 20 yards. In the playoff game, 13 carries, 85 yards. Joe Mixon in week 16, 14 carries, 57 yards. So you're talking like some of the elite backs in the NFL who just have not done great against the Chiefs. So if they can bottle up Saquon, they're putting it all on Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown. The guy I think, and I agree with Doug, Dallas Goedert is the guy that I think can be the difference makers. The Chiefs are not good against the tight end. I think he's the difference maker. If they can, get him going, I think that's where it's at. So I think it's going to be Chiefs. As a Bills fan, I kind of say I want to see a 3-peat because then we can at least rest on the fact that we lost to a historic run and we're okay. And I'm okay with that. Like, if you lose to history, I'm okay with that. When you lose to a team that then loses to the Eagles, it's like, well, we could have beat the Eagles, maybe, possibly. I don't know. It just leaves a lot more questions. But when you go, hey, we lost to the best coach ever, one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks ever, probably the best tight end ever on this historic 3-peat, I'm okay with losing to that.
You mentioned Dallas Goedert, and I bet this last Thursday, because I know that as the time goes on, they're going to get juiced up, moved up, but I did go over 4.5 catches with Goddard. Are there any props that you like, Dustin?
I got a couple. So, again, we talk about Saquon Barkley. I'm taking the under on his yards, whatever that is, but I will take the anytime touchdown score because I do think he scores. If you look at those games, Henry scored, Bijan scored, James Cook scored twice, James Cook scored twice, Joe Mixon was the only one that didn't score if you're locking those elite running backs. So I think he scores. Zach Bond, defensive guy, he's at 10.5 tackles. I'm taking the under. He only did that in 6 games, had 10.5 more in 6 games this season. The last games, it was 12, 6, 8, and 7. The only thought is he is in New Orleans, which is where he was drafted. When they played New Orleans, he had like 13 or 14 tackles. I'm just taking the under. And a sneaky one for all those out there, John Baptiste is singing the national anthem. The line for him is 120.5 seconds. I'm taking the under. He's done that once, and the last time he did a live event, but most of his renditions are around 105 seconds. So I'm taking the under on John Baptiste singing the national anthem. If you want a fun one, take the under of 120.5 seconds. I think he's going to be just under that.
Oh, I love that. Man, great stuff, Dustin. Remind people where they can find you. Tell them what you've got going on.
Yeah, you can find me at the D-Unit13 on Twitter, Dustin Lucky on Blue Sky. You can check out all my work now at the Fantasy Advice Network, so fantasyadvicenetwork.com. That's where you'll find doing some coaching impact articles, but Twitter is the best place. And I have a podcast every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern called Bridge the Gap, where we talk all kinds of stuff. Last week, we talked music. Some weeks we'll talk, like this week, we're talking prospects. We talked counseling a couple weeks ago. It's just a wide variety. We kind of have a football slant to some of those things, but it's a great podcast. It's a great conversations with a guest. So check that out every Tuesday night. Bridge the Gap is the podcast, BTG_PodFF on Twitter.
Dustin, appreciate you. Thanks for hopping on. Enjoy the Super Bowl, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
All right. Remember, this offseason, the RotoWire has the Fantasy Football Podcast. We'll start those in the first week of March. Take a little bit of a hiatus, but catch all your favorite RotoWire personalities all off season. I should be doing 1 podcast per week today, not to be determined yet. Usually Mondays, but we'll see. I do that with Anthony Servino. But please, again, consider subscribing to the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast on your favorite podcast platform. And remember, if you need an edge in your fantasy league, regardless of the sport, I still contend we have the best baseball coverage on the planet. RotoWire.com delivers breaking news, advanced stats, expert analysis to help you win. You go to rotowire.com/pod. You get free access to all our premium features. You don't need a credit card for the trial. Again, rotowire.com/pod. Check us out. If you like it, join the team. If not, we're just glad you took a look. And with that, we bring on my friend James Adams. And James is always on the Fantastic Show on Sirius XM Fantasy. Comes on right before me on the weekends. Always great listening to you guys. I have my headset on nice and early. Put on earlier than usual to hear you guys. You find James at James Adams 94. And as I didn't say the name of his show, he's with the Fantastics Insider on Sirius XM Fantasy. James, what do you have in terms of takeaways from the season?
So, it's interesting. I caught the last segment, and I was thinking about, the draft capital. I didn't necessarily take that away, but we're all getting ready for these rookie drafts getting pretty soon. And one thing I would almost piggyback with that is knowing that these third-round rookie picks, they really have value, fourth-round rookie picks even sometimes, and not just trading them away as like a throw-in in a trade and realizing you might have given up Bucky Irving, a name that you guys were just talking about, Puka Nacua a year before. So that was something I just kind of wanted to throw in there with the conversation before. For me personally, it wasn't a great year. I play in a lot of leagues. So Did I win a championship? Yeah, I did, but I didn't win as many as I would have liked to. And one thing I like to do every year, win, lose, or draw, is go back and look at, I like to play in some main events. I play in KFFSC, I play in FPC, I play in Southern Bluegrass. I like to go back and look at the main events and see what the roster construction was for not just the winner, but the second, third, all the way down to the 10th team. And I like to go receiver heavy, receiver early, and that leaves a hole in my rosters with running back. And this year, there were no running backs to be had on the waiver wire. Like Dan and I, this last week, we did our award show, if you will, and the waiver wire pickups. We didn't even have a candidate at running back, quite frankly, because it was so bad this year. And I think that hurt me a little bit because I also didn't hit on a lot of these other running backs I was taking later that I hope to fill in. And I say all of that because the lesson I learned was any draft strategy can still work. Like the same receiver early, I'm an anchor running back kind of guy. I will dabble in an early quarterback or tight end, but I don't do it regularly. Any strategy can work. A lot of people still waited on quarterback this year, as good as Allen Burrow was a little bit of a wait, but Lamar Jackson, as good as those two front end guys were, you could have waited a little bit on Jaden Daniels. You could have waited a while on Baker Mayfield. It still worked. You could have waited on running back and it still worked. You could have gone receiver heavy early and it still worked. It just didn't work for me. But the problem was, like in the first round, if I had an early pick at receiver, I absolutely had to have Tyreek Hill. Or I like CeeDee Lamb too. Those were my 1-2. And I liked them at the top of the board. Like I was willing to pass McCaffrey for them, which maybe that part worked out. But the fact that Tyreek Hill was so bad, had I been a homer and just taken Jamar Chase, then all of a sudden that early receiver strategy didn't work out okay. It worked out great because, by the way, when I went back and looked at a lot of those rosters, some leagues there was not as much. It depended on, like, did your main event start in week 14, week 13, what have you, or 15. But Jamar Chase was on a lot of those rosters, and I still saw that taking receiver early, maybe you get that one anchor running back instead of, for me, it being Travis Etienne. Maybe it was, Saquon Barkley, clearly, or Kyron Williams. It's that philosophy still works. So my takeaway was, if this wasn't your first year and you've had some good years and it didn't go good this year, don't just say you got to don't throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing. The philosophy was still there. It just, my player evaluation, quite frankly, my team prognostication, that wasn't there. And I got to fix that for this offseason a little bit.
And then there's the occasional weird year. And this was a weird year. I mentioned earlier in the show, Drake London was the wide receiver 5. Did he play like a wide receiver 5 this year? No, not even close. During the season, I'm just so into the week to week. I would have told you he was maybe top 15. No, top 5. A lot of injuries, a lot of underperformance. I'm on St. Brown, wide receiver 3. Last year, 1,500 and I believe 50 yards. He was down to the 1,200s this year. So it was a very weird year. Chase had the great numbers, but outside of that, the players that were finishing great. So like you said, James, if your process was right, don't just throw it away because it may have been an oddball season. definitely think about it, reflect on it, and decide if you were right. But I think that's fantastic advice. So, James, moving to the Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the big game?
I like to do playoff drafts. I've been doing that for a while. And I can remember, my co-host Dan Claskins, we do one together. By the way, I stacked the Chiefs a little bit. I've got a chance to win our 8-man draft this Sunday. I stacked the Chiefs. Why? Going back to where I was going to go to start with, Dan and I have been doing this for a while. And I don't know if it was 2018 or something. I said, man, the Patriots are done. They're going out in the first round. I didn't draft any Patriots. I'm pretty sure they won the Super Bowl that year. And I learned, like, you just can't ignore repetitive history. And now we've gotten that with the Chiefs. I mean, the fact that they are, 7 straight AFC title games.
Yes.
They go to the Super Bowl. I mean, I'm not saying that they've never lost a Super Bowl, but they go there, they win in close margins. Oh, by the way, that's the history of this season on repeat is they just find a way to win, for forever during the regular season. It was like, if you wanted to take the Chiefs opponent plus a double-digit number, you were going to cash and the Chiefs were going to win. I think the Chiefs are going to win. Like, you could take a lot of different, I could say, hey, it's the way that the Philadelphia Eagles win games is running the ball. The Chiefs are tough to run against. I could give you that, and I think that makes sense. Saquon probably has a good day. I think the Chiefs win. Honestly, I think the Chiefs, I was thinking about a score I would pick. I say the Chiefs win like 29-27. Maybe it's a last-minute play. Maybe they have a chance to just eke out the clock. It's going to be close. It's probably going to be a great game. We have 2 fantastic teams. But in the end, I can't even allow myself to go against the just wave of history that, like, it's almost like the Chiefs now are the Patriots. And I almost have a bias of combining those 2 histories into this long run of these 2 dynasties.
And your score projection, just total points, just 2 different from mine. We're both on the over then, 48.5. It started 49.5. So, yeah, definitely liking the over on that, right, James?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is going to be an exciting game. I think both teams put up points, which is crazy because both teams have good defenses. Like, yes. I mean, I'll go back to, I really like the under in the Eagles-Rams game in the second round, and it ended up going over, and it was like it had a chance to go under, and right. Saquon broke off that huge run. And then a couple more, and I think the Rams scored after that, and it really, really skewed what that total was. I just see the big plays kind of happening enough. You've got enough playmakers in this game, yes. And you maybe get a defensive score too. Maybe not. I mean, I don't think the Chiefs are going to turn the ball over like Washington did against Philadelphia. But, yeah, I think the over. I mean, I feel points in this game.
Any props you like?
So, I don't know if this is the Dallas Goedert hour.
It is the
but,
day.
Like, that's what I was getting the vibe before I even came on. I was like, again, it is kind of been the narrative of the season. And you can go back to week 1 where Isaiah Likely went off against him, against the Chiefs. Week 2, Mike Gesicki burst on the scene. Frankly, I feel like every time Dalton Schultz came out of nowhere. I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but kind of out of nowhere for Houston in the playoffs. It was like Kyle Pitts is the only tight end that hasn't gone off against the Chiefs this year. And that's a whole nother story. You could probably do a pot-a-thon in March or April when we talk about Kyle Pitts. My goodness. But It just makes sense to me. And then I went back and looked, and I was like, you know what? Dallas Goedert actually had a really nice game last week too. So for me, the catch total at 4.5 is negative money. I don't know if I want to tweak it up to 5.5 because 6 is a lot of catches.
I know.
But right now, I still see him at -110 either way on 50.5 over on FanDuel. So I'm going to throw down on the over of the 50.5 yards because 1, you can get it 1 play. And then 2, I don't have, I just 6 is a lot of catches to get on. I might get on that too. I don't know about touchdown props or anything I think the other thing I'll play, I like to bet golf. I like long shots. Travis Kelce as the Super Bowl MVP. So I like tight ends as a whole. I like that. And you want any kind of like statistical breakdown? Nah, I don't have one for you. Somehow it's more the old vet gets his 100, gets his touchdown, maybe 2. And unlike the regular season where we always give it to the quarterback, it's easier to give it to a non-quarterback in the Super Bowl. You've got all of the things that go on with Travis Kelce outside of the game itself.
Yes.
So I'll make one MVP bet. It's Kelce. But the bet I really like is over the 50.5 for Dallas Goedert.
And like I tell people, James, if you're going to bet a player for the MVP, why not just take their team? Like, so if you're taking Kelsey, take the Chiefs money line and make it a 2-leg parlay. You increase your odds because Kelsey's not winning the MVP if they lose, right?
No, he's not. That's a very good point.
So that's what I'm
I hadn't
telling
thought
everybody
about
to
that.
do.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, any one player, and it's tied to something like an MVP. Take the team as well. James Adams, remind people where they can find you and your work.
Right now, James Adams 94 on X. We're kind of insider football is really dialing down, but the draft isn't that far away. I'll be in the mock draft with you coming up in a couple of days, so it really never ends.
Excited. James, enjoy the Super Bowl. Thanks for hanging with me.
Thanks, buddy.
And we're moving on to Super Bowl Marathon RotoWire. We got Kevin Murray. You find him at Dr. KJ Murray, FF Unlimited. Look right over his head. He's the creator of that. Also with Football Guys. Kevin, what's a takeaway from the season you had?
Well, yeah, first off, great to see you, Jim. Always a pleasure. Takeaway of the season, I mean, it's the return of the running backs, right? I mean, I've been playing fantasy for 30 years, so it's so refreshing to see so much success with running backs, to see these free agent running backs finding success. It's exciting also. I mean, you have a ton of running backs entering the league this year with this upcoming draft. So the future is bright for the running back position.
There's no doubt about it. It's exciting. And I know we were talking, me and Joe Dolan got into it and a couple other people about how defensive players have become lighter because you have to chase the pass. And it's not like they're going to tell everybody to gain 30 pounds next year because it's a good running year. No, stopping explosive plays typically means stopping the pass game. If this trend's going to change, it's not going to be in the next 1 to 2 years. It's something that would be over time. So yes, the running backs probably are here to stay. And it was crazy because to think that we would have healthy seasons, mostly from James Conner, from Aaron Jones. I know Mixon had the one injury, but then he stayed healthy after that. To have older backs staying healthy. What did you think about that these guys were staying on the field? And Kyron Williams.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a surprise, but again, very refreshing. I mean, you want to see running backs find success, and we have 17-game seasons now, so it's surprising to see the health kind of stay up for most running backs. But I'll take it for sure. The one thing with all these running backs coming into the league this next year, it's going to be so interesting to see where they land. We're going to have more committees. Or are they going to find the right spot? So I love everything about the running back and in the future of the position.
Now, Kevin, I know one of your passions is league commissioners, league fun. Anything this season that you want to highlight that you either observed, thought about, anything along that line?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there was another season, a lot of injuries, outside of the running back position. And that's just another reminder to me is the fantasy league experience is so special, right? You want to, there's a lot of heartbreak involved. There's a lot of reasons for people to kind of get dejected and maybe burnt out playing fantasy if things aren't going their way. That's why it's so important to make sure the league experience is optimized. If you have a league that's connected, everyone's engaged, you enjoy that journey together. It's not just about who wins or loses. Obviously, you want to win it all. But if you're not having fun playing fantasy, you might fall out. And I hate to see anybody lose out on the fantasy experience. So I want people to get the most out of fantasy. And I think that you do that when you have a great league. So it's always good to make sure that your league is engaged and set up in a way that it can thrive.
Everybody should be keeping up with you, but especially commissioners. Commissioners should keep up with you because you always have some good insights and things that people can be thinking about, just kind of a network there. I think that's a real special resource that you kind of are in the industry, and it's not many people that do that. So thank you for your continued, pushing that idea of making sure leagues are fun, because at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about. Yeah, we want to win, but we want to have a great time as well.
For sure.
Kevin, how about the Super Bowl? What are you thinking about the game?
It's a wild one. I mean, like many people, it's not the matchup you wanted when the playoffs started. I wanted the Bills, I wanted the Lions. I would have loved to see the Ravens get in there. I mean, It's not the matchup I wanted, but I love history. And as much as people are tired of seeing the Chiefs, you gotta just sit back and look and say, wow, we're witnessing history, in real time. It's pretty cool to see in the grand scheme of things. When it comes to the matchup, I mean, as much as I love the magic of Mahomes and everything that he's done, and it's the way they can turn on the switch when it comes to the playoffs, it's unbelievable. My gut, though, it's on Philly. I honestly, I think Saquon is playing at a level, as a running back as high as anybody in the NFL history in this moment. And I think that this is his time. I think they're going to give the rock to him 25, 30 times. I don't think Philly's going to let this one go. I think Philly's going to take it.
Kevin, I remember that game against Washington, that first play, that pitch out to Barkley, and he gets somewhat hit, and he does a spin. And it was a video game. It was one of the most fun runs I have ever seen. It was like, I don't know, those games, you hit those certain buttons and you get in a turbo mode. And it was like, I could not believe he did a full spin like that and then housed it. I mean, he has been such a wonderful part of the NFL this season. And really, when you look back on the season, there'll be all different takeaways, but watching Saquon Barkley rip off all those long runs, that is something that's going to be a lasting memory. Do you have any favorite Barkley memory from this year?
I mean, obviously it's drafting him in my home league,
Right?
in the middle of the first, where people are like, are you sure about this one?
Yeah.
And he just, he carried me the entire season. Just an incredible season. So many incredible runs by Saquon. I feel like it's his season. It's destiny. It's coming on Super Bowl Sunday.
I had a draft. It was a high stakes draft, and I think I had the 104, and I took Breece Hall. Didn't go so well. On the way back, I was fully expecting to take a wide receiver. Barkley was sitting there. I'm like, Barkley is not getting past me here. I wish the Breece Hall winning would have worked out, because that would have been a pretty magical season I would have had. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Didn't happen. Thank you, Breece Hall. That's all right. It's all good. But getting Barkley in that second round, I was so amped about that, because I loved his draft cost, because I didn't have him with the top tier, but I knew where he was getting drafted. He was going to beat that cost, and he obviously proved that one right. A lot of us, like you, fortunately it worked out. Do you have any prop bets or players that'll do well or not well in the game?
Yeah, I mean, again, let's say Saquon. I honestly think Saquon's going for 150 plus. I think Timmy Smith's record from was 1987, I believe, 204 yards. That is in jeopardy. That's how confident I am that Saquon is going to play extraordinary this weekend. I also think, Travis Kelce, like, when it comes to playoffs and what he's put together, he's one of the greatest postseason players of all time. I don't expect a ton of volume, a ton of yards, but he's going to score a touchdown. I think that an anytime touchdown for Travis Kelce is almost a lock.
And when I bet that, it was plus 135. Now, I don't know if that's gone down, but it's still going to be plus odds. And realistically, Kelce scoring a touchdown, you would think, because this could be his last game. And even if there's any uncertainty that, look, Mahomes plays at a level where if he wants to get Kelce the ball, he'll get him the ball. And they have a mind meld, and they have probably 70 different plays and variations between those two that they could run. And so for them to manufacture him a touchdown, it might not be as difficult as it sounds. It's not like you're going to force him the ball, because there's so many ways to do it. So yeah, I think betting that anytime touchdown on Kelce, would you be crazy enough to bet 2 touchdowns for Kelce?
Hey, if you're feeling it that day, let's do it. Let's roll the dice, because I think that Kelce, I think there's going to be a focus to get him the ball. Obviously in the red zone, he's been pretty incredible his whole career.
Remind people what you got going on at FF Unlimited, Football Guys, and where do people can keep up with you?
Yeah, you can find my stuff at Football Guys. You can obviously find it at Fantasy Football Unlimited. We have the Fantasy Football Unlimited podcast, interviewing incredible people throughout the industry. We'll be doing that all off season. I love, again, highlighting the amazing people in this community, because there's just no shortage of them. FantasyFootballUnlimited.com. Definitely check that out for links and resources to every fantasy imaginable category in the industry. I'm also putting together a book. It's going to come out late spring for commissioners, a guide for commissioners, just to help make them create leagues that that are special to them, leagues that are kind of inspired to have a league of their dreams. There it is. Definitely check that out when that comes out. But stay tuned for those details.
Kevin Murray, always making a difference in this space. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks for hanging out with me. You're always a staple on these shows. Enjoy the Super Bowl, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim, and tell JJ I said hello.
You just did. He heard you. You can wave at him, JJ, in the back behind stage. There we have it. All right, everybody, we have an hour left in the marathon. If you missed any of it, we had a show last night. You can always catch it where you're watching it now. You can just go backwards and find it there. Obviously, if you came into this show late, you can catch the rewind on this as well, but we'll be going until 3 Eastern. At the end of the show, right at 3, we're going to have James White, a Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots retired player, coming in. He's going to finalize the show at the end. But right now, let's bring in JJ Zacharias. And saw you at the Fantasy Football Expo, drafted you in the Kings Classic. Always good to see and hang out with you. JJ, when people are looking for you, we know that you find them at Late Round QB. And we were just having a talk on the show. We brought you up yesterday because somebody was talking about, we're going to bring back the late round quarterback. I go, you just moved JJ stock back up higher than it should go. So I love that. JJ, takeaways from the season.
Yeah, I'd say the main one for me, I did an episode of my podcast on this, and I called it the running back renaissance was the title of the podcast. Now, I think that like if you look at what went on over the last decade versus what went on in 2024, the biggest difference was really the RB2s in fantasy football. If you were to take the averages of running backs, so the RB1s, the RB2s, the RB3s, those are overall running backs. If you were to take the average of those players from 2014 to 2023, the RB1 this year, Saquon Barkley, was actually a little bit worse than what we typically see from the RB1 in fantasy. And then, the RB2 and the RB3, it wasn't anything like special among that top 6 or so group. But when you look at RB8 to RB20, Jim, every single spot was better than the previous 10-year average. And so the question that I asked was, why did that happen? I think there's 2 main reasons that it happened. One, the position scored more touchdowns this year. They accounted for a higher percentage. Rushing touchdowns from running backs accounted for a higher percentage of total NFL touchdowns this year than what we'd really seen in recent history. And so that obviously matters to a degree. I think some of that has to do with the fact that teams often run the ball more at the goal line now than they used to. Now, some of that's because of mobile quarterbacks, but also you can use those mobile quarterbacks to create better lanes and such for running backs closer to the end zone. But I think the other reason is quite simply health and the way that running backs just didn't get hurt, right? When running backs don't get hurt, that means that the talented players, if you look at top 20 running backs by ADP last year, they were the healthiest that we've ever seen, at least in recent fantasy football history. And so, if you look at it from that perspective, that means that very talented running backs were staying healthy. And when talented running backs stay healthy, they're going to score more fantasy points. So I think what we'll see is a little bit of regression probably in 2025. I think the market typically takes what happens the previous year and kind of attributes it to the current year. I think that might be a mistake a little bit, into 2025 because there's going to be more running back injuries. It's a great running back class too, which means that we're probably going to see more split backfields and less of the obvious go-to guys in that RB2 range. So I think it was a little bit of an anomaly, but really, really interesting, I think, compared to previous seasons that we've seen.
So, JJ, we always say that something has to give. So you're talking about the running back production. And as we were mentioning through, Terry McLaurin was the wide receiver 7 this year and, 13 touchdowns, but just 1,096 yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba's PPR, the wide receiver 10. But the wide receiver scoring itself, it was not crazy other than Jamar Chase. Matter of fact, on a PPR point per game, Chase was the only one that hit 19 or more points. He was at 23.7.
Right.
So explain that a little bit. I know there were, because that's not even injuries, it's per points per game. What were your thoughts on is it just the comeuppance of the running backs do better than the wide receivers are going to take a hit?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is something that we just kind of see. Like, if you look at macro trends in fantasy and in football in general, like, there are sometimes these random 1-year fluctuations where we see weird stuff happen. And I think that's sort of the case here. We also saw some injuries to some earlier round wide receivers and some guys who were thriving and doing well, like a Rashee Rice, right? Who I think if Rice would have stayed healthy, he could have been in that conversation, to be, maybe even right after Jamar Chase, just from a points per game standpoint, or at least close to that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just a situation where, the running backs were in a relatively good position. And it's funny with the running backs too, I've written and talked about the running back dead zone, which I believe Ben Gretsch, at the time he was at RotoViz at the time, came up with the concept, but it's basically where, a lot of the times, and this is what ADP history has shown us, but like the RB2s and by ADP. So like the RB, like 15 to 25 ish range, those guys generally haven't performed that much better than guys you get 10 spots after that, right? So the RB3 and into the RB4 range. And we saw that change a little bit this year. But what's interesting is that if you look at just sort of the archetype of
the running backs that do emerge from the running back dead zone, they're usually younger players. They're good pass catchers. And we had a lot of that in the dead zone this year, where you could at least see a scenario where some of these guys did emerge and do well. There were some obvious ones that hit kind of fit the mold of a dead zone running back, like a Zamir White, even a Ramondre Stevenson to a degree. But, and I know that we're talking in hindsight. It's a lot easier to talk in hindsight than forecasting this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of it is just more so that like running backs were set up really, really well this year, and wide receiver had a down year. And usually when this kind of thing happens, there is some regression that happens in both ways for those positions.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Great analysis as always, JJ. JJ, when you're looking at the Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the game?
Man, the more that I thought about it, the more, at first I'm like, oh, I don't want the Chiefs to do this again. But then I'm kind of like, I wouldn't mind seeing history, right? And just seeing, I have no allegiance to either team at all. And I don't, it's just not that big of a deal to me. I love Saquon. I think most people do, and they would love to see him get a ring, but seeing history would be cool. And so I don't have any biases, but I do think it's going to happen. I do think the Chiefs are going to get the W. Whenever I look at the structure of these teams, I do think that Kansas City, I trust in crunch time a little bit more. They've done a decent job against the run this season. And obviously that's going to come in handy against what the Eagles do. And I mean, the Eagles just went completely, especially with Kellen Moore at OC, I really thought entering the year, they might be more pass heavy than they were previous years. And they went the opposite direction. I mean, it's just an incredibly run heavy team, but that plays into the Chiefs' strengths. So I think that at the end of the day, it's probably going to come down to a quarterback battle, whichever one plays better. And I'm going to trust Mahomes over Jalen Hurts in that scenario. So I do like the Chiefs in the game. Now, player prop wise, my go-to usually in the playoffs in the Super Bowl is to look at quarterback rushing, because they tend to perform a lot more from a volume perspective and get a lot more volume in the playoffs, because they're not playing for their health the same way at that point. This is the last game of the year. They're going to throw their body around, right? It's just how it works. Even Patrick Mahomes, who I think is the guy that I like to target in from a props market standpoint, he's averaged 43 rushing yards per game in Super Bowls. He's averaged almost 30 rushing yards per game in the playoffs across his career, when that number is 20 in the regular season. So he runs the ball a whole lot more in the playoffs and in the regular season. So I think that, you could look at Mahomes right now and even get an alt line of like, I saw on FanDuel right now, you can get it for him to rush for 40 yards at plus 180. So you're getting plus money, good plus money with it. I think that could very easily happen given the way that he's performed historically in these big games on the ground.
Yeah, good stuff, JJ. JJ, remind everybody where they can catch you and your work, especially in the off season.
Yeah, man. I'm on Twitter at Late Round QB, Blue Sky as well. And then I'm on, my podcast, the Late Round Podcast. And you can check out all the work that I'm doing over on lateround.com.
JJ, thanks for hanging out with me. Enjoy the game. Hope to talk to you soon.
Thanks, man. Good seeing you.
Good to see you. All right, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying the RotoWire Fantasy Football Super Bowl Marathon. Day 2, day 1 was yesterday. If you miss it, you can always catch it afterwards. Go back. You can, wherever you're watching it now, you can go backwards and find it there. Still got a little more, about an hour maybe. Again, at the end of the show, we got James White, former New England Patriot, Super Bowl winner, coming on at the end of the show. We got a number of great fantasy analysts still coming on here, but I'm excited that you're here. If you're betting on the Super Bowl, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick 'em tickets across leading sports books and fantasy sites. You can check out rotowire.com/mybets. You can start monitoring all of your tickets from DraftKings, FanDuel, Underdog, and more in one secure location with My Bets. Also, if you need an edge in your fantasy league, no matter what sport you're playing, RotoWire.com delivers breaking news, advanced stats, expert analysis to help you win. You just visit RotoWire.com/pod. Free access to our premium features. You don't need a credit card. Again, it's RotoWire.com/pod. Check it out. If you like it, we'd love to have you on the team. If not, we're just glad that you took a look and saw what we are all about. And with that, we bring in Joe Bond. You find Joe at F6P_Joe. He's the founder of the Fantasy Six Pack. Joe Bond, another great season. What any takeaways that you have from the season?
Yeah, man. There's a couple. First, I want to say thanks for having me on. I would enjoy coming back to the show. Yeah, a couple things that I took away from the season is I think it's time to finally really start trusting some of these rookies. And I've been really slow to like trust some of these guys, but I mean, I was proven wrong in a lot of places. I'm not gonna lie. What's up, Jamie? I was off Malik Neighbors big time. I hated the landing spot. Brock Bowers, kind of the same way, proven horribly wrong. Some of the other rookies I was okay with, like cost wise, Brian Thomas Jr. I was okay with his cost wise, but like I didn't really expect him to do that. But like
No,
some of these guys are just, I mean, and now this is 2 years in a row of rookie tight ends, by the way, being a thing. So maybe these guys are actually starting to become NFL ready, at least receiving wise. And teams are just like, you know what? We're going to keep 2 tight ends. One's going to be our blocking tight end. You just go out and catch passes. That's all we needed to do. And it's working. And so maybe, I'd say those kind of 2 things, both revolving around rookies, is my biggest takeaway from the season.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And Joe, going into the season, and he didn't pan out, Marvin Harrison, but I had so many people saying, "Oh, well, I can't take a rookie because I've never seen him do it before." But we had evidence that 3 of the 4 prior years, Justin Jefferson had 1,400 yards as a rookie, and that went up every year. Jamar Chase had a 1,455. Puka beat them all, but nobody was drafting Puka unless you were in a super deep league, and it was super late. But there was evidence that rookies could do it. And you mentioned the tight ends a couple of years in a row now. So you're right. It's about changing our mindsets. And we talked on one of the segments yesterday about being pliable during a draft, being able to move with the draft. But I think you're bringing up a bigger point that if you haven't already cast aside some of these preordained thoughts that were always the way things were, you're probably missing out. Yes, you're going to make some mistakes. You don't just automatically take a rookie because he's a rookie. So do you want to go any further on how people can apply that knowledge as they're getting ready for drafts going forward?
Yeah, I'd say I'd still be hesitant to take some of these rookies like in the first round. I mean, Marvin Harrison was going around that like turn range, and I didn't have him anywhere. I didn't think he'd disappoint, I guess is a good word to say, to the degree he did. But that draft cost was just too high to me.
It was.
Now, Neighbors and all these guys, they were going 2-3 turn, even later. And I mean, Brock Bowers was like what, tight end 10-ish, 12 in some leagues, freebie. And everybody would, a lot of people were trying to pay up for tight end this year. Again, maybe not so much like they did in 2023, but it was still pretty high cost to get some of these, top end tight ends. So I still, as much as I want to say I'm going to buy into some of these rookies a little bit, it's with a little bit of caution too. I'm not going to go out and be like, hey, these guys can all finish wide receiver 1s, running back 1s. That's still unlikely. I know we saw 3 receiver 1s this year, but I still think that's going to be an outlier for sure. But you give me some of these super talented rookies that come in, and you're telling me I can draft like a super talented receiver coming into the league. I can draft him as my wide receiver 2 or my wide receiver 3. I'm gonna take a chance on that because their upside at this point is better than I know what I'm going to get from, I don't know, you name him, like, just some savvy vet that's been around. And like, yeah, he's safe. Safe's not going to win you. Like, you get that wide receiver 3 who turns into a high-end wide receiver 2 or a low-end wide receiver 1, that you're winning your league.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I think that's the takeaway advice, right? If the draft cost is right on those rookies and you're not overpaying, you have that untapped upside that people are not pricing in. And I think that's the market inefficiency that's there. You won't be right every time, but that goes for every player on the board. So look, I took Breece Hall in the first round. A lot of my drafts didn't end up so well. So any player has downside. So unrealized upside is always a great thing to look at. Joe, let's move to the Super Bowl. Any thoughts as you outlined and preview this game?
Yeah, I've been kind of digging into it a little bit, and both very, very good teams. Kansas City's been squeaking by a lot this year, as we know. Very tight ball games here, and the playoffs have been no different. So they're going to be a tough out no matter what. Their defense is top notch. The offense is sort of ho hum, honestly. Like the offense has not impressed me for the Kansas City Chiefs. They get it done. They score when they have to. The running game is basically non-existent for them, especially as of late. The passing game is manageable, but it's a very low ADOT offense. It's dink and dunk, get it out to the playmakers, let them do their thing. But it's just methodical. Like they just don't turn the ball over. They don't get, they convert a lot on third downs. They just 5 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards. It's hard to get them off the field. So they score points, right? And then you look at the Eagles, right? They're a very run heavy approach team. It's working. And there's not a lot of run first teams the last however, like 10 years. I think there's been no run first team the last 10 years to win a Super Bowl. So it's going to be difficult. They are going to buck the trend for sure. If they do it, the Eagles will, but I do think they can. And I'm picking them to win this game. And the reasons why is their run game is just incredible. Saquon is on fire. I'm a Commanders fan, and Jalen Hurts surprised me with how well his knee looked that game. The speed was like, if the first quarter or so, I was like, oh, we want him to run. We don't want Saquon to run. He looked slow. And then, man, he just turned it on. And I'm like, where'd that come from? Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much about that game. And then you mix in their run game with the Chiefs' run defense has been a juggernaut all year long. But the last couple of games, these playoff games, they've had Mixon kind of go off. They've had James Cook go off, although the Bills decided not to use him as much as they probably should have. I wonder if, kind of the pieces are falling apart a little bit on that run defense. Maybe they get right in these last, they got 2 weeks to get it right. Maybe that helps. Maybe they get, right the ship here. But because I think you're kind of seeing the trend of the Kansas City run defense, which was a huge strength for them, kind of fall off. And then you get the heavy strength of this running game for the Eagles. And it has been just even better at the end of the season here. I think that's going to be the big difference. And this Eagles defense is top notch. I mean, I had a lot of Commanders fans being like, oh, we got this. We beat Detroit. I'm like, the Philly defense is something different. You guys watch. And it was the best defense we faced in weeks. Probably since the last time we faced them.
Right.
So.
Now, Joe, when you talked through a couple things in the Eagles, we were talking about the Chiefs defense and their inability to playoff stop the run. I wonder if at the end of the day, they didn't care if Joe Mixon ran for 90 or 100 yards, and they didn't really care if James Cook ran for 100 yards because that wasn't going to ultimately turn the game. And if they, in just like last year's playoff against the Bills, right? Cook went wild in the first half. And they go, okay, well, they want to run Cook. We'll just stop them now. And so it's almost like when they decide to, they can do a little something. So you're right. The Chiefs may have something going there, but nobody on the show has really talked about it. And it was built into your comments. But that Eagles offensive line, as great as Barkley's been, he's had a lot of help. He's got some really good bodyguards working for him. How do they stack up here?
Yeah, I mean, it's strength on strength there. I mean, that, like I said, that Kansas City front, the front seven really has just been super good all year long. I just remember watching a game, and of course, I watch Red Zone a lot on Sundays. I remember watching a game. Oakland gets a turnover. They get it inside the 5-yard line. They run three straight plays, just right up the middle, right, trying to go right up the gut on this Kansas City defense. They didn't score. Like, you get the ball inside the 5-yard line, you didn't even score. Like, that's how good this team was. And like I get it, it's the Raiders, but it's still an NFL team, right? You still got to be able to move the ball. So that just was like, dang, man, this Kansas City run defense is just legit. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be a tight game. I don't want to get into the whole the refs are going to favor the Chiefs. Like, it's
not worth it.
Let the guy, the players are going to, I think, ultimately decide the game. And I really do think this Eagles team can stop the three-peat.
Be fun to watch. Any props you like?
I'll be honest, man. I'm not a big prop bet guy. But I would say anything where you can get an over on Saquon Barkley's longest run. I mean, time and time again, how many times we've just seen it pops off like a 60, 70-yard run, like almost every game. So take the over, man. Like, unless it's like 50 yards, I think
It'll be
a
in the
couple of places
25
I've
range.
seen like 25-30 range. It's what I've
Yeah.
seen. It is a couple of places I've noticed. A fun one, and I was kind of reading around. A fun one, somebody, and I forget where I read it, so I apologize for whoever I'm stealing it from. I think it was Establish the Run. They kind of went through like their staff picked guys. Somebody mentioned like if the Chiefs win, the last 2 Super Bowls, the Gatorade color has been purple. So if you think the Chiefs are going to win, bet on purple. Maybe they're just, hey, we're gonna, this is what we do. Like this works for us. We're gonna stay with purple Gatorade, and it was kind of fun. And like that's the kind of thing. That I would do.
Yes.
Like let's have fun with it.
Gotta
So-
have some fun with this. Joe, remind people where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, absolutely. FantasySixpack.net is where you can find all the work. We got football, we got baseball, basketball, hockey, DFS, betting. We got PGA golf. You can jump on over there, become an all access member. You get access to the award-winning ranking. You can see all the trophies back here, and we got draft cheat sheets and projections and all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thanks for hanging out with me. Always appreciate the knowledge, man. Enjoyed the game. We'll talk soon.
Yeah. You too, man. See ya.
Thanks, Joe. We got a FSWA Hall of Famer in the house. We got Greg Kellogg here. And look at that, man. Panama Jack over here. I love the hat. Love the shirt. Look at this man styling and profiling like Ric Flair. I love, who Ric Flair is, right? The wrestler.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Yes, we love Ric Flair. You find him at Gregory L. Kellogg, and Greg's with the sports affiliation. They've had great shows over there. I know I've been on shows there in the past. Greg, what's the takeaway you had from the 2024 season?
Okay, it's an NFL takeaway and not a fantasy one, actually.
Good.
No matter how talented your roster and how innovative your coaches, 18 defensive players on IR and 5 turnovers will end your season.
Yes. Greg, when the playoffs started for RotoWire, I have to write the article, and it's playoff challenge where I rank the players for the whole playoffs out. I do a little something on each team, and I had the Lions as one and done, and I didn't want to do it. And I had people really upset about it, and they could do a new set of rankings with the Lions, winning more games. I said, in the NFL playoffs, if you have a weakness, it will be poked at until it can't be poked at anymore. And those injuries on the defensive side of the ball, who was left? And unless their offense,
still, Jim, if Jared Goff plays his normal game,
and that was my
Detroit
point,
still wins that game.
Yeah, and that was my point. That if their offense wasn't perfect, they were going to lose, and it wasn't their fault. The injuries, Greg, and you know this. I when we look through all the teams, if you have 2 guys on defense on IR, that's a big number. 2 on in the playoffs, that's a big
2
number.
starters, yeah.
Sure, it's a big number. Most of the teams have 1, 2, or 3. That's it. This team had so many, and it's fortunate, right? 18, yes, and you cannot overcome. And like you said, if Goff, that was the whole point. They did not have the latitude to not be perfect on offense, and in the playoffs, you're playing a team at some point that might be able to do enough right to make you make 1 mistake or 2 mistakes. And with those injuries, that was the problem. Any other words on that?
Oh, yeah. I think that Jaden Daniels surprised the hell out of me. I mean, the guy was
yes,
pressured, but calm under pressure. You don't see that from rookies. You just don't. You talked earlier with one of your other guests, I think JJ, talking about, I'm trusting rookies now. Well, yes and no. I mean, there's always been running back. Rookies can play right away, running back. Wide receivers, since I retired and came back, all this zero running back and, stud wide receivers, that's new to me. I don't really care for that much. I'm still a running back. I'm not doing 3 out of the first 5 rounds like I used to, but you got to get a running back first 2 rounds, I think, if you want to win. You got to be balanced.
There's no doubt. In terms of the Lions, and I know you're a big Lions guy, I am just hopeful that a defense, obviously they'll get people back and hopefully they're in better shape, because we saw early in the season that defense was playing like a top 10 defense. And we saw that Jared Goff was throwing 18 to 22 passes in a good number of games. And I actually foresaw that before the season. But then once the defense fell apart, fortunately, they had the offensive firepower in the regular season to keep churning along. But do you think if that defense is back, and I know they lost both offensive and defensive coordinators, do you think we get that early season model where, as great as the offensive players are, if the defense is playing well, they're happy to run the ball and just win games?
Oh, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't they? It's a winning formula, and there's no way they're going to have 18 guys on IR on one side of the ball.
No.
There were guys on the offense on IR too. So, no, I think you're going to see a similar format next year. I'm not sure there will be as many chances taken on offense because Ben Johnson is a chance taker, a risk taker. But I do think that you're going to see a heavy dose of D-Money and Jahmyr Gibbs because they're that good. Why wouldn't you?
I think so. Yes, yeah, I do think so.
I also like the idea of Myles Garrett to Detroit. I just got to say that. I would love to see Garrett and Hutchinson.
Oh, that would be an incredible duo of edge rushers.
It won't happen, but I would love to see it.
Yes, there's no doubt that would be a fabulous thing to see. Greg, what are your thoughts on the Super Bowl?
Well, if you look at both teams top to bottom, in my opinion, it's not even close. Philadelphia is the better team talent-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Saquon Barkley is way better than the running backs. I think A.J. Brown and Devontae Adams are better than the receivers, although I had hopes for D-Hop and Hollywood, but they just haven't done anything this year. I do think that with Noah Gray and Kelsey, you have the edge at Kansas City at tight end. Both offensive lines are outstanding. I think both defenses are outstanding. I don't sell that Kansas City defense short. My problem is I can't bet against. I don't bet anyway, but I can't go against Mahomes and Reed. I just can't do it. I'm going KC 27-24. I love the Eagles, their style of play and everything, but they're going to make a mistake because it's a huge game and it's hard. And Pat Mahomes doesn't make mistakes in the Super Bowl.
No, and that's such an important thing to understand. You could have a better team, and we've seen it time and again. There were Patriots teams that won Super Bowls, and they weren't, really not even close talent-wise to their opponents, but they were a team, and they were well coached, and they had that guy number 12 under center, and it patched over a lot of
Where
things.
did he go to school?
Yeah, I think somewhere north in the United States.
North of Columbus. I'll tell you that. North of Columbus.
That's fabulous. I love that. Greg, I know you're not a prop bettor, so can you tell me who a player who may do really well and maybe a player who may not do really well in the Super Bowl?
I think Saquon's going to – I've been saying all year, Saquon should be the MVP. It should not be the quarterbacks. He's still playing. They're not. Okay? Right. And he's like 40, 50 yards away from breaking TD's all-time record for combined regular season, postseason rushing yards. This 2,000-yard season, how is he not the MVP?
So I think that voting was that voting was regular. They vote after that voting has been done for 3 weeks.
I know, but I still think he did everything. 2,000-yard season.
I know.
9 times in history.
Well, I'm with you.
I know that Lamar broke some records too. I just think that 2,000-yard season is a harder record to break.
I am with you 100% on that.
Yeah. And for somebody that's going to do poorly, it would not surprise me if Travis Kelce doesn't have a huge game, but Noah Gray does. Because Philadelphia is very vulnerable over the middle. But they're also smart on defense, and they know that Kelce is the go-to guy. So when KC goes to 2 tight end sets, I can see Kelce taking the coverage, and Noah Gray is very talented tight end. He really is.
And if Andy Reid chooses to do that with the way they will align players, they could get him isolated on Oren Burks, who's a replacement for Nakobe Dean. And Oren Burks is not excellent in coverage, and he can be had. And Noah Gray is a very capable pass catcher. So that would be the path for that to happen. So I love that call on that. Greg, remind everybody what you've got going on and where they can find you.
They can't. I'm on Twitter, but I'm moving and then I'm going to the Philippines for a year. So just go to the sports affiliation, see the people there. My show is being taken over by two new guys, Joe Carlton and Rick Brusuelas. Check them out. They're really good. But this Thursday, we're interviewing Connor Ludlum, who is the CEO and the mind behind SportsMind AI. If you want to know the future of AI in fantasy sports, tune in Thursday night, 7 Eastern.
Ooh, that sounds fabulous. Greg, appreciate you. Enjoy the Super Bowl. Thanks for coming on with me.
Thanks for having me, Jim. It's always a pleasure.
Take care. Brandon Kravitz. We got more RotoWire Heat coming here. You find him at Brandon Kravitz. Brandon, I'll be able to hear you, but for a minute or so, can you tell people like what you've been doing with RotoWire and also your show? And I'm going to take a quick restroom, but I'll be able to hear you, and I'll be right back as you're finishing up.
Go do your thing, Jim. Don't worry about it. So you can catch me all over the place. The thing that I do most frequently with the folks over at RotoWire is that you might see this mug on social media. Daily picks for props across the NBA, which is hot right now. Major League Baseball, when that gets fired back up. And we'll have some Super Bowl bets for you as well, thanks to our partners over at Underdog Fantasy. So those are at least 3 times a week, but over the last couple of years, it's been a flurry every single day. And hopefully you guys have made some coin either following me or fading me in that regard. Also, you can catch me with Nick Whalen every Tuesday on the NBA Fantasy Basketball Podcast. And we actually just got done with our latest episode. Nick is out in New Orleans for this week, so I brought in an old friend of mine named Mike Tuck, but a great episode where we broke down the Luka Doncic to the Lakers trade and all of the fantasy ramifications there. You can also follow me at Brandon Kravitz to get all of this information and content. You're back.
Yes, I know we're talking Super Bowl. Give me 1 minute on the trade with the Lakers and the Mavs.
Yeah, I think it took Luka being introduced by the LA Lakers for me to actually believe that this was real for a player of his caliber to get traded at 25 years old that has taken his team to 2 Western Conference finals and an NBA finals appearance, and they still haven't perfected this roster is mind-blowing. It just simply doesn't happen. People have been asking for an NFL comp for what we saw with Luka. The best I can come up with is it would be like if Joe Burrow got traded in the middle of the night. It just wouldn't happen. You don't let guys like this go, and I don't know that I'm totally buying this. Well, you know, we weren't sure that he was in shape. He hasn't been in shape his whole career. He's done just fine. I do think that in the immediate, the Dallas Mavericks could be a scary team because Anthony Davis is a great basketball player, but long-term, this was a terrible trade, and I just can't find any real justification for it.
Well, it's a good thing somebody didn't ship Charles Barkley away back in the day because his shape and conditioning wasn't what they expected because Charles Barkley, legend. So, yeah, don't ever question that one. Anyway, Brandon, what's the takeaway you had from the 2024 NFL season?
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at this through a fantasy lens as takeaways go. I think it was a good year for reestablishing some general practices for roster building. If you look at how important the top running backs are or were this past season, it's a nice reminder that that position still matters a lot. I know it didn't work out for those that drafted Christian McCaffrey, but if you had Saquon, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs, these were high-value picks. Those guys made a huge difference. Loading up on depth at wide receiver, look at how deep that position is. You have to continue to take stabs at rookies at that position. Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr., a couple of the guys that led fantasy managers to championships. Waiting on quarterbacks, still a solid strategy. Drafting quarterbacks that have rushing ability, Lamar, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, all of this stuff that we have been banging the table for over the years. It felt like it all came to fruition this year. If I have to punt on any position in the draft, it's going to be tight end because here we go yet again with this hit or miss position that seems to be more miss than hit. So I think more than anything, when I look at takeaways, it's more of the same. And if you want to look at it through a real NFL lens too, guess who's back in the Super Bowl? The teams that draft well, that manage their roster well, and that stay healthy at the end of the day. I mean, it's more like rinse, recycle, repeat. As crazy as the NFL is, the more things change, Jim, the more they stay the same.
It's crazy, Brandon, because multi-billion-dollar franchises. And you would think in a world where there are so many brilliant people, you would think these teams could find people that are brilliant at their jobs. But that doesn't happen a lot. It's a few franchises. And there are some franchises, like I live in Chicago, the same story over and over and over. And maybe they got it right this time. We'll find out over time. But it is crazy. Like you said, Howie Roseman, and they go over to Andy Reid's side and what they do there. Yes, it's that simple. Find smart people and things kind of work out. And then, of course, Patrick Mahomes doesn't hurt either. Now, does it?
We got to make good decisions. You know, I mean, think about it. Think about how thin the margins really are. And the smartest, most patient organizations and people that are in leadership positions tend to be successful. Yeah, Mahomes helps, but the Chiefs were the team that drafted him. The Chiefs were the team that drafted Trent McDuffie. The Chiefs were the team that drafted Karlaftis. They're the team that chose to keep Chris Jones and pay him rather than Tyreek Hill. This is all, it all comes down to decision making. The Buffalo Bills, they didn't make awful decisions, but I'm sorry, giving the Chiefs the ability to go and get Xavier Worthy, not the best move. Drafting Dalton Kincaid rather than Sam Laporta, not awful, not the best move. They've screwed themselves. And the smart teams like the Patriots did for a long time before the wheels fell off, they just seem to make more good decisions than bad decisions year over year.
I love that reminder about they let Tyreek Hill walk, but they paid Chris Jones. It's something that many forgot about, but yes, they understood what was necessary from a salary cap perspective, that you can't pay your wide receiver that and your quarterback. It was just genius. So let's move on to the Super Bowl, Brandon. What are your thoughts about this game?
I have a hard time looking at this game and not thinking that we're going to get more of the same with what we saw in Super Bowl 57. I feel like we may be overthinking it if we try and think that something different is going to happen this go around. Maybe we don't get near 70 points, but we should get close. It's a lot of the same personnel, same quarterbacks, same coaches, basically the same receivers, a lot of the same pieces defensively. I think the Eagles are a little bit better on defense than they were then. They have Saquon Barkley now. That's a huge improvement, but everything else is pretty much the same. So I'm expecting points. I'm expecting a close game. I remember going into that game, Super Bowl 57, my strategy was Eagles first half winner, live bet the Chiefs, and it came through. No chance to no reason to veer from that path. So we're going to do the exact same thing in this one. I'm honestly going to rinse, recycle, and repeat. As simple as it is, I am staring at this box score from 2 years ago and saying, what do I think is likely to repeat itself? And we can start from there.
I love that. Eagles first half, and then in-game betting. When the Eagles have a lead, then you go with the Chiefs. That's a fab, because the line, like you said, now was it 1.5 or something? Well, if the Eagles have a lead, that line isn't going to be that. You might get a point or two. So that's a fabulous call. So yeah, everybody out there, that's a new one. We haven't heard that. And that's definitely one that might be some great bankable advice. Any props that you're looking at, Brandon?
Yeah, like Jalen Hurts to get into the end zone. Now it's juiced at -155, but if you want to get really spicy with it, 2 touchdowns on the ground for Jalen Hurts is +325. I don't think it's that wild that he could get there. Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, we've seen they'll dial up his running, or he'll dial up his own running, one of the two, or a combination. I like him over 30.5 rushing yards. I think both quarterbacks, when you talk about what's repeatable from the last time these two teams played in a game of this magnitude, those guys are not going to let their teams lose. So I'm going to put my money on both of them to do whatever they can in order for their teams to win. I also like Devontae Smith to score a touchdown, +250. He hasn't scored yet in the postseason. I don't think we get through an entire playoff period without Devontae Smith getting into the end zone. He's a big game player. We've seen that in national title games and playoff games prior to this year. So I like Smith to score a touchdown.
And what'll happen is we frequently saw the Eagles will move Devontae Smith into the slot. Shamari Connor's there. That is a best matchup. So that would be a great opportunity. So yeah, I think that's all the calls were good. I really like the Devontae Smith one, especially that propensity to maybe get on Shamari Connor a bit. Brandon, this is great stuff. Appreciate you a lot for coming on and hanging with me. Remind people again where they can find you and what you got cooking.
Yeah, at Brandon Kravitz. You can follow me across Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, daily picks, and right now the NBA. I'll have some props for you in the final game of the NFL. Single tear rolls down the cheek when we say that, and then of course Major League Baseball when that rolls around. You can catch me on the Fantasy Basketball Podcast with Nick Whalen weekly on our RotoWire podcast networks. You see the link right there, rotowire.com/pod. And I look forward to chatting with all of you soon. I hope all of your bets cash.
Yes, be profitable. Brandon, appreciate you. Good luck with everything and the continued great work, and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Thanks so much, Jim.
Thanks. Take care. All right, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying the show here. We're down to about a half an hour left or so. Still, we're supposed to have Drew Davenport coming in a moment. Scott Pianowski is expected after that. And then James White, a former Super Bowl player from the New England Patriots, should finalize the show for today. Remember, if you missed any of the show, we had guests on last night. We obviously had a full slate today. If you miss any, you can always go back. You got the rest of the week to catch up, get some takes on the game, get those prop bets in soon. If they're ones, especially the overs, those numbers are going to keep getting juiced worse, or maybe the yardage goes up. Get them in sooner than later. It doesn't help you now. I know most of my bets I got in last Thursday. In the next year, thinking ahead, like mark your calendar ahead of time. Get the prop. The props come out early. And if you think you have an edge and you got an idea on them, get them in, because you're losing value the later you wait. Like now, if some unders, that might be different. Some people like the overs. So if you're going to go with the unders, maybe you do wait. Maybe you do get a more favorable number on those. But that is definitely something to consider. And with that, we bring in my friend Drew Davenport. You find Drew at Drew Davenport FF. And Drew is with Football Guys. You go from the Auction Brief Pod. Drew, can you hear me?
I got you now. Can you hear me?
Right. I saw the little hand cue, so I knew I could ramble on for another few seconds. Drew, welcome in. What's a takeaway you had from the season? And if there's something even you can relate to auctions, if you don't, that's fine. But go right ahead.
Yeah, well, let me I have two quick ones, if that's cool.
100%, yes.
Yeah, so the first one I would relate to auctions would be, I think that the idea that quarterback is really deep is still it's a myth, I think. And when I'm going into my auctions this summer, I'm going to once again be stressing trying to find one of the elite quarterbacks. And if I don't, then that's fine. I can be, I'm okay with being completely out on quarterbacks altogether until the end of my auction and spending $1 or $2, because there's enough guys like, your Bo Nix, your Jared Goff, those kind of guys who are going to come around every year. But if I can, I'm going to budget some money to get one of the elite quarterbacks, because I still believe the guys with the rushing touchdowns like Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, they give you an edge. It certainly helped me in the Kings Classic this year when I was struggling a little bit with some injuries to have Jalen Hurts on my team. So that's number one. The second one isn't so much related to auction, but I'm just going to say, I think probably this summer we're going to see a little bit of an overreaction to the Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry years that they had. I think that I'm still going to be pushing hard to go at the wide receivers early and often. And maybe this is a little bit of an auction take. I'm still going to be loading up on wide receivers. I think it's outlier-ish to say that we're going to see the Barkley Henry thing happen again for a long time. Those guys switch teams to the perfect situations. And I don't know that we're going to see that again. So I'm still going to be pushing hard for wide receivers. And I'm not going to be falling for the early round running back trend that I think we might see this summer.
Drew, in my auction in the Kings Classic, I had noticed, and I noticed this in other auctions too, that usually the top defined tier of quarterbacks, this year the defined tier was Allen, Hurts, and Mahomes. Mahomes was put into that tier this year, and they would go for a certain rate. And then the next tier, there is a very decent discount for the next rate. And so I noticed that, and Lamar Jackson was, and then fortunately, I got it, I think $13-14, which on a $200 budget I thought was good. But do you notice that tier drop off where you could still get an excellent quarterback but at a bit of a value?
There is, absolutely. And it's funny you should say Lamar Jackson, because in my home league where I won the regular season title, which did not lead to a title, unfortunately, but it was Lamar Jackson. And I got him really cheap after the top quarterbacks came off the board. Even guys that I thought should not have gone above Jackson did. And I ended up getting Jackson for a relatively cheap price for like, I think $17 on a $250 cap, which I thought was insane. And so, yes, I think you make a great point. There is going to be a drop off after that top tier. And if you can isolate a guy or guys in the next tier that you don't care which one you get, you're going to find a discount there.
And similarly, and I don't think this one necessarily goes year to year, but I did like in snake drafts, if I had a first round middle pick, I like Breece Hall, it didn't work out, or Bijan Robinson. Either one was fine. But in an auction, I was like, look, I can't pay that freight. So I was like, what's the next tier? And it was either going to be Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley, because there was going to be a discount for the drop off in the running back. And again, most years, if you get those number one guys, there's a scoring difference. This year, it happened to be the second tier guys outscored the first tier guys. But is there anything about the drop off in pay to go down a tier and running back to save money? Is it most years? Is it not worth it to do that?
No, I think it's absolutely worth it. And the guy that I isolated this past year was Jahmyr Gibbs. He was the guy in auctions that I thought was going too cheap. And so I think that you can isolate a guy like that or several guys like that every year. I think there are those opportunities every single year if we're looking at average auction values, which I don't really love that in general. That's another story. We'll tackle that on another day. Maybe you can come on the show this summer. But there is a drop off there. And I thought Jahmyr Gibbs was the poster child for that. It was the sort of thing where, hey, I like him, but I'm not going to spend over $38 to $40 on Gibbs, whereas I would have to spend $45 to $60 on the top guys. So I think that significant, $6 to $8 to even $10 difference there, that's massive when you throw that on a wide receiver 2 or 3 later in the draft.
Yeah, and so that is the point. You've got to save some dollars along the way. And yet some people are going to pay up and you're going to get that top running back. But again, it's all about allocating those dollars across an entire budget and portfolio. And look, when you're in a competitive auction league, saving that money, it means a lot. It gives, and if you need a bench too, helps you to get a bench. Drew, takeaways were great as always. As you look at the Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the game?
Well, I'm going to go back to a conversation I had with Brian Drake, our buddy, last week when we were talking about the Chiefs-Bills game. And I said, I just feel like the Chiefs are better. But yet, I just feel like the Bills are better, but the Chiefs do things situationally so good. And they're such a tight team that I didn't really want to put any money on it. And I didn't really know that I was going to be correct. I just felt like the Bills were better. And I said to Brian, boy, this is how I'm feeling about this game, but I don't have anything solid to back it up. I don't have Jim Coventry's mastery of the underlying analytics here, but it just feels like the Bills are going to win this game. And then when it came down to it, I couldn't put my money where my mouth was because I just kept thinking the Chiefs are going to do it. And that's exactly how I feel about this game. I think
Drew, can I interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
When you said that, I had to laugh because my final analysis in the game was, look, you're expecting X's and O's from me. Mahomes beats Allen. So it's funny you said that because that's what I came down to. It was no analysis. It was Mahomes beats Allen. Go back ahead with the Super Bowl talk. I had to say that though.
Yeah, well, but that's what it came down to for me. I said, I think they're better. And that's how I feel about the Eagles. I think they do things better. They have the advantage in several key areas. And I'm not sure it's going to matter. So I think what it comes down to is the Chiefs win a close game.
Any props you like?
The one thing I'm in on was I believe that everyone's taking the Zach Ertz big game from last week, and they're applying that to Travis Kelce this week. And I just don't know that that's going to happen. And the guy that I listen to and that I really like is Greg Cosell. And he was talking about Vic Fangio and said, yeah, the Fangio's defenses do tend to funnel some targets to the tight end. But he said that's just saying that Fangio is going to be lazy, and he's not lazy. He's going to pay attention to 87. So I don't I'm on the under for Travis Kelce this for the Super Bowl because I think Fangio is going to recognize how important that is to the Chiefs. So that's my one big takeaway.
Love that. Drew, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Drew Davenport FF on Twitter, and I'll be ramping up the TikTok account here very soon. That's the Fantasy Football Lawyer, and of course, this summer, don't forget to hit me on the Auction Brief podcast, where I'll be having on some of the biggest guests all summer long. Probably our venerated host here as well.
I'd love to come on there. TikTok, you gonna dance for us?
I will not be dancing, and let me just
either.
remind everybody that you don't want to see that. So
same,
but I'm ramping up the TikTok. I'm deciding whether or not we're going to go forward with the Patreon or not. It's a ton of work. I love the people in there who are really dedicated to the auction content, but it's a ton of work. So I haven't decided what's happening with the Patreon yet, but definitely find me, the Fantasy Football Lawyer, on TikTok, and Drew Davenport FF on Twitter.
Drew, appreciate you, my friend. We'll talk soon, but enjoy the Super Bowl, and thanks for all your insights.
Thanks for having me on, bud. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Take care. Oh, we got Scott Pianowski in the house, FSWA Hall of Famer, class of 2021. You know him from Yahoo. If you don't know Scott Pianowski, you are missing out, and you need to change that sometime very, very soon. Scott, welcome aboard. You got any takeaways from the season for me?
First of all, let me apologize. You gave me any time slot I wanted, and I picked the time where my office is the sunniest. So I probably should have worn eye black today. I apologize for not looking better. But to me, the overwhelming takeaway of the season was that the running backs made such a big comeback. And we know that defensive setups are getting lighter. Teams want to defend the pass. And also just a lot of it was just, running backs moving to better situations. Derrick Henry get out of Tennessee. He moved to Baltimore. Great setup. Barkley traded the Giants for the Eagles. Jacobs got out of Vegas, got to Green Bay. So these were all upgrades. Okay. Next year, now I do think the running game's made a comeback, but even though this year I stubbornly drafted the wide receivers who start themselves, I had a lot of builds, and three of my first four picks were wide receivers. I'm still going to have a wide receiver heavy build next year. I'll if I get that one bell cow running back, I love it, but I'm not going to overreact and say that we have to go back to old school. We got to start running back. We got to have three running backs first four picks or two first three picks. I'm still going to be wide receiver driven, at least as we sit here now. Obviously, we still going to have free agency, the draft. There'll be trades. There'll be injuries. There's a lot to break down before we actually start drafting for our major leagues that come in the summer. But I'm going to try not to overreact to the running back season we just saw.
So as you talk about that, we've talked on a few different segments in the show, Scott, how the wide receivers, very weird season. We did have injuries, but even players weren't. DJ Moore, the wide receiver 14 in PPR leagues, didn't look like the wide receiver 14. And I've said it a few times. Garrett Wilson, the wide receiver 9 in PPR. These guys did not have seasons that would normally fit that. Even Drake London is a wide receiver 5. What was going on with that? We had so many subpar performances, in terms of greatness. What happened?
Yeah, I'm hoping these guys land in better situations next year. I mean, with London, it may be as simple just as having a better quarterback we could feel good about. Can the coaching changes in Chicago, and I saw Ben Johnson up and close in Detroit, put his players constantly in positions to succeed. He doesn't take that job in Chicago if he doesn't believe in Caleb Williams, but I would think he would put DJ Moore in a position to succeed. The run out just went terrible for Garrett Wilson, because what happens? The team gets off to a bad start. Rodgers wasn't playing particularly well. Let's get the guy that Rodgers wants to force the ball to the first moment he wakes up, which is Devontae Adams. So Garrett Wilson becomes a wide receiver 2 on his own team, probably a new quarterback there, obviously a new coaching staff. So I think sometimes just the run out's bad, right? You have pocket kings and there's an ace on the flop. It's a bad run out, right? Or you have pocket aces and the board flops 7, 8, 9, 10 of clubs. It's a bad run out. I just think some of these receivers just hit a bad run out in 2024.
Yeah, but the whole thing, Scott, was that they finished wide receiver 9, Garrett Wilson. I mean, that's the part I didn't get. They ended up in bad situations, but it's when I watched them week to week, it never felt like they were good for fantasy, and yet here they are crushing. And there were injuries and all that. One specific player I want to ask you about. I love Nico Collins, and I've loved him since he was a rookie. he misses significant games every year, and his draft cost is going to be high next year. What are your thoughts on Nico Collins and people that want to draft him? Is the injury history to the point now where it's been 4 straight years and it's real? How do you feel about Nico Collins?
Yeah, another team, by the way, the coordinator didn't work out. Bobby Slowick was a hot coach a year ago. Now he's somebody looking for work. I'm more a foot in on Nico Collins because I see how dynamic he is. Even with everything else went bad in that wide receiver room, they lost Diggs very early, and Tank Dell didn't have the season they wanted. He got hurt. I just think Nico is somebody who runs the entire route tree. And Stroud, he lost his confidence. The offensive line wasn't very good. Stroud's going to be better next year. Nico Collins, to me, is a proactive pick. I want to say one other thing about the receivers, by the way. I did a piece about 2 or 3 weeks ago for Yahoo about the 30-something receivers. And the only 30-something receiver this year who had a better fantasy finish than the previous year of the 12 guys I sampled was Cooper Kupp, who didn't have a good season. Now we know the Rams have basically put him on the curb, right? They just want to get rid of Cooper Kupp. So, is it time to get out of the Tyreek Hill business? Adam Thielen had a late push, but that's not sustainable. There's just a lot of guys in an age pocket. Devontae Adams, I mentioned before. I'm going to be nervous drafting. What does Mike McDaniel come up with? After week 1, Tyreek Hill did not have a reception over 30 yards, which is mind-blowing. That is not who Tyreek Hill is. We know they didn't want to take deep drops with Tua Tagovailoa. They got to figure out what he is, what he isn't. But, every year I feel like I want to get younger and younger in fantasy football. And I think even though the second contract running backs just had a renaissance season, I think I'm going to really be looking younger. And we've seen, the rookie classes, tight end needs to be a position we wrote off rookies, right? Sam Laporta, great 2023. And then Brock Bowers just blew everything out of the water. I don't know how my Patriots don't draft Ladd McConkey. It was a great year for rookie receivers as well. And they decide, oh, no, Jalen Polk, we got this. We don't need Ladd McConkey. But I want my fantasy teams to trend even younger in 2025.
No, I love that. And the older receivers, you're right about that. I mean, it's a problem. Now, Mike McDaniel, you mentioned him, and I thought it was interesting. He had the great first year, and then Tua got hurt. I get that, but they did slow down a little toward the end of the season. Some things I figured out. Second year, he had that half field motion where Tyreek would take off from like the tight end spot, and he had like a free run. It was so good, the whole league stole it. They practiced against it because they were using it, and then that offense kind of fell flat. McDaniel did not have any counter punches in my mind this year. Now, again, I know 2 of them is time. So what are your thoughts on McDaniel? I think he might be counter punched out.
I just wonder if really Tua isn't the quarterback he wants. It's the quarterback that he has. Yeah. And we saw, look, most teams are in trouble if the quarterback gets hurt, some more than others. Miami was absolutely screwed. They had nobody else who could play. So it's like, taking your TV, unplugging it and asking it to work. It just doesn't happen. But we're going to find out what kind of genius is Mike McDaniel, because he was one of these like 3 or 4 guys who was supposed to be a step ahead of everybody. And then last year it felt like he was a step behind everybody.
So, Scott, moving to the Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I caught the tail end of the Drew Davenport segment. One of my best friends in the industry, and man, if you are playing auction format, or if you need to know the legal situation, it's ironic. He gave me, I think, one of the best pieces of draft advice last year that was right, and then it ended up being wrong for bad luck, because he's like, don't worry about this Rashee Rice suspension. Rice looked like he was going to have a monster season, then he got hurt, and that really took a sting out of my year. I know it hurt Drew too, but he's giving you unique legal angles that I don't know anybody else who's doing it. So
nobody.
And all that auction content is fabulous. So just a big plug for Drew. I think we see this game similar, because I think Philadelphia has the personnel and talent to win this game. But Kansas City, they've won so many close games. That's part of their special sauce. They're so good on third down. How many times have they had I've got to have it play, and Andy Reid schemes a guy wide open, right? With boot action, the running back leaks out, and sometimes it's an ordinary guy like Juju Smith-Schuster had a really good AFC Championship game.
Right.
Andy Reid with extra time to prepare. I don't want the Chiefs to win. The heart says Philadelphia, but I think Kansas City is inevitable. I think it'll be a close game. The Chiefs will do just enough things, whether it's design, whether it's Mahomes, whether it's the third down, the money plays, you got to have them plays. I think Philly's maybe got a little bit of a better roster. I think the Chiefs will win a close game by 3 points or less.
Yeah, we've seen this script a couple times before. We'll probably see it another time on Sunday. Are there any props you're identifying, Scott?
Yeah, I talked about that boot action leaking out the running back. I think either Hunt or Pacheco to beat very low receiving props makes a lot of sense. And the rushing attempts for Mahomes, if you like the Chiefs to win the game, he'll pick up a couple just by taking knees at some point. And also we see it's very common. I know it hasn't been a great prop season for this, but a lot of times the quarterbacks run more aggressively, even recklessly in the postseason. Mahomes has stepped that up at times. So some people may go with the yardage. I'm going to go Mahomes attempts. I'm going to go Hunt and Pacheco. They only need probably one catch to beat their props because they're such easy design plays. Andy Reid, again, we love him off a bye week. Super Bowl is basically a bye week. Right. So those are some of the ways I'm going to attack Kansas City. I also think Drew giving out Kelsey as a fade was a smart play too.
Like that. So Scott, remind everybody again what you got cooking and where they can find you.
Yeah, Scott_Pianowski on Twitter. I am Pianow, Pianow on Blue Sky, or just search by my name. And not only did we do a lot of postmortem football content, but we got baseball ramping up over at Yahoo. So come join us, play your fantasy baseball league with us. I just ranked the first baseman today. I don't think you did any first base takes. Not a very fun position, by the way. It used to be, but it was a really bad season last year. But we're always in season at Yahoo Sports. We're not even that far away from March Madness. That's about maybe 6 weeks away. So a lot going on, a lot of it football, but a lot of it other sports over at Yahoo.
Scott, thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. Keep doing great work and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Thanks for doing this, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Bye. All right, everybody. If you want access to my free 13 pages of Super Bowl notes, you can go to my X at Jim Coventry NFL. You have to scroll down a little bit after this show. I will repin that to the top so you can access that easily. But I go over detailed breakdowns and narratives for each position, including defensive, offensive players, keys to the game, prop betting advice. So if you like that, and hopefully you have time to read that and get moving with that. I did base the props that I bet last Thursday, so odds on there will change a bit. So just be cognizant of that. And also, regardless of what fantasy sports you play, we have you covered at RotoWire, so you don't need to leave your fantasy season to chance. RotoWire.com gives you the tools you need, like waiver wire advice, projections, customizable rankings. You don't need a credit card for the trial. You just go to RotoWire.com/pod and you get free access to the site for a couple days. If you like it, join the team. If not, we're just glad you took a look. Socials, at RotoWire across the socials. Always got content going out there. Join us there. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube, this is the main RotoWire channel, but there is very little football content on this particular channel. To get that, you need to go to the RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube channel. If you go there, please consider subscribing. Click notifications. I'll be on there throughout the offseason, give you the best I can in terms of that. RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast will take a little hiatus, but we'll be coming around. Consider subscribing to that. But everybody, we were hoping James White would come in of the Patriots. He was scheduled for now, but it looks like we may not have him. So I'll hang a few more seconds, give him a minute. And if that doesn't work, but otherwise, if you give me a follow on the X at Jim Coventry NFL, I would appreciate that greatly. If you enjoyed this show, let people know about it. They got days to watch it. Hear the takes of some of these great analysts around. I want to thank all the analysts that were on today. I want to thank RotoWire for their support. Everybody on the team has always been very supportive of me. I appreciate them greatly. And again, it looks like no James White. Unfortunately, we wanted to see James. Everybody, thank you for hanging out with me, and we will talk soon. Enjoy the Super Bowl.